Okay, welcome to the first IELTS step-by-step course. This one is dedicated to mastering vocabulary for the IELTS exam. Now this, as I said, is the first of the courses. There will be 5 others. So reading, writing, listening, speaking and grammar coming up later. But this is the first of them. Now, before I continue with this introduction video, I have a little task for you. An IELTS style listening task. So if you look at the top left hand corner of your Udemy site, you will see it says Introduction to the Course, Section 1, which is where you are now. And then just below it, it says IELTS style listening for introduction video. I would like you to download that PDF and I would like you to fill in the answers as we go along in this introduction video. Okay, so it's a little bit of a test for you, see how your listening is, but also to check if you're really paying attention to what I'm saying, because some of the things that I tell you in this introduction video is very, very important for the rest of the course. Okay, so it looks like this. Introduction to the Mastering Vocabulary course, IELTS style listening, questions 1 to 9 for section 1. Okay, now can you remember how many other courses are there in this IELTS step-by-step suite of courses? And remember, you have to include the one that I'm talking about now. So the answer for this one is 6. Okay, so you can, if you want, pause the video now, give yourself a chance to read through the questions, certainly for questions 1 to 9, and then I would like you to resume the video until and when you are ready. Okay, let's continue talking about this Mastering Vocabulary course. This course is made up of over 1,300 words and phrases. Now, let me just stop you there. Did you see the box that just came up? That box came up when I said made up of. This happens in all of the videos throughout the course. When I think a word or a phrase is useful for you to know or be able to use in the IELTS exam, it comes up in this box over here. Usually the box only stays for 4 seconds. At the moment, it's staying around for us to be very kind and we can read it. But in all the other videos, you only have 4 seconds to look at it. That's why you need to be ready to pause the video, read the text, and then resume when you are ready. And there you've got the word resume again. Okay. While we're on the subject of technical things like this, I also want to talk about the subtitles that are available for every video in this course. So if you're finding it difficult to follow my speed or the use of some of my words in this course, please turn on or switch on the subtitles so that you can read and listen at the same time. And while I'm talking about the speed of my voice, I'd like to mention something. In this course, I could speak to you like this, but is that really going to help you in the IELTS listening? Do they speak that way in the IELTS listening? No, they do not. So I'm going to speak to you in a natural speed that you will expect to hear on an IELTS listening test. And I also use high-level vocabulary and phrases. The ones that I think are useful for the IELTS exam come up in the box. In fact, all of the ones that I use will be useful in the IELTS exam. Otherwise, I wouldn't use those words or phrases. So I use high-level ones so that you can use the words in the box. If I don't use them in the box, it's because they have already been said before by me in a previous video, and you need to go back and see if you can find that word or phrase. Okay. Now, where did I get all these words and phrases for the Mastering Vocabulary course? You may be asking. Well, there are 2 sources. The first source is from analyzing and studying the IELTS exams since 2005 until now. And there's a lot of exams if you realize that one IELTS exam is done every 3 weeks or so. So that's a lot of exams, and analyzing those exams and looking for high level advanced words that come up relatively frequently. So we've taken all of those words plus the famous Oxford academic word list and combined, decided which words of those are useful for everybody, which words are useful specifically for the IELTS exam, which words are useful for general training students, which ones are useful for academic students who are doing the academic IELTS, and we've combined them into this course. So over 1,300 words split up into 23 themes and topics. Now those 23 themes have been carefully selected so that they encompass every possible text type that you might get in the IELTS exam, all the reading and the listening texts, as well as being able to answer the questions that come up in the IELTS writing and the IELTS speaking. So 23 different topics, and you can have a look at them on your screen now. If you want to pause the video, you can look at all the different themes that are available in this course. Now, the aim of the IELTS step-by-step courses is to get you a 7 and above in the IELTS exam. Even if you're at 5.5 now, the idea is that eventually you'll be able to get a 7 and above, or 8 even. But that means that you need to complete all the activities, watch all the videos, and collaborate with each other. And I'm going to talk about collaboration later on in this video and why it's so important. So some of you may know me from my YouTube channel, and it was very popular. My videos about listening and reading were very popular on that course, and you may be wondering why I've decided to go with the vocabulary course before all of the others. It's a good question, but behind me is a sign that will be displayed in every single video in this course and all of the courses, just to remind you something. And it's a sign that is related to a poster that was put up around London in the Second World War, and it was to remind people to have a stiff upper lip, to continue trying, and don't worry about the bombs falling from the German aeroplanes. And it's a very British thing, and it's probably quite a famous poster even outside of London and outside of the UK. And this is very easy to say but difficult to do, and that phrase to say that is, it's easier said than done. Now, I know that some of my students are finding it difficult to get to the level that they want, because there's a lot of pressure on them, maybe from their parents, maybe from themselves, maybe from the community that they live in, to get that IELTS score so that they can go and study in an English-speaking country, or go and live in an English-speaking country to collect money to send back to family members, to start a new life. There's a lot of pressure on you to succeed in the IELTS exam, and it's easier said than done to keep calm and keep trying when you know that there's pressure from yourself and from other people. On top of that, I'm also aware that some of the people that are listening here are not particularly wealthy, and each time you do an IELTS exam and don't get the grade that you really want, you have to start again. That's an enormous amount of money for some of my students watching. And so there's this added pressure. How do you keep calm and carry on if you have all this pressure, money pressure, pressure from family, pressure from yourself? And the answer really is to be prepared. That is the only way that you're going to be able to keep calm under those conditions. Of course, in the exam itself, imagine you failed. Imagine you haven't got the grade that you want and this is the third time you are trying and you haven't got that much money left. Imagine the pressure on top of that. So this is why these courses are coming out, and the most important course of all of the 6 courses is this one, and that is why I'm opening or starting all the courses with the Mastering Vocabulary. Because if you understand the text, if you understand the words in the text, if you understand the phrases in the text, if you understand the idioms in the text, and you know how to use them in your reading, in your speaking and your writing, you can stay calm, because all the tips and techniques and tricks that you learn from, they're like standing on the shoulders of giants. Your giants are your list of vocabulary that you know in English, and you're standing on the shoulders of giants with your tips and tricks and techniques, and you can get that grade that you want. Okay, what I'd like you to do now is to go to section 2 of your PDF of the IELTS style listening. You can pause the video now if you want, and you can you can read the questions there. When you're ready, press play on this video, and you can listen to section 2 of this introduction video. Okay, so my name is James Castleton, and as I said, some of you may know me from my YouTube channel. I have been teaching for, I think, 16 years now, and I have an MA, a master's degree in Applied Linguistics and TESOL from the University of Leicester, and I have a diploma in English language teaching from the University of Cambridge. I am also an ex-examiner for IELTS, and an examiner means in this case that I was marking writing scripts and I was doing oral exams, speaking exams. But I think one of the thing that really helped me to put these courses together is the fact that I used to be, and I still am, a YouTuber. I have about 60,000 followers on YouTube, and some of you have been asking, where are you? Where have you disappeared to? Because I used to release more and more videos. Well, now you know this is what I look like, this is my face, and now you know why I have not been posting recently. I've been putting all my effort into making these courses. And in making those YouTube videos, I ended up doing IELTS exams. So some of you who have seen my videos on YouTube will know that I take, for example, a reading exam that I have never seen before. I've never read anything. I don't know what the questions look like. And I put it in front of my computer. I use a digital pen and I make a screenshot of what I'm doing, and I complete the task, or the test, sorry, in exactly the same conditions that my students would. So a reading is 1 hour, 60 minutes. So I set a timer and I start going. And I film myself doing this, and students follow along. They can download the PDF and follow with me if they want to. In doing that, I've been able to do more than 35 IELTS exams, full IELTS exams, readings and listenings. Of course, not the writings and the speakings. But combining my knowledge of reading and writing from those 35 IELTS exams that I've done, as well as being an ex-examiner, those really have helped me to really produce the best course that you can possibly get online. And certainly I think that the 35 IELTS exams that I have done has really made a big difference. In fact, I don't know many IELTS teachers, people that have been doing IELTS exams for many, many years. I don't think I know anybody who's done more than 1 or 2 IELTS exams, and they've tried one out maybe when they first started teaching an IELTS class. I've done 35, so I really know the exam now. And on top of all these other things, it's helped me to produce a really good course, I think, for IELTS students. Okay, so let me just talk about my previous experience quickly. In my previous school, students would come from all over the world to London, and they would pay approximately 30 British pounds per hour to be in my class. That's about 45 US dollars, 45 Australian dollars to be in my class. It's a significant amount of money, and that also includes the costs of traveling from their country to London, and then living expenses in one of the most expensive countries in the world. So all of this combined, I looked at my students and I thought it's a little bit unfair, I think, that if you've got the money, you have the opportunity to go to really good school and to get some really good quality training in an environment where there's only 12 people in the class, and you can work together and collaborate with other students, and the exercises are designed for everybody to help each other. And I thought that's not very fair, because there are people in the world who deserve as much of this opportunity as somebody who's got lots of money. Usually it's their mother and father who sends them or gives them money to come to London and study. So that's why I decided that in September 2018 I would quit my job. I still work part-time a little bit there, but most of my time is spent putting these courses together, and they are using all the skills and techniques that I learned in that school and in the previous schools, plus my work in the diploma and the master's degree. All of that is combined to putting up a really good course, I think, and it is unique in its way of presenting the vocabulary in the way that I want you to think about the vocabulary as well. Okay, and something I mentioned before, and it came up in a box over here, the word collaboration, working together. And that's something that I'm going to try and recreate in this class. So a lot of the reason why people would spend a lot of money coming to London was for the chance to collaborate with people from other countries, people that would speak different language to them. So they were forced to use English to communicate. And that's something that I would like to recreate in this environment. Now, of course, geographically, I can't bring you all together in the same place. We need to work on this from a distance. But the amazing thing about the internet and some of the free resources that are available to connect people makes it possible for us to do this. And so I'm going to ask you to be pioneers in this regard. I want you to be people who are one of the first in the world to really collaborate online and help each other online to build this course into what it should be, a true collaboration of ideas from people from all over the world. In fact, I've even got 2 videos that show you how to make your own activities so that you can share those with other people who are also doing the same theme or the same activity or the same task. And you're going to learn how to make them, not only to test yourself, but to give other students a chance to do your task, to do your exam, to do your exercise online, wherever they are, at whatever time of day it is in their country. And there's one more thing I'd like to talk about, and these are called the learner training videos. Now, these learner training videos, there are 23, so they appear in the themes and topics as well. So these learner training videos are designed to give you the skills that I have already as a teacher. So there are some teachers, most teachers are quite reserved about sharing their skills as a teacher. They've spent a lot of time thinking about how to do something, and they don't really want to share with their students their techniques and what's going on in their mind. Well, I don't think that's good. I want to share all the skills and knowledge and resources that I know with you, so that you can continue learning, not just in this course, but afterwards. Because remember, the IELTS course is the first step in your academic career, or if you're doing general training, in your life in another English-speaking country. And so there's no point just being ready for the IELTS exam All these general training videos will give you a chance to be ready for university, to be ready to work in an English-speaking job, and to be ready for general learning. It doesn't even need to be language learning. The things I will teach you here will help you in all sorts of different scenarios. So please watch the learner training videos. They will really help you to expand your knowledge, not just of the English language, but your knowledge of learning and the learning process. Okay, now we're on to section 3 of your PDF of your IELTS style listening. So you can pause the video now and then you can look at the questions, and when you're ready, resume the video. Okay, so in this section, this third section of this introduction video, I'm just going to show you how each section of the course is broken down. So you'll see that this is section 5. It's a random choice, and this section has got life and leisure and then plus recording new vocabulary. This is the name of the theme that you'll be looking at, and after the plus is the topic of the learner training video. Okay, so let's just have a look at this one. So here's the introduction to the theme, and it's in this theme that you will be introduced to the idea of the theme, what it really means, and you also have a chance to activate your world knowledge about this theme. And I'll explain in the first introduction video in section 2 exactly what that means, what it means to activate your world knowledge. But this is getting you prepared to learn verbs, nouns, adjectives, and adverbs, and other phrases that are useful related to life and leisure. Okay, I'm going to ignore this because it comes up down here. So let's go on to this one here, and it says, what's the best way to learn new vocabulary that I've learned? Now this is the title of the learner training video, and there's these two things here are connected. So in the video I'm going to be asking you to look at this link, and as I said, learner training videos are designed to help you to improve your skills as a learner. And then down here in the discussion space, this is where you'll have a chance to discuss with other students who are also doing the same learner training video. If you have any ideas, if you get confused about anything, this is your discussion space over here. Now, the next one is the new vocabulary. This is where you will actually learn the new vocabulary. And if we go to it, I'll show you what it looks like. So this is the new vocabulary for life and leisure. And it looks like this. Here's the nouns, adjectives, verbs, verb phrases, and phrases with life or living that you are going to learn about in this course. Of course, you can click on anything. So if we click on attitude, for example, it will take us to the meaning of the word. You listen to the pronunciation. Attitude. Even the word in a sentence.
As soon as they found out I was a doctor, their whole attitude changed.
Okay. Now, as I will say before, as I will say again in another video, it's not necessary for you to look at all the meanings of all these words before you start doing the vocabulary practice. You are quite welcome to go straight into the vocabulary practice after you've done your show your progress, that I will talk about later. But you can go straight into this without looking at the meanings and definitions of these words. The idea is that you'll have a chance to guess from context the words. You'll see them, how they fit in the context, and use your mind, your knowledge, your creativity to get the meanings of those words in these vocabulary practice exercises. So this might be different to what you are used to in other courses, where they will give you the word, then you act passively, accept the word. That doesn't help you to learn anything. That is why these vocabulary practices are like this. And let's have a look, for example, at one of them. So let's go to exercise number 2, the one about collocation, and I'll talk about that in the next video. The third video, I think, is all about collocations. Okay, so we're going to go to this one here, And it goes to a website called learningapps.org, which is specifically designed for these types of activities. And you've got a picture, and it says here, choose the correct phrase with life or living to complete the sentences. Now remember, you've already done exercise 1, so we're going to exercise 2. So you've already had some practice with it here, and this is just a recapping or a revision. So for example, going to Egypt and seeing the pyramids was a once in a living time. You choose which one you think it is, and let's see what happens if I know that this is wrong. So I'm going to click the little blue, and that says no, it's red. Let's try this one, no, and let's try this one, no. So it can only be lifetime, and it turns green. Now let's go back, let's go to a one where you have to fill in the words. So let's try exercise 1, and it says here, listen to 4 people answering these questions and type in the word in the box that describes each speaker. Now let's just have a look at the top here. You'll see that this is a listening exercise. So when it says now listen, your listening is always at the top of the page. This is because people who are using mobile phones when they are doing this course will find it easier to access the audio, and that's why I've put it at the top. Okay, so I want to show you what happens if we make some mistakes. So speaker, let's listen to the first one.
Do you think people work too much nowadays?
Not really. I think people have always worked hard for a living. I mean, it's never been easy for anyone, has it? You have to work hard if you want to achieve anything in your life. That's just the way it is.
That's just the way it is. That's a key word. You have to do it whether you like it or not. It's just the way it is. Now, I'm not going to be teaching you anything today, of course, but the answer is realist. If someone says that's just the way it is, that's the way life is, then they are a realist. But I want to imagine that we spelt it wrong. So what happens? Okay, it's still red. Realist. And now watch what happens on the third try. Now a little black question mark comes up and it gives you the answer. So if you're really stuck and you really can't find the answer, then type it in 3 times incorrectly and the answer will come up for you. Okay. There are different types of activities in this. This is the most common type, the one where you have to fill in the answers with type in the answers, and the one that you saw before where you choose from a group of words or phrases. There are a few others, but they are self-explanatory. You shouldn't have any trouble understanding how to complete them. If you do, please work in a collaborative way. First ask the question to people on the Reddit group, which I'll talk about later, or if no one is answering, then you can use this down here. It says browse Q&A. At the moment it says browse, but that's because I am in the teacher mode here. But if you click that, it should say something like ask a question or submit a question, and you can use that to ask a question, and it will come to me and it will come to other students who are also doing the same task. The reason I don't use this one as much as the Reddit forum, which I will show you later, in fact I'll show you now. Let's go to the discussion space. This is what it looks like. Remember, this is about the learner training video because I clicked on the one above. And do you guys know how to blah 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 blah? You would fill in that sentence and that question, and you click comment. And if people like this question and they think it's a relevant question, they will click up, the up arrow. If they think it's a stupid question, unfortunately, they might click a down arrow and it goes to the bottom of the page, and you get minus points for this. And that is why I've chosen to use Reddit rather than the browse Q&A on Udemy, because these questions, you might have a fantastic question, but that question ends up at the bottom of the page because it is arranged chronologically. And there's a word for you, and you can think about how that works. So if it's arranged chronologically, it ends up at the bottom, and a really good question might not be answered properly. And that is why I've decided to use the Reddit or IELTS step-by-step subreddit. Okay, I'm going to just delete this quickly because I don't need it. Okay, now let's go back up to this one here. So that's where you're going to learn your new vocabulary. And here I want to just talk about show your progress. This is connected to the last section down here. This section is where you will complete a reading, you'll complete a speaking or a writing task, or both if you are a motivated student. This is something you will do before you study any vocabulary, to show you where you are battling, show you where there are gaps in your knowledge. And then down here, right at the end, at the bottom of the topic, you will then repeat that same questions and notice the improvements that you have made because you have studied all this vocabulary, and you'll be able to answer the questions because you've got a lot more vocabulary to use. Okay, so that is connected there. I would just want to talk about we looked at the discussion space. Remember, that was for the learner training video, but it also appears here. If you would like to discuss anything related to the theme of life and leisure, then you can click here. So this is for the theme of recording new vocabulary. This is for the theme of life and leisure. In fact, let's go and have a look at this one. Okay, mastering vocabulary, life and leisure. Use this post to discuss. And remember to upvote comments that are useful or helpful. Okay, but there's also an option for you to voice chat. If I click on that, it will take me to a website called Discord, and this website is actually for the gaming community. So some of you who might be gamers would know this website, and you can talk about strategies. Even while you're playing a game, you can talk to other people all over the world in near real-time speed and being able to discuss things. It's a bit like Skype, but only without the video. And so that's why I've set this up for people on this group. If you want to discuss anything in real time and practice your speaking with people from all over the world, in English of course, then you would use Discord app. Remember, this is an app as well. So at the moment I'm using a computer, so I'm using the web version, but I can also download the program itself onto my computer, and it's available on mobile phones as well as iPads and things like that. So it's a very powerful app. Take full advantage of it if you want to improve your fluency in speaking. Remember, fluency, the speed at which you are speaking. It doesn't matter about accuracy because you are just talking to people of the same level of English as you are. But fluency is very important to practice anyway. So even if you are making a few mistakes and your listening partner doesn't notice, it's not a problem. You want to be able to speak more fluently. Use this. And of course, it's also to discuss and communicate with each other about something you're a bit confused about, for example, in one of the vocabulary practice tasks. And there's one other thing that I want you to show you. In the IELTS R step-by-step, if I get rid of this, if I go to the main page, so just our IELTS step-by-step, just under the word moderators here is okay, finally it came, is a chat room. And here, if you click on it, it will take you to the chat room and you can ask questions by text. So if you don't want to talk, or you don't have a microphone and headphones, you can use the chat on Reddit to talk to people on this subreddit. A subreddit is a r/IELTS step-by-step. So on this subreddit, you can talk to people who are interested in whatever you want. So this is for the general or IELTS step-by-step, but you can ask people to talk about specific things. If you say, okay, I'm talking about section 5, remember section 5 is here, life and leisure, and I'm asking about exercise 4. Do you know what the best way to say this is, or do you notice there's a mistake? And if there is a mistake, I might have made a mistake. The answer might not match with the question. Please let me know, of course, or let somebody else know, and they can contact me if you don't know how to contact me. One more little technical thing, please. If you are going to use Discord app on the web only, there are 2 little symbols at the top. This is Google Chrome. Now Google Chrome works very well, and this may be a problem for people on Safari or people on Firefox or Internet Explorer, but I just want to be aware of this. If you click on that, it says the microphone is allowed. Of course you want your microphone allowed because you're going to be talking to people. Okay, at the moment I'm connected. I can disconnect over here if I want to. Okay, voice connected. But there's something else that a lot of people are having problems with. If there's a little red icon next to this, click on it and it says sound was muted on this page. Please click on that, press done, and you should be able to, let me refresh it. Okay, and now you will be able to hear people. So you might be having issues with not being able to hear other people talking. It's because of this little icon on the top right of the URL bar. Okay, now there's one more thing I want to get onto. In this one, it's lecture number 19. It will be different in other themes, but it's called the IELTS practice. In this case, it's the IELTS listening practice. And this is a chance for you to practice an IELTS exam that is related to life and leisure. So let's click on that and see what it looks like. Okay, let's read carefully. The audio track is available on the top of this online test. Complete the answers there. In brackets, if you prefer, you can print out this PDF and answer the questions on paper. I understand it's easier to take notes on paper, so some people prefer paper. After you have finished, transfer the answers to the online test to check them. Okay, and it's exactly the same. When you want to check the answers, you press the blue button, not here, but on the online test. So let's click on online test. Okay, there's the directions of how to fill it in. You see it's a listening because of the listening tab at the top, and you can fill in all the spaces over here and check. Okay, so you might want to use paper. That's the reason why there's a paper version. You might be happy to do this all online and then check the answers in blue. And I think that's everything really for this one. Remember, then it's your show your progress. You repeat those 2 tasks, or at least one of them, to show that you have made progress. So that's about it for my introduction video. I know it's gone on quite long. What I would really appreciate is for you to leave a review at the end of the course, because I can then take the comments that you leave from that review and improve on this. Remember, this course is for life. Any Udemy course is available for you as long as Udemy exists. Let's hope it stays available, because it's a great platform. And so any feedback that I get from you in the review will be put back to improve this course. And so of course it's useful for you, not just, as I said, to pass the IELTS exam, but for the rest of your life. The skills and the resources that I have here are useful for you way after you complete the IELTS exam and get that 7 or 7.5 or 8 that you need to get into the country that you want to, or get into the university that you deserve. Okay, so thank you so much for paying attention. After this, a little break, we're going to check the answers of the PDF if you would like to check and get the answers. Okay, so I'll see you in a few seconds. Okay, so here we are on the introduction video. Welcome. and we said that there are 6 courses in the suite. So this one is the Mastering Vocabulary course, and then there's Reading, Writing, Listening, Speaking, and Grammar. Okay, the Mastering Vocabulary course has more than 1,300 words. Okay, I said over 1,300 words, so over in this case is the same as more than. A useful vocabulary will pop up in that box on the screen for a maximum of 4 seconds. So that's why you need to pause the video if you want to read what's written in the box. Let's just erase that because just need this here. Okay, and then over here there are also for each video, so that you can read and listen at the same time, captions or subtitles. Also called captions. So if you put captions as well, captions, both of them are acceptable, but notice you need S because they are for each video, and there are 23 videos. Well, there are more than 50 videos actually, because there's a learner training video and a video for introducing the theme. The difficulty and speed of the videos is deliberately high to prepare you for the IELTS listening. And IELTS listening, you can leave it as if you want, or you can say listening exam, and I'll also accept listening test. Okay, now the vocabulary for the course was chosen from two sources. The Advanced Lexis, now this is another word, a more academic word for vocabulary and phrases. Vocabulary tends to be single words, phrases tend to be groups of words, and if you combine them all together, they're called lexis. So Advanced Lexis, that frequently comes up in the real exams. And you don't have to put real, you can say the exams, in the IELTS exam as well. Sorry, why am I doing that? So you can put real or IELTS, exam or exams, all of them will be acceptable. The next one, there are 23 themes and topics that cover every possible text and question type in the exams. Okay, you can't say all because I need an S here, all possible texts. So every is always with a single noun, SN, single noun. Okay, the aim of the IELTS step-by-step courses is to help you to achieve a score of 7 or above. You can also say 7 or over, and 7 or more. And I would also accept 7 plus if you decided to use the plus there. Okay, and only knowing the tips and tricks of the exam is unhelpful. You need to know and use a wide range of vocabulary. If you use the word lexis here, that's great. Lexis, a wide range of lexis. So very good. I cannot use vocabulary and phrases because remember that it says, I can't read it up there, but it says 2 words and or a number. So if there's 2 words or a number, then vocabulary and phrases is 3 words, and therefore it's not possible. Okay, so that's for the first part, section 1. Let's look at section 2. Here we are about knowing your tutor. Now hopefully you know who I am. So James, I believe that that my courses are uniquely powerful because yes, 16 years of experience helps, sure. Yes, he's an IELTS examiner, that's useful. Yes, he has master's and a diploma from Cambridge University, but the main reason is that he's done more than, so 35 I said, more than 30 full IELTS exams. And that's really helped me to understand how the examiners think. Number 11, James has set the price of his courses lower than other similar courses because he used to teach wealthy people. He didn't like it. That's not true. He wants to motivate students from poor countries. Well, but that's not the main reason. He thinks that it's unfair that money determines your chances of studying and or living in an English-speaking country. There's your answer. He wants to have as many students as possible enrolled. No, not necessarily. As many. That's not true. So for number 11, it's C. Let's move up a little bit to number 12 now. What does James think about collaboration? It's important because students can learn from each other and not just the teacher. Yes, possible. Let's have a look at, we'll look at that one. It's necessary because the teacher will not be available to answer questions. That's not true. I said that I might be able to answer questions, maybe not on that day or at that moment, but of course I can answer questions. It's preferable because if you learn by yourself, your IELTS speaking result will be low. Not necessarily. There are some people who are still able to do it, but that's not a reason. And it's the best way to study because you never really teach something until you learn it. I know the phrase learn something until you teach it. And that means that's one of the reasons why some people, if they really don't understand something, they try to teach it to somebody, and then through the teaching process they start to understand it. But because this phrase is mixed up, it cannot be possible. So the answer is A. Students can learn from each other and not just the teacher. Okay, and 13. Why does James include 23 learner training videos? He needed to make the course longer. That's rubbish. The videos provide students with skills to help them continue to learn. Continue to learn long after the course has been completed. Yes, that's possible. He wants to make himself redundant so that he can move on to a different career. Rubbish. I enjoy teaching, and generally teachers are very protective of their teaching knowledge, and this should be respected. No, I think the teachers should share their teaching knowledge. So the answer for this one is B. Okay, now this is just checking section 3, questions 14 to 19, and then finally question 20. Okay, so let's go to the first one. In which part of each section will you do the following? Demonstrate to yourself that you've learned something. And that is show your progress. So you'll demonstrate that you have made some progress. Next one, collaborate with other students. This is here, your discussion space. You'll be collaborating with them. In this case, it's the reddit.com/r/IELTS step-by-step, no spaces. But there's also a chance to collaborate on the Discord app, which is available as an app or on the web. So 15 is C. Learn new vocabulary. Of course, this is over here, new vocabulary, and all the practice exercises will be in that section. 17, practice exam style reading, listening, writing, or speaking tasks. This one is, in this case, we're using the listening practice, but it'll be IELTS writing, IELTS speaking, IELTS something practice. So it must be E then for this one here. Prepare yourself to learn vocabulary for a new topic, and that happens at the introduction of the theme. It's where you practice, you activate your world knowledge related to that theme. So that's A. And then the last one, learn the skills needed to teach yourself. That's the learner training video. So that's always coming after the introduction, and that's in B. Okay. And the last one here, question 20, when you have finished the course, you should leave a review so that James can make the necessary improvements to the course. Okay, so I think that's it. I want you to enjoy this course. I want you to have fun on this course. I want you to learn on this course. I want you to collaborate with me and other students on this course so that you can have a great experience. And please let me know if you have any questions. I'm available on Reddit mostly, also on the Browse Q&A on Udemy. I don't really have time to answer any questions on the Discord app, so use that really to talk to other students, but Reddit is the best place to find me. Okay, thank you very much for all your attention in this introduction video. Good luck and keep calm and carry on. Okay, welcome to this first introduction video of this course, and this section is in relation to the following theme: relationships, family and early learning. Now, before we go into the structure of this section, I would like you to get a general breakdown of the structure of all the introduction videos in this course. So I'm going to speak briefly about how they are arranged so that you know the reasons why I've decided to do that. So the first part of each introduction video is something that I'd like you to do called visualization. That is you using your imagination to think about the theme. So let's do an example now. If I say the word family, what image comes to your mind, and what little movie or film comes to your mind when I say family? For me, that is a family gathering, Christmas time or birthday, somebody's birthday, where the family is together, laughing, joking, sharing food, for example. So let's try with early learning. What image or little film or movie comes to your mind when I talk about early learning? So think about that for a short while. I'll give you a few seconds and then I'll tell you what I was thinking. Okay, so when I was thinking about early learning, I was thinking about a child learning to ride a bicycle, or a child putting pieces of Lego together to make a spaceship. That's something that I was thinking of for early learning. Now, why did I make you do that? Well, there is something that teachers know about, and it's called activating your schema, or the plural of schema is schemata. So activating all of your schematas or schemata. What does that mean? Well, most English speakers have no idea what that means, but a teacher who knows how a language teacher who knows how languages are learnt will know that it's very important to activate our schemata before we start learning something. Now, in the real world, I'm always activating my schemata. If I'm about to learn to drive a car, and I can see the car in front of me with my eyes. I can touch the car, I can touch the steering wheel, I can hear the noise of the car engine and the car brakes when I'm pressing the brakes. So because it's a practical learning experience, I can't drive the car by reading a book. Sorry, I can't learn to drive a car by reading a book. I have to physically do it. Because of that, learning to drive a car it certainly would take a lot. It takes a lot shorter time than if you were trying to read about how to drive a car or watch videos about how to drive a car. Now, the issue is that ideally I would take you, for example, to a primary school. If we were learning the verbs and nouns and adjectives related to early learning, ideally I would take you to a primary or a preschool. We'd talk to the children, you would learn some words that the teachers used, you would see some things, and you would ask me, what is that child doing? And I would say that child is, let's see, find a word. That child is has inherited some skills from his father, and that's why he knows how to do that thing. Unfortunately, time is a problem, money is a problem, and I cannot give you that experience. So we have to use activating our schemata to pretend that we are in that situation. Now, this activating of schemata is important not just for learning things, but for any situation where you are in an artificial environment. The most artificial environment is the IELTS exam. So, for example, you get to the exam, you've got the time pressure, you've got the other students, somebody's dropped a pen, somebody's dropped a ruler, and you're already a little bit stressed, and then you get a huge, let's say a huge reading text, and the top of the title, the top of the text says, Amazonian river dolphins are on their way out. Okay, so do I dive straight in and start reading that text? No. I need to spend about 30 seconds activating my schemata. In other words, I need to think about my world knowledge, visualize my world knowledge about this topic. So, dolphins, I know what a dolphin is. Amazon, I know where the Amazon is. Amazon river dolphins, I think I've heard that they can't see very well because they live in very murky water or very muddy water. And I think I saw a picture once of them and they've got very light skin. That's all I know. And it says on their way out. I remember the IELTS step-by-step course about vocabulary, and on their way out, it was something about that they're slowly dying, they're going extinct. I think that's what it means, but I'm not sure. Okay, that's 30 seconds of my time. Now I start reading. That's your activating your schemata, getting your brain ready to learn or to absorb new information. Activating schemata is very important in the listening as well, mainly because you have a limited time. For example, someone says, you will hear two people talking about preschool education in Australia. Okay, and you have 35 seconds to read, look at questions 1 to 8. I don't think they give you a time. They say you have some time to look at questions 1 to 8. During that time, when you're looking at the questions, you are also visualizing anything related to preschool children in Australia. Warm country, probably a lot of outdoor activities, and multicultural society. So you'll be having people from Vietnam speaking to English speakers, interacting at a young age. So all these things we're thinking about when we're activating our schemata. And that is why I'm asking you to do it in this course as well, to give you some training for the real exam, when you have to visualize something before you start reading, before you start listening, and in this case, before you start learning new vocabulary. However, this is a training course. It's not a real exam. So after I've asked you to visualize all those images and words, or all those pictures, sorry, and films, then I will show you some pictures and videos related to this theme. So let's do that now. We're going to go to a website that I use for this called iStock Photo, and it's a stock website for photographers to sell their photos to advertisers and people who need to use such pictures. So I've typed in here family, early learning and relationships. And what I'm going to do now is talk about each image. Now, what you will notice about this part of the video is that actually I speak quite quickly here. And I don't always finish my sentences, and I use fillers quite a lot. Fillers are well, okay, so, and, long and. These native speakers use all the time in any language, And it's basically to give your brain some time to think before you start saying the next sentence or the next phrase. So I'm going to be doing that deliberately. Why? For a few reasons. Number one, you've already got the visual aid to help you. So you don't need to worry about not exactly following what I'm saying. Number two, I want you to get used to the sound of English. And I want you to get used to the sound of English at the normal speed that most people speak it at. And number three, I want you, when you go into an IELTS listening exam, to feel like I don't have a problem with keeping up with the speed of this speaker. Okay, so that's three reasons why I speak quite quickly in this part of the introduction videos. So let's give you an example. So over here we've got a guy and he's doing a high five with his daughter. It looks like it's breakfast because they're drinking some orange juice. And it could be, I think that looks like a homework book. So it looks like she has managed to get the correct answer and he's very pleased with his daughter. Over here, this looks like a nice warm and cozy environment in a bedroom somewhere, and she's looking at a book. He's pointing at a picture perhaps, and she's following his finger, and she seems to be having fun. Over here we were in a family situation and she is licking her finger. It looks like it could be a piece of toast or something, and she seems to be happy, and the mother is smiling, so that's quite sweet. This looks like they're about to go to a formal situation, so the little boy has to put on a tie and what could be a suit, and it's probably the first time he's ever done that, and his father's really proud, and he looks we can't see how the boy is reacting, but we could assume that he's feeling quite proud of himself. Over here the little girl is working away at what could be her homework, but unfortunately the father is busy on his phone with work-related stuff. So that suggests there's a little bit of how could I say this word? There's a gap between the father and the daughter. It looks like this is the same photographer and the same setup of these families having breakfast. Father and son brushing their teeth, and they have the same sort of expression, so that's quite sweet. Again, father and son. The boy is copying his father with the same style hat and similar clothing as well. And let's just do, I think we're all pretty much the same here. Let's do this one here. So it looks like a daughter, so the daughter and the father going for a swim, and he's teaching her how to swim by kicking because they've got a special floating device here. Okay, so you get the general idea, and you can, if you want, do this yourself. Go to istockphoto.com, type in the words or the phrases that you want to activate your own schemata with, and try to talk about the pictures themselves to give yourself practice and to allow your visualization process to be more efficient in the real exam. Let's have a look at some videos now. Okay, so here we've got a little boy learning to play the piano with his father. Over here, little boy has just arrived home from, it could be from school. The mom has got his bag and she's helping him to take his shoes off, I think. Over here we've got a young man with his father. They look like they've been running together and they've taken a break, and similar colored shoes, so suggesting there is still a connection between the father and the son. Here we've got a family the father is helping the boy do his homework while the mom is working on something. Over here we've got the father, I think he's making an omelette, but the daughter is helping in some way. I'm not sure what she's doing, but she's mixing or stirring something there, and they're working on a project together. Let's do this last one. This young boy, he looks like he could be about 13 or 13, maybe 14, and he's just had his first shave, perhaps. So father teaching the young boy how to become a man. Okay, so I think that's enough. You can look at the rest of these images if you want in iStock Photo. Okay, so that is the activating schemata stage. And now your mind should be ready to absorb new information relating to the concepts of, or the themes of, family, early learning and relationships. So now what I'd like you to do is to write down as many words and phrases as you can for about 45 seconds related to this theme. Now, ideally, you would do this in English, but if you feel that you don't have the level that is required to write down what you want to say, then you can also do it in your own language. You can do a mixture of English and your own language. You can do it on a piece of paper, you can do it on your computer, you can even do it on your mobile phone, but spend about 45 seconds to 1 minute writing down as many words and phrases that you think might come up in relation to family, early learning and relationships. Okay, and after 45 seconds we'll look at the actual words that you will be studying. Okay, so these are the words and the phrases that you will be studying in relationships, family and early learning, and this is your vocabulary list. And you'll see there's a large number of nouns, a few collocations with compound nouns. A compound noun is made up of two nouns. So for example, family is a noun and gathering is a noun. So you've got family gathering. Over here, sibling is a noun and rivalry is a noun. So sibling rivalry. And then a few adjectives and verbs as well. Now, you can click on any of these words and they will take you, it will take you to the dictionary definition of the word, and you are welcome to look at the meaning of the word before you start the vocabulary practice. There's your 8 exercises for the vocabulary practice. However, it's not, in fact, I would discourage you from looking too much at the dictionary definitions for these, because I would like you to try to guess from context many of these words and phrases when you get to the vocabulary practice. Now, why do I want you to guess from context? Well, there's 2 reasons. The first one is because obviously in the real exam you will not have a chance to access a dictionary. So you have no chance to look up the meaning of a word. And the second thing is because one of the best ways to remember something is to be creative about it. Now, if, for example, I clicked on this word instinct, if I clicked on instinct and I saw the dictionary definition, all I am doing is passively accepting the definition of the word. However, if the word instinct came up in the context of a short reading, which is something similar to what you will get here, in fact it will be a listening, then you are forced, or your brain is forced, to be creative about trying to work out the meaning of that word. And it's really the creativity that you put in, that your brain puts in, that will help you to remember that word, and it will help you to be able to use that word again in your speaking or in your writing. So I discourage you from clicking on too many of these words and looking at the definition before you start. If a word, for example, you've seen this word a few times and you have tried to guess the meaning, but it would be really nice to know the meaning now, then by all means, please click on the word and check if your guesses were correct. But guessing the meaning beforehand is, I think, very important. Now, before we move on to the learner training video, which is this time it's about collocations, and you'll see collocations here, often two words that come together. But before we move on to that, I just want to talk about this show your progress task. This show your progress task happens in every section, and in fact you repeat this task twice. The first time it's before you start learning the new vocabulary, and the second time at the end of the section. Now, if you know what the meaning of progress is, you'll get the idea behind this. I want you to prove to yourself that you are making progress in each section. And if you start off by doing the task at the beginning, and then you notice that you have some gaps in your knowledge, then number one, you'll be able to fill those gaps with the new vocabulary. But number two, you will also notice that those gaps are filled at the end. And so you can see, okay, I went from I don't know how to say this to I have a good idea of how to say this. It's not perfect, but it's much better than it was before. And then you can work on that and improve on it throughout the course, and not just in each section. There's another reason why I want you to do these show your progress tasks. In the second time you do the show your progress task, right at the end of the section, you will then share what you did with other students on a website called Reddit. And that website allows upvoting, downvoting, which you hopefully won't get, and commenting. It's similar to this browse Q&A. The only problem with this, I find, is that good comments or useful comments get lost down in the conversation at the bottom. Whereas a Reddit conversation, the best and most useful comments or examples or model answers get pushed to the top because people are so impressed with them and they vote them upwards, so they get to the top, and therefore you see the best quality stuff at the top of the page. So that's why I've chosen to use Reddit. And you will be sharing your spoken task with a link, and you'll be sharing your writing task in one of the comments, and people can comment on it and give you feedback on it. And that's really important, because obviously it will help you to improve, but it will also improve your motivation levels. Okay, so this first time I would like you to complete this task over here, and it just gives you the reasoning behind what's the point, the reasoning behind show your progress. So just read that. It's basically what I've said, but I want you to be clear about why I want you to do this and why it's so important, and why you should not just skip the show your progress sections, because in the end you will feel that you've benefited from it. Okay, so I think that's enough for this. So once you've done your show your progress, you can do the show your progress now if you want, or you can do the show your progress after the learner training video. As I said, this learner training video is about something called collocations, words that often come together. And then once you've done the vocabulary practice, there is a IELTS style, I think this one is an IELTS style listening practice, that's right. So you'll do that, and then you'll do the show your progress task again at the end of the section. Now, one more thing before we move on, and I've mentioned this before in the introduction, but just to remember that if you want to discuss anything about this in general, you can click here and it will take you to the IELTS step-by-step YouTube course, Reddit page. I don't know why I said YouTube course, that's very strange. So this Reddit page, and you can type comments over here, and if you like somebody's comment or you think it's a useful one, you upvote it, and it'll come over here and you'll have a little arrow that you can click up, and in that way you can collaborate with each other. You can also, however, voice chat. So if you want to click here, you can chat about anything related to this theme in real time with other students. You just need earphones and a microphone. Okay, so I think that's enough for this first introduction video. The other introduction videos will be a lot shorter, but this was giving you a breakdown of each introduction video. So I'll see you in the next video, and that is a learner training video about collocations. Okay, welcome to the first learner training video, and this one is about collocations. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about? If you break down the word collocation, co means together and locate means place. So together place, it's talking about words that often appear together. It's not just in English, in every language there are collocations, words that just sound right together. In this first section 2, we're looking at relationships, family and early learning, and I've deliberately chosen a word, friendship, which I think most people should know. At least you should know the word friend. Let's have a look at the meaning of friendship first, and then we'll come back to the collocations for it. Okay, so a friendship is a relationship between friends. Pretty simple. Okay, so what I'd like you to do now is to look at some example sentences, all of which have a collocation error in them. So there's the example, the word friendship, and it says, none of these sentences sound right to a native speaker's ear. They just sound a bit strange. I can understand what they mean, but they sound strange. So what I'd like you to do, you can pause the video if you like, but I'd like you to read all 6 of these sentences and try to find where the mistake in the collocation, where the mistake might be. Okay, so if you want, you can pause the video now and try to do that. And then we're going to look at how we can fix these sentences. Okay, so let's have a look at these 6 sentences here. Their friendship was begun after they met at a conference. Now, the issue here is this begun, was begun. We don't usually use a passive voice, this is the passive voice, with friendship. So the issue is here. I'm not going to give you the answer yet because you're going to find the correct words when I give you the relevant resources. Over here, friendship often expands on the basis of shared interests. Friendship does not collocate with expand, so the issue is this word here. Their friendship was injured after a fierce argument. Injured does not work with friendship. It can work with a physical damage to your leg or to your arm. A person was injured in a football match, for example, but it doesn't work with friendship. However, I do understand the meaning of the word, so that's not the issue. It's the words that don't fit together. Next one, Ron had formed a near friendship with Andrea. There we go. We don't say near with the word friendship. The 2 men formed a continuous friendship. I have a general idea what they're trying to say, but it doesn't fit with the word friendship. And he turned down the king's proposal of friendship. It doesn't work here. So, how can we know which words are better? Fortunately, English is one of the most studied languages in the world, and you're learning a language which has huge numbers of resources, both paid and free. And the great thing about learning English is that most of these resources are available online on the internet. So these are the 3 resources that I use that are great for working out the best collocations for each word. They're in the order that I most commonly use them. So the first one is the dictionary, Longman Dictionary of Contemporary English online.com. it's great for collocations. However, not every word has a collocation or list of collocations in this dictionary. So there is another dictionary, and it's spelled OZDIC, so osdic.com, and that is dedicated only to collocations. However, again, not every single English word appears in OSDIC. So if I really want to know the collocations of a more obscure word, I go to this one here. Now you'll see that the URL is quite a long one, so I will give you the link at the bottom of this video, and you can click on the skellsketchengine.co.uk if you need to use it. But I would suggest looking at these two first before you move on to the Skell Sketch Engine, and I'll give you a reason or two why now. So let's go and have a look at this second one. Let's start with the second one because that's dedicated to collocations only. So I've typed in the word friendship, and you will see that at the top it's got all the adjectives that go with friendship. Now, friendship is a noun, and adjectives in English appear before the noun. So you would say a beautiful friendship, or a close friendship, or an intimate friendship. And then you've got verbs that come with friendship. Verb comes usually before the noun friendship. So you develop a friendship or you form a friendship. And then occasionally the verb comes after the word friendship. So friendships need time to develop. Prepositions: he was jealous of the friendship between his wife and daughters. And then common phrases: ties of friendship, bonds of friendship, the hand of friendship. So you'll see how powerful this OSDIC can be for words that you think you know. Now, this is why collocations are so important. Before we move on to looking at the other two dictionaries, I would just like to give you a bit of history about collocations. Now, in the 1980s or the late 1970s, until then, learning any language was quite a difficult thing to do. If you were in a formal learning situation, you had to be quite a mathematically brained person. So learning in a school situation, it was not so easy to learn a language. And that was mainly because it was considered that grammar was how could I say this easily in English? It was the scaffold in which everything else was added. So the grammar was the scaffolding, the structure of the language, and then words, single words were added to it until you had developed your ability to speak that language. However, research, especially into children learning their native language, showed that the human brain does not work that way. The human brain works in what we call chunks of language. It remembers chunks of language, and chunks of language would be groups of 2 or 3 or 4 words that a child hears so regularly that it just stays in that child's brain. And we can take that research from children's language learning, and we can move it into adult language learning for English as a second language, or French as a second language, or Spanish as another language. So the most basic chunk in English is a collocation. One word and another word that often comes together. And this is why modern language teachers, good language teachers, are very they put a lot of effort into helping their students to know the collocations that come with words that they learn. And so you will see that I often mention the word collocation in this course. The exercises often come up with collocations that often come with the words you are learning, because it's not enough to just know the meaning of the word, in this case, friendship. That's not enough. You need to know that the word beautiful comes with friendship, but not the word expand. Okay? Right, let's just move on to the other two dictionaries so that you can have a look at them as well. So this is Longman, and we've got friendship over here. And if I go down, you'll see there's a dedicated box with the word collocations written at the top, and all the verbs that go with it, all the adjectives, and all the phrases. And you'll see that they should basically be the same as what come up in Ausdijk. And the last one here, there I've typed in friendship. Remember, this is the one that has a lot more of the English words that would not appear, certainly not appear in this dictionary. As I said, the collocations section is not always available for every word, and not always does the Ausdijk have the word that you're looking for, but 99% of the time Scale Sketch Engine has the word you're looking for. However, what you can see here, it's a bit more difficult to follow. It's a bit more condensed. However, they've added a new something new to it now, which makes it a little bit more easy, and that is if you click on context, then you can see where the word friendship fits. So friendship deepens, friendship lasted a long time, the friendship developed over 3 years, the friendship ended when she cheated on him, friendship grows from when they first met, etc. Okay, so click that context on if you're finding it difficult to make head or tail of Scale Sketch Engine. Okay, so we're going to go back to this little task here, and what I'd like you to do again is to pause the video and use the resources that are linked at the bottom of this video to fix the mistakes. So for example, let's do the first one together. Their friendship was begun after they met at a conference. Let's go to Ausdijk, and we need something that has the similar meaning to begun, and it is a verb. So to begin, started up. Okay, so let's use started. Okay, so the first one here, their friendship started after they met at a conference. Okay, so please pause the video now, and when you're ready, come back and we will fix the rest of these collocation errors. Okay, so over here we've got friendship often expands on the basis of shared interests. Expands, let's see if we can I think they mean develop. So if we type in here, their friendship often develops on the basis of shared interests. Over here, their friendship was injured after a fierce argument. I think injured certainly doesn't work, but there's the word similar in meaning to you could say destroy or wreck, and the past or the verb 3, it would be wrecked. Let's use destroyed. So their friendship was destroyed after a fierce argument. Now, Ron had formed a near relationship with Andrea. Can you remember that word? It's right up here, a close friendship with Andrea. And the two men formed a continuous friendship. I think they mean a long, I think they mean a long term, yeah, long standing, lifelong. Let's use lifelong. Did I spell it right? Let's just check. Oh, it's just one word, so let's go back a bit. Without a hyphen, and we put lifelong. And the last one, he turned down the king's proposal of friendship, and something about a suggestion. Okay, here it is, an offer of friendship or a gesture of friendship, one of the two. I like the word offer, so let's use the word offer here. Okay, and now to the native speaker, this sounds a lot better. And these are the sort of things that, as I said, because collocations form a very important basis for language learning, an examiner's mind is going to think back to his childhood when he knows that the word offer of friendship, or the phrase offer of friendship, he knows it's right. He's a native speaker. He's heard that so many times. And when you say proposal of friendship, something deep down in his mind tells him, that's a bit jarring. It doesn't quite work together. I understand what the candidate is saying, but I just remember that, and when I'm thinking about putting a mark down, it's not as good as it could be. Okay? Now, what I'd like you to do is to complete the next exercise. Again, these are types of collocations. However, these focus primarily on the prepositions that come with the words. So a lot of collocations are adjectives with nouns, or verbs with nouns, or adverbs with verbs. But these collocations are prepositions with nouns and verbs. Now, prepositions, if you want to look that up, I'll put a link down at the bottom, and you can have a look at a little bit more about what prepositions are. Because in English, this is one of the most difficult areas of English that students have trouble with, and that is knowing which preposition to use in a certain situation. Misused collocations can sound unusual or strange to an examiner, but when you use the incorrect preposition, that can really affect him or her subconsciously, and it can cause you to get a lower mark than you deserve. So it's very important to get your prepositions correct. So what I'd like you to do now is to pause the video and then come back, and we'll just check the answers related to prepositions that come with these common words. And just to give you a heads up, what you need to type in here, for example, number 1, the president refused to comment. You need to type in the word comment, not the problem, to find the collocation that comes with comment. I found out about the hotel, the internet. You need to type in the word internet, or the phrase the internet. Apply, type in the word apply to find the collocation with that. The students were allowed to participate. You need to type in participate. I was completely satisfied for this one. My mother is concerned. And then this whole phrase, type that in, and you'll find the missing word there. Cost something living, the whole phrase, trying to find the missing word here. Several reasons, you need to just type in the word reasons. And especially this whole phrase, in fact, there are several. You'll find that whole, not this word, but there are some reasons, there are 7 reasons, there are many reasons. And I look forward, and with the ing. Okay, so that's a little bit of a heads up for you. Try to find the missing words in for these gaps, and then come back after you've finished and we'll fill in the correct answers. Okay, so let's have a look at the first one. The president refused to comment. I know this to be a fact because I know as a native speaker it always comes with refuse to comment on the problem. You might have found about, but that's usually because comment is used as a noun. So they made comments about his strange clothing, yes, but to comment is a verb, and more common is with the word on. Next one, I found out about the hotel on the internet again. We just know that phrase, on the internet. I would like to apply for the position of head chef, so apply for something. The students were allowed to participate in. So you participate in an event. The next one, I was completely satisfied with the service. So satisfied with something. My mother is concerned about the amount of money I spend each week. So amount of money, concerned about something. The cost of living has increased 5% this year. Okay, and cost of living, so how much it costs for you to have a basic life, how much it costs for you to pay for electricity and water and petrol for your car and transport to get to and from work, food, things like that. There are several reasons for this increase. So there is a reason, there are many reasons for this situation. And the last one, I look forward to receiving your reply. I have seen some students write, I look forward to receive your reply. This is not an infinitive here. This is a preposition. So we need the ing of a verb after all prepositions. If there's a verb after a preposition, we take the ing form. A little bit of grammar for you. Okay, so I hope it's a bit more clear to you why collocations are so important, and in the later video I'm going to give you some techniques about recording new vocabulary so that you can think about it and use that vocabulary outside of this course. And I want you to remember how important collocations are, so that when you come across a new word, make sure that you look up the collocations that commonly come with it, 2 or 3 or 4, make a note of those next to that word in your notebook, because they're going to be of great use and great significance to you later on when you are developing your skills as an English learner. Okay, I hope that was useful, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to the next section, and this section deals with the theme of the body and the mind. Now, what I'm going to let you do now is to visualize any images that come to your mind relating to the body and the mind. Now, why am I asking you to do this? Can you remember from last lesson what I asked you to do? I wanted you to activate your schemata. As I said, this is teacher language. Most English speakers have no idea what that means, but it's teacher language that means getting your mind ready to learn new things. And if we've got the theme of body and mind, I want to activate your schemata or your world knowledge of the theme of the body and the mind. So now I want you to visualize any images that come to your mind relating to this theme. And then we'll see the images and pictures that istockphoto.com have for this theme, and you can compare and have a look. So think about it now. If you want, you can pause the video, allow your mind to think about anything related to the body and the mind. Okay, so let's have a look at some of these images here on iStock by Getty. Okay, so we've got this lady here. She looks like she is doing yoga because she's sitting on a yoga mat. She's taking a break from it, obviously. Here's a nice illustration of somebody also doing yoga. Some more yoga. It looks like in the early morning there's a bit of mist on this lake, and it's early morning looking sun. She seems to be going for a stroll in the early morning as well, enjoying nature perhaps. More illustration, a lot of illustration it seems here in watercolor. This medium can be quite relaxing, I presume. Here's somebody contemplating life. It looks like looking down, thinking about things. This idea of physical, body is physical, related to spiritual, related to mental, and how they all connect together. Another watercolor, and it looks like all the different things you might do to remain healthy physically. These are all physical things. Somebody doing yoga in shallow water in the sea. This looks like MRI, magnetic resonance scanning. Somebody is being tested. Their mind might be being tested as they're asked to look at pictures or answer questions. Okay, and I think we get the general idea of this theme. Let's have a look at some videos now. And it looks like we've got this idea of synapses firing, these little things, neurons inside the brain that pass information, chemical signals from different parts of the brain, and that's how we think. She looks like she's just getting younger all the time until she's basically a young girl. Okay, so maybe that means there's something connected with, you know, remain or keeping young by doing all the right things, good diet, good exercise, and good thought processes. She looks like she's doing yoga over here, and she is contemplating life as well, looking out into the ocean or over the ocean in the afternoon or late afternoon. Okay, I think we get the general idea. That's what happens on each neuron. I think I'm not a biochemist, but I think that's what's happening. And over here we've got this lady doing yoga in what looks like a nice tropical rainforest area. And this last one here, let's talk about him. He seems to be, maybe he's taking a break from his work on the rooftop of his workplace. Okay, so I think that's enough for the mind and the body and all the videos and images related to it. All right, so I think that's given you something to work with in terms of activating your schemata. Now you know the drill. What's the next stage? Now you have to write down words or phrases that came to your mind while you were looking at these pictures and these videos. So I'm going to give you 45 seconds. Pause the video now, write down any words or phrases that came to your mind relating to this theme. It can be in English, it can be in your own language, it doesn't matter at this stage. Okay, so pause the video now and I'll see you in 45 seconds. Okay, so that should be enough time. How much time did you really take? Did you take longer than 45 seconds? Well, that's good. You're a motivated student. Okay, so what I'd like you to do now is look at the list of words and phrases that you wrote down in English or in your own language, and I want you to compare it with the list of what you're going to study in this section. Okay, so we've got nouns, adjectives, verbs, and adverbs up nicely divided up. And did you manage to write down any of these words that have already come up in the list? If you did, that is fantastic. But if you didn't, and they should be, you might have something written there that you think this is an IELTS word. Please feel free to write it in the comments that you would like that word to be added to this course. That's not a problem. Okay, now you've had a look at these words. Remember, you can click on each word if you want to see a little bit more information about it in the dictionary. But that comes on to my next video. In fact, the next video, the learner training video, is how to use a monolingual dictionary. And I strongly believe at the level that you can understand mostly what I'm saying, you don't really need a bilingual dictionary. What you do need is a monolingual dictionary. English only dictionary. And I'm going to explain why the dictionary I will be talking about in the next video is very good. And I'll also introduce 2 or 3 other free dictionaries which I recommend as well. So go to the next video. Just before we finish here, I would like you to just remember about the show your progress section. This is very important to do before you start practicing your vocabulary. And this is where you will be able to measure your own personal progress. You do the tasks before you start learning the vocabulary, and then you do the tasks at the end. And you will see the difference, which should be, because you're all good students, a very big jump from the beginning to the end. And this keeps your motivation levels high. It also gives you a chance to get some feedback, some criticism if you want. Feedback is positive and negative, criticism is negative. So get some feedback from other students about how you can improve, and feedback is often motivational. It says, wow, they're really impressed with what I wrote or what I said in the speaking task. So don't forget to do your show your progress before you start doing the vocabulary practice. Okay, but I'll see you in the next video, Learner Training, why monolingual dictionaries are important. Okay, welcome to this next learner training video, and this one is about the difference between monolingual dictionaries, English dictionaries, and bilingual dictionaries, English to Italian or English to Chinese or Chinese back to English. And what I'm going to try and convince you to realize is that monolingual dictionaries at this level, intermediate and above, are better than bilingual dictionaries. And I'm sure that you have a bilingual dictionary, certainly an app on your phone that will translate from English to your language and back again. But there are some dangers and some pitfalls that I want you to be aware of when you do that. So let's take an example. Last introduction video was about family, early learning and relationships, and one of the words I remember clicking on that video was instinct. Now instinct is an abstract word. It is a noun, but it deals with abstract concepts. It deals with emotions and feelings, whereas if we took the word tree, for example, I can see a tree, I can touch it. So translating, especially nouns, physical nouns like tree into your language and back again usually isn't a problem. It's when we start to get higher level English words like abstract where the translation can break down. Now, if you are a Dutch speaker, usually that's not an issue because Dutch and English are quite close. If you're Danish, Swedish or Norwegian, shouldn't really be a problem. German, starting to become perhaps slightly problematic, but not too much. Then you get into the Latin-based languages. So if you speak French, Spanish, Portuguese, Romanian, or Italian, then okay, you might have a few difficulties, but usually you haven't got a problem. But things start to go wrong when you start speaking Central or Eastern European languages, Russian, and then you get completely confused when you go to Arabic, Hungarian, Chinese, Indonesian, and any of the African languages. So there are huge jumps, and it depends on what language you speak, but there are huge gaps between your ability to go from your language to English and back again. And the further geographically, the further you are away from English speaking, well, the origin of England, so the English Isles, the more likely you are to not understand, will not be able to translate very accurately. So I spoke about this word instinct, and I've got this word here. Let's just have a look at it. So the word instinct comes up over here. Now, this word has a large number of collocations, and we can have a look at them over here on Ausdic. A deep instinct, a powerful instinct, a strong instinct, a gut instinct that goes with this word. And I want to look at this word here, killer, just as an example. So a killer instinct, if you want, you can have a look at your phone now and type in killer instinct and let me know if you've got a translation for the word killer instinct. I would be surprised, unless you use a translating app, which I don't want you to do. I just want you to try and use your bilingual dictionary, but I would be surprised if it's got the meaning for killer instinct, because by itself it has a different meaning to just instinct. So most students, what they would do is say, okay, well, I know what killer means, and I'll just double check in my language, and then I'll type in instinct and I'll take that word and I'll put them together, and it must mean, and then you start thinking, okay, is it a murderer? A murderer instinct, so somebody who's naturally a murderer? Is it somebody that is born to kill? Is it somebody that finds killing easy? What does it really mean? And that is the danger that you have with translating word for word, because the meanings of words together and the meanings of words depending on their context gets lost in a bilingual dictionary. There are some good dictionaries that are bilingual. So here, for example, we've got the Cambridge Dictionary, and I have no trouble with them as long as you are aware that there is going to be a breakdown in communication depending on the context of the word and depending on which words come together with it. But so Cambridge Dictionary's got a large number from Spanish down to Japanese, which you can switch between. So if you want to go from Polish to English and English to Polish, they've got that option there. They have some semi-bilingual dictionaries. So for example, the Arab dictionary, Arabic dictionary only has 12,000 words, but it's still better than nothing. And the only problem is that it goes only from English to Arabic and not the other way around. The Collins Dictionary also has some good translations of individual words, so from English to Hindi, Hindi back to English, or the same with Chinese. But ideally, at this level of your learning, of your English learning, you're going to be sticking to monolingual dictionaries as much as you possibly can. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give you a chance to look at some free online dictionaries, and I want you to choose which dictionary you think is the best. So we're going to start with a little task for you, and I would like you to do that task. The link to the task is at the bottom of your page there, and I'd like you to click on it and go. And so this is the task here, and it's online monolingual dictionaries, and the task is to rank these definitions from the easiest to understand to the hardest. And once you've done that, I want you to check your answers using this blue answer checker down here. You check your answers according to readable.io's readability index. I'll explain that quickly. So this is a website where you can put in some text and it will tell you how easy it is for people to understand the text. And if it's particularly difficult, then it gets a lower rating, and if it's quite easy to understand, it gets a higher rating. So all these sentences have been put through this readability index, and so they are objective. They are objective decisions about what should be at the top and what should be at the bottom. But I want you as a learner of English to rank them first, and then decide if you agree, maybe you disagree with this readable.io's assessment of how easy or difficult the word is, or the definition is to understand. So go ahead and do that task, and then when you're finished, come back and continue the video. Okay, and so now we've got the word or the definitions in the order according to the readability index, from the easiest at the top to the most difficult to understand. And you'll see, let's say have a look at this one here, just the word stimuli. It's a Latin-based word, so I suppose if you speak Italian it's not an issue, but if you are speaking a language that's not related to Italian, just that word by itself is rather confusing. Inborn, pattern of behavior, characteristic, a response to specific environmental stimuli. So just that by itself is quite complex to understand. But then you get to the top and you have something like the way people, animals naturally behave or react without having to think or learn about it. Okay, I get a better idea of what the word instinct means. Now, what I've got here on the right hand side of this little I is the information of where which dictionary these come from. So let me just make that a bit bigger. Oops, sorry. A bit bigger. Okay, there we go. So dictionary from Cambridge, so Cambridge Dictionary at the top, and then Longman, which is the one that I've been using the most in this course, and then collinsdictionary.com, and the rest, Macmillan, I do use occasionally, and I'll go through the rest. Notice these two are the ones that most commonly come up on Google's search rankings as the best dictionaries, and dictionary.com and the free oh no, that's Oxford, so Oxford's really also quite difficult, and then the free dictionary is the most complex. So these last two here are the ones that most frequently come up at the top of the ranking for dictionaries, but notice they are the worst for language learners, or some of the worst for language learners, and Oxford as well, very innate, the word by itself. You'll have to look that up as well. So that's very frustrating to have a definition and then have to look at another word inside the definition to find the meaning of that word, and so you go down the rabbit hole and use up a lot of your time. So let's have a look at Cambridge Dictionary for the word instinct. So there it is, and you've got the word nice and clearly at the top, and the definition, and then some examples over here, and you can listen to
Instinct.
the English pronunciation for it, or the American
Instinct.
over there. And it has words related to the word instinct. I'm not really sure how, like farsighted and instinct, how they're connected. Predicting things and intuition. Okay, maybe related. And that's instinct in the American English. So there you've got the Cambridge Dictionary definition for this word. Now let's have a look at the second, the one that came up as the second most difficult, second most easy to read, and that was from Longman. And so the only issue really perhaps is this word, a tendency to behave in a certain way. And you can see it's underlined, so you can look at the meaning of this word. Hopefully not too far down the rabbit hole. If someone or something has a tendency to do or become a particular thing, they are likely to do it. So that there's a good chance that they will do it. So let's go back to instinct, and there's a good chance. If we know that the meaning is likely or a good chance, so a natural good chance to behave in a particular way, or a natural likelihood to behave in a particular way, or a natural ability to know something which is not learned. Okay, so perhaps the word tendency is a bit of an issue for you here, but it's good. It's a good word to know, and certainly a word that will come up in the IELTS, and it does come up in this course, by the way, so it's worth knowing these words as well. Now, what I like about Longman is that
Animals have a natural instinct for survival.
they have
The human instinct to form relationships.
the word in context, and it's spoken out for you. Now have a look here. All you've got is the word by itself. Now Longman used to have to pay to have access to the spoken sentences, because obviously it's a huge amount of work, and you've got to pay these voice actors, you've got to edit all of this. It's much cheaper to do something like that, but they made, about 3 or 4 years ago, they made this all free, which is fantastic, and my hat off to Longman for doing that, because it really helps learners of English. The other great thing about Longman, and one of the reasons why I use this dictionary a lot, is because it has these collocation boxes, and And there you've got killer instinct, an instinct to kill, harm, or defeat someone. So the team needs to develop the killer instinct. The football team keeps on failing, doesn't push hard enough, and they need to develop the killer instinct and to defeat the opposition team. So that's what it means here. And it also has some examples from everyday sources, newspapers, radio, TV, for example. And then let's look at, I think the third one was Collins. Okay, and we've got this word instinct here, and it's sort of a combination of Cambridge University's website mixed with Longman. But notice it doesn't have any collocations. However, it does focus a lot on the prepositions, and if you remember from my previous learner training video, prepositions, collocations with prepositions are quite important. So they do focus, at least in this case, on the prepositions, an instinct for something or an instinct to do something. So I do use Collins occasionally as well, and they do have some fantastic example sentences, and they tell you exactly where it comes from and in what year, so you can see the words better in context. Okay, let's have a look maybe at one more. Let's see if it's worth looking at. So the fourth one was Macmillan. Oh yes, so Macmillan Dictionary also has some good definitions, but what I really like about them is this lexical set, and I'm going to do an entire video about lexical sets at a later stage, so we'll be talking a lot about Macmillan in that video. But for the time being, I think this is my favorite dictionary, and I shall continue using this dictionary as much as possible. This dictionary is available as an app. It is expensive for most people, but I strongly recommend, if you don't have access to the internet all the time, then it's worth investing in this dictionary. I think it's one of the best that's available. So I think that's enough for monolingual dictionaries. This is just an introduction to them. Later, in a later video, I'll be going into a lot more detail about monolingual dictionaries and what these different colors mean, and what else you can do with Longman Dictionary, as well as the other 2 or 3 dictionaries that come up. So, but for the time being, this is enough for you to realize that monolingual dictionaries are a lot safer and a lot more reliable than relying on your bilingual dictionary app or an online bilingual dictionary. Okay, welcome to the next section. This section is diet, health, and exercise. How much exercise do you do? Are you a healthy person? Do you diet? Do you think the idea of dieting is a crazy one? I want you to start thinking about the images that come to your mind. Be conscious of them. This is your chance to do your own activating of schemata, because remember, in the real exam, you don't have access to a mobile phone or a computer. So you need to visualize or start to practicing visualizing the images before you do a reading, especially a listening. Okay, but here we are ready to look at the activating your schemata for diet, health, and exercise. So think about it, pause the video if you want, and then we're going to look at some images and videos. So pause it if you like. Okay, here we are. Diet, health, and exercise on iStockPhoto.com. So see a number of icons that designers buy for this, and you can see there's a lot of fitness related stuff and workout related stuff. Here we've got 2019, made up of different fruits and nuts to spell out the numeral. She seems to be working out. Older lady, it seems. She's got something to help her with weights. Some more icons. Fruits, vegetables, with a yoga mat over there, and some workout, a water bottle, some weights, running shoes, a scale. So that represents everything related to physical physical health and food and diet. She looks like she's in the gym going for a run on a treadmill. She, on the other hand, is looks like she's just checking her smartwatch after she's gone halfway through her run. More icons, checking her weight or checking her waist, the width of her waist. She's eating salad, looks like she's very happy about that. And here's a smoothie made up of what? Avocado, apple, some kale, or maybe some lettuce. Some more people running on a treadmill, and I think that's almost enough. She over here is stretching in early morning workout, and that looks like it could be yogurt that she's eating there. Okay, let's have a look at some videos now. So let's have a look at this lady here. She's going for a slow run. It looks like it's uphill, so she's doing well. She's got a long way to go, but she's doing well. She looks like she's going for a jog in the middle, in a forest. In a field area, maybe in a rural area, in early morning, and she is checking her smartwatch. Looks like she's in a gym somewhere. He's also wearing a smartwatch to keep track of his burning calories, perhaps keeps track of what he's doing, and that looks like he's in a nice park somewhere. This lady here, again a smartwatch, checking how she's doing in terms of exercise. This man here looks like he is working out in his lounge, so that might be something that he prefers to do rather than in the gym, a lot cheaper at least. This guy here looks like he's very tired, poor man. It looks like it's the evening, so he's probably been working all day and now he has gone for a jog. So and it's not in the most beautiful area, it's right next to the road, so it's not wonderful. And let's have a look at this last one here. She is almost not dropping an apple and talking to somebody on the phone. So she's just finished her yoga workout, it seems. Okay, I think that's good enough for the images and videos related to diet, health and exercise. So there you go, some stock photos for you to activate your schemata. Now you know what you have to do next. 45 seconds for you to write down any words and phrases that come to your mind relating to diet, health and exercise. So stop the video now, write down the words and phrases in English or in your own language. Go. Okay, and here we are with your vocabulary list. I'd like you to compare the words and phrases that you wrote down in English or in your own language with the vocabulary list that you are going to be studying here. Anything that jumps out at you? Did you write down junk food, for example? Did you write down a diet? Sorry, not diet. Where did I see this word? Nutrition. These are words, if you've managed to write down, which are very good. They show that your level is quite high. Health, for example, heart attack. These words, if you know them, that's great. But there's a lot more that you need to know about each word. Do you remember chunking, language chunks, collocations? You may know the word junk food, but do you know all the words that come together with it? And the grammar as well, which we will look at in the grammar course later on. Okay, so remember, you can click on the links if any of these words jump out at you, and these are the words that you are going to be studying. Do not forget your show your progress task, because that is going to show you the progress you are making and keep your motivation levels high for all 24 sections in this course. And the next thing you're going to be looking at in the next learner training video is a very good thesaurus. Does anyone know what a thesaurus is? Words often have similar meanings, and there's a special book called a thesaurus, which is now online, which gives you all the extra meanings or not the extra, the words that have a similar meaning to that word, because you, as I'm sure you know, IELTS don't like it when you write or say the same word repeatedly. So it's always good to have 2 or 3 other words that have the same meaning, and that's why we're looking at a thesaurus in the next learner training video. So I'll see you in that one. Okay, welcome to this learner training video, and this one is entitled Where Can I Find a Good Thesaurus and How Can It Benefit Me? Okay, so what is a thesaurus? Well, it used to be a book that would have a list of words and then all the synonyms for that word. A synonym is a word that has a similar meaning, and sometimes they would also have the antonym of that word, the opposite meaning. Nowadays, thesauruses, or I used to say thesaurus, but it's apparently the incorrect pronunciation. So nowadays, thesauruses are online, a lot of them, and some of them are free. So I'm going to be showing you 2 of the free online thesauruses that I use. Now, what is the reason for this? I think it's rather self-explanatory. If you're writing or speaking in the IELTS exam contains the same word repeated over and over again, for example, the word problem, then you're going to get a lower mark. However, if you can expand on that, the word problem with synonyms that have the same meaning or similar meaning to the word problem, then your mark will be higher, because your the impression that you give to the examiner will be better. It also helps to know the synonyms of problem, because when you get a reading or a listening, the likelihood of an idea about a problem coming up in the IELTS exam is very high, but they probably won't use the word problem. They will use a different word. Certainly when it comes to the questions, they won't repeat the same word in the question as is in the text. So it's very good to use a thesaurus to see the different ways you can say the same thing. Okay, so before we look at the 2 dictionaries, or sorry, the 2 thesauruses that I'm going to show you, I would like you to get a piece of paper and a pencil, or you can do it on your mobile phone or on your computer, and I would like you to write down all the different ways that I can say this phrase: solve a problem. So you can pause the video now, write down as many ways in English as you can say solve a problem, but without using the word solve and without using the word problem. So try and do that now. Okay, and so we'll come back to what you've written down there, but what we're going to do now is have a look at 2 thesauruses that are available online. So we'll start with this one here, and this is the oxforddictionaries.com. Now, you may remember from the last video that we were not very happy with Oxford Dictionaries, because their definition was quite complex and difficult to understand. Now, this is a sort of side note before we go back. It was pointed out to me that what we should have been looking at was Oxford Learners Dictionaries, because this one is designed specifically for learners. Now, I didn't know that it was free. I don't know, the last time I looked, there was a little red lock here, which obviously this is the case with academic English, which means you have to pay for it. But now it's free. So I've typed in instinct, and if you want, you can read that definition, and you can see that the definition here is a lot more easy to understand than the definition that was given in Oxford Dictionaries without the learners. Okay, so I will be talking more about this dictionary in a later video, because it is very good as well. But let's have a look at this Oxford Dictionaries, but the thesaurus URL. Okay, now we've got the word problem. We're starting with the word problem. I think it's a good idea. We'll come back to the word solve later, and I want to compare this dictionary. I keep on saying dictionary. I want to compare this thesaurus with the Collins thesaurus over here. 2 of the best thesauruses, the free ones at least, that I know of on the internet. And again, we've got the word problem. So let's have a look at this one first. The Oxford Dictionary's thesaurus has the word in a context of a sentence with no other meanings provided. However, Collins does it using the word difficulty in the sense of difficulty, and then it gives an example sentence over here. What you can first of all notice is that this is higher level English. He's under increasing stress due to personal problems and business problems. So you'd need to know what you would need to know what under increasing stress means, and no other information is given to you. So you need to be quite a high level learner to be able to use the Oxford Thesaurus, whereas you don't need to be that high level learner to use the Collins Thesaurus, because they give you that sense of difficulty. And let's just have a look at this one, an example with I think it's with okay, here we go, number 2, a mathematical problem. And look at Oxford over here, they haven't used the word mathematical, they've used a more obscure word for the same meaning. So you need to know what that means to understand what that word problems means. So that's one of the issues I have with Oxford's thesaurus or thesaurus. It's that it's sometimes a bit more difficult to understand the meaning of the word and then the synonyms related to that meaning. However, what was I going to say now? Oh yes, over here. So there is, however, a very good thing about Oxford's thesaurus, in that the words that are in bold and any words that come after it, after the commas, have very similar sense of meaning. So okay, all of these here, from difficulty all the way down to this very obscure word notice, are synonyms for the sense of problem here, as in a personal problem. They're all synonyms. However, this is sort of a super synonym, so you could almost use the same grammar. You could say I'm having difficulty with, I'm having an issue with, I'm having trouble with something. Okay, worry doesn't quite work here. I'm having a complication with something. So you can almost use the same grammar with these here in the same line, in the same case for these other meanings here. So these super synonyms are very useful. And then you compare that to Collins's synonyms, and take for example the word headache and then disagreement. Well, they are synonyms in a way, but they are very, very different in the way that they could be used in a sentence. However, you can click on this link here, see examples for each synonym, which gives you a sentence for each synonym so that you can see it in context. So now we can have a look at this word headache as an informal way to say problem. Their biggest headache is the increase in the price of fuel. And then you compare that to disagreement. My instructor and I had a brief disagreement. Now it's clear they're not interchangeable, but at least you can see these words in context. Compare that to Oxford dictionaries, and these words are left without any context whatsoever. So it's up to you to type in the word into another dictionary and try to find the meaning of that. Another downside is that these words are not clickable. You can't click on them. You've got to copy it and then go to the top and then paste it, etc., etc., which is a bit of an issue. Whereas here, if I want to find out what the word polite means, I can click on it. It'll take me to I'm still within the thesaurus of polite, but if I click on polite in the dictionary, I can see the meaning of the word from the Collins dictionary. So it's just a bit more, let's say it's a bit more user-friendly, the Collins dictionary. However, these super synonym divisions are, they're also a great benefit. So I would use, in fact, I end up using both dictionaries sometimes because it's just better. Okay, now let's have a look at the word solve. So we've got the word problem there, and we've done that one, and let's have a look at solve. Okay, and so synonyms for solve, find an answer to, etc. And they're all very similar in meaning because they have got the bold word, or the bold phrase in this case, at the beginning, and then anything coming after in commas, it's a sort of super synonym in that they are all similar in, very similar in meaning. And over here we've got the, now they've divided up here, the columns, they've divided up into a sense of an answer, as a verb, and all the synonyms for that, and then for the sense of clarify and crack. So in this case, actually, Collins is doing better than Oxford because they've lumped them all together in one as a single sense, whereas Collins have divided up into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different, or 4 different senses related to the word solve. So as I said, you would have to use both if you really want to improve. Now, one other thing is that for some reason Collins doesn't have the antonyms, whereas Oxford's thesaurus does. So that's just another reason to use both at the same time. Okay, so now what I'd like you to do is to use these links. I've put the links down at the bottom of this video for you to click on, and then I would like you to write down 3 more ways of saying solve a problem, and I would like you to post those 3 on the discussion space, also linked below, for other students who are also watching this video to comment on and to vote on. And hopefully by the end of after a few months or even a year of this course being done, there'll be some really good ways of saying solve a problem on that discussion space, and then you can use that in your IELTS writing and IELTS speaking. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to the next section. This one is life and leisure. What do you imagine that means, life and leisure? Do you understand what leisure is? Hobbies, things you do in your free time, sports maybe, life, everyday life, housework, for example, a balance between life and work. It could be something related to that. So before we look at the images and the pictures on istockphoto.com, you know what you have to do. Try to visualize the words, sorry, not the words, visualize images that come to your mind relating to life, leisure, hobbies, free time, etc. Okay, so pause the video if you want. Now's your time to think about them, and we'll have a look at the pictures. Okay, and if you're ready now, let's have a look. So this is the theme of life and leisure in iStock by Getty Images, and we see some girls surfing or getting ready to surf, some people going for a walk in the forest. She's enjoying the wind and the sun, it seems. They're just having breakfast, it looks like. Those two are seems like they're looking at something on a screen. Family time together with the young daughter, also reading something. She's enjoying the morning light over a piece of some coffee, it looks like. She's looking over the beautiful landscape, mountainous landscape, also sun setting or sun rising, I can't really tell. She's just having a good free time in the grass with her lovely hat on. Some people like to travel when they've got their free time, so off he goes in an aeroplane. She's doing some rock climbing there for her free time. They're enjoying a nice little cycle along the, it looks like it could be New York, or no, maybe that's San Francisco. I'm not sure. I'm not American. She looks like she's got a bit of a problem with, she needs to breathe, but she still seems to enjoy life, which is good. And I think that's basically all we need to talk about here. And you can see the rest. Now let's have a look at a video quickly, a video or two. And let's hover over here. So she's just, what is she doing? Maybe she's preparing a meal. I'm not sure what app that is, but she's certainly enjoying herself, very relaxed. These guys are just having a great fun, quite dangerous, but as long as they're having fun, that's good. She's taking her free time to go for a jog, which is a lovely thing to do in the afternoon or the morning, maybe, if you've got the energy. She's just relaxing completely over here. She looks like she's an artist. She's got her pencils over there, and she's just taking a break from her work. This is something they're doing in their free time, having coffee and looks like a pizza with friends and paying for it, which is nice. It's good to pay for those sort of things. And yeah, also some more free time fun with friends and maybe with family over some beers, it looks like. Oh, that's a good idea. You can really relax there if you're in that sort of environment. And then playing with pets, which is nice. And she's just enjoying the wind in her hair, which is a great thing to do in your free time. Okay, and you can have a look at more of these images and try to do the same thing that I've been doing, is try to talk about what's happening in each picture and get your mind ready for the theme of life and leisure. Okay, so now what you need to do is to write down any words and phrases that came to your mind relating to this. It can be in English, it can be in your language, it doesn't really matter which one it is at this stage. Okay, and once you've done that, then come back to the video and we are going to compare your list of words with the list that we will be studying in the next section or in the next lecture. Okay. All right, so here's the vocabulary list for life and leisure. Now, what I'd like you to do is to look at all these words and phrases, nouns, adjectives, verbs, verb phrases, and phrases with the word life or living. Did you manage to write down any of these? Did you? If you didn't, it's not a problem. That's why this course is here to help you. But if you did, that's really impressive. That shows you're already making progress. Okay. So there you've got the word hobby. We came up with, we said something about hobby last time, so that's good. Daily routine. I think I might have said that. Okay, anyway. So now you should be ready to have a look at these words and phrases. Remember, you can click on any of them. They will take you to the dictionary so you can look at the meaning of it before you start doing the vocabulary practice. However, if you want to just dive straight in to the vocabulary practice, that's great. But there are two things you need to do beforehand. Well, you are advised to do beforehand. Number one, it is the learner training video. Now, the learner training video for this one is what's the best way to learn new vocabulary that I've learnt. Best way to record, not learn. Did I say record or learn? Best way to record, sorry, new vocabulary that I've learned. So I'm going to be talking to you about the best way to write those words down, not just an alphabetical list or a random list, temporal list. Temporal means as you come across them, time, but in much more effective ways. But the other one is your show your progress task. Remember, that's the speaking and the reading that you will do now or maybe after the learner training video, and then you will repeat those same exact questions at the end of the lecture, or at the end of the section, and compare the progress that you have made. Okay, so I'll see you in the next learner training video about how to record new vocabulary. Okay, welcome to the next section. This one is life and leisure. What do you imagine that means, life and leisure? Do you understand what leisure is? Hobbies, things you do in your free time, sports maybe, life, everyday life, housework, for example, a balance between life and work. It could be something related to that. So before we look at the images and the pictures on istockphoto.com, you know what you have to do. Try to visualize the words, sorry, not the words, visualize images that come to your mind relating to life, leisure, hobbies, free time, etc. Okay, so pause the video if you want. Now's your time to think about them, and we'll have a look at the pictures. Okay, and if you're ready now, let's have a look. So this is the theme of life and leisure in iStock by Getty Images. And we see some girls surfing or getting ready to surf, some people going for a walk in the forest. She's enjoying the wind and the sun, it seems. They're just having breakfast, it looks like. Those two are, seems like they're looking at something on a screen. Family time together with the young daughter, also reading something. She's enjoying the morning light over a piece of some coffee, it looks like. She's looking over the beautiful landscape, mountainous landscape, also sun setting or sun rising, I can't really tell. She's just having a good free time in the grass with her lovely hat on. Some people like to travel when they've got their free time, so off he goes in an aeroplane. She's doing some rock climbing there for her free time. They're enjoying a nice little cycle along the, it looks like it could be New York, or no, maybe that's San Francisco. I'm not sure. I'm not American. She looks like she's got a bit of a problem with, she needs to breathe, but she still seems to enjoy life, which is good. And I think that's basically all we need to talk about here. And you can see the rest. Now let's have a look at a video quickly, a video or two. And let's hover over here. So she's just, what is she doing? Maybe she's preparing a meal. I'm not sure what app that is, but she's certainly enjoying herself, very relaxed. These guys are just having a great fun, quite dangerous, but as long as they're having fun, that's good. She's taking her free time to go for a jog, which is a lovely thing to do in the afternoon or the morning, maybe, if you've got the energy. She's just relaxing completely over here. She looks like she's an artist. She's got her pencils over there, and she's just taking a break from her work. This is something they're doing in their free time, having coffee and looks like a pizza with friends and paying for it, which is nice. It's good to pay for those sort of things. And yeah, also some more free time fun with friends and maybe with family over some beers, it looks like. Oh, that's a good idea. You can really relax there if you're in that sort of environment. And then playing with pets, which is nice. And she's just enjoying the wind in her hair, which is a great thing to do in your free time. Okay, and you can have a look at more of these images and try to do the same thing that I've been doing, is try to talk about what's happening in each picture and get your mind ready for the theme of life and leisure. Okay, so now what you need to do is to write down any words and phrases that came to your mind relating to this. It can be in English, it can be in your language, it doesn't really matter which one it is at this stage. Okay, and once you've done that, then come back to the video and we are going to compare your list of words with the list that we will be studying in the next section or in the next lecture. Okay. All right, so here's the vocabulary list for life and leisure. Now, what I'd like you to do is to look at all these words and phrases, nouns, adjectives, verbs, verb phrases, and phrases with the word life or living. Did you manage to write down any of these? Did you? If you didn't, it's not a problem. That's why this course is here, to help you. But if you did, that's really impressive. That shows you're already making progress. Okay, so there you've got the word hobby. We came up with, we said something about hobby last time, so that's good. Daily routine, I think I might have said that. Okay, anyway, so now you should be ready to have a look at these words and phrases. Remember, you can click on any of them. They will take you to the dictionary so you can look at the meaning of it before you start doing the vocabulary practice. However, if you want to just dive straight in to the vocabulary practice, that's great. But there are two things you need to do beforehand. Well, you are advised to do beforehand. Number one, it is the learner training video. Now, the learner training video for this one is what's the best way to learn new vocabulary that I've learnt. Best way to record, not learn. Did I say record or learn? Best way to record, sorry, new vocabulary that I've learned. So I'm going to be talking to you about the best way to write those words down, not just an alphabetical list or a random list, temporal list. Temporal means as you come across them, time, but in much more effective ways. But the other one is your show your progress task. Remember, that's the speaking and the reading that you will do now, or maybe after the learner training video, and then you will repeat those same exact questions at the end of the lecture, or at the end of the section, and compare the progress that you have made. Okay, so I'll see you in the next learner training video about how to record new vocabulary. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video, and this one is about recording vocabulary or recording lexis. Lexis is another word for vocabulary, but it has a more technical meaning, and it actually means phrases, common phrases, idioms, and vocabulary. Vocabulary are individual words. So lexis is vocabulary plus idioms, phrases, collocations, all of them together, lexis. Okay, and you'll see this word lexis later on, so it's important that you know what that means. So recording vocabulary or recording lexis, what's the point of recording it? You might say, this course is available to me forever. I've paid once. Udemy promises that this course is free once I've paid. This course is available to me for the rest of my life. Why would I need to record the vocabulary if it's already here for me? The thing is that your learning of new vocabulary depends on you thinking about that vocabulary. So yes, I give you the practice tests and the practice activities and tasks, but that might not be enough for you. And the point of this recording vocabulary and recording lexis is that you are able to choose the vocabulary that you think is most important for you. Vocabulary that might be useful in the exam, but also vocabulary that you are finding difficult to remember. So maybe other students have no trouble to remember that word because in their language the word is the same, but in your language that is a difficult word to remember. So recording this vocabulary is important. And recording, I mean noting down, taking notes about that vocabulary. Okay, so what I've got here is something called a lexicon. And a lexicon is a list of words that are particularly useful for a subject. That's the dictionary definition of lexicon. But we changed it slightly. A lexicon in this case is a list of words that are useful for you in this course, in this training course. Let's talk about the old way of recording lexis. Certainly when I was at school, the teacher made us have a lexicon or a note recording, a book for recording vocabulary, and it was basically we were forced to write the date of the lesson, underline it, and then write down any new words that came up, and usually with the translation into English because I was learning an African language. And so I wrote the word, maybe a dash, the English word, and then that was it. Closed the book, at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of the academic year, I would try and remember the words, but by week 3 I had to write them down because I knew the teacher wanted me to. But did I really learn the words? No, I didn't. And I was a very bad language learner, actually. I don't only blame myself, I blame old, outdated, traditional teaching methods and very boring teachers. Okay, so why am I asking you to use this system here? Well, let's first have a look at what it looks like. So this one is an online version, and I'll talk about the possibility of an offline version later. But this is the one that I've set up for you. This is based on a class lexicon that I used to have when I used to work at a language school. There were 15 people in the class. It was a small group, and they would contribute, each student would contribute to the lexicon. And because it was online, they could add a word even if they were on holiday in another country, or if it was 3 o'clock in the morning, it didn't matter. And by the end of the course, it was a 3-month course, then they had a list of words that people felt the whole class could benefit from. And in fact, it did. It was not an IELTS exam preparation class, it was for an exam called CAE, Certificate of Advanced English from Cambridge University. And all of the students really liked the idea of having a lexicon that people could collaborate on and everybody could work together. Ideally, that would be nice for me to do with you guys, but I'm hoping that I'll have more than 15 students on this course, because it's taken me a lot of time. And so having a collaborative lexicon is just not feasible. And so I would encourage you to have your own personal lexicon for this, and you can maybe invite other students who you meet on this course, because you will meet people on this course, to join, and you can have a little lexicon of 3 or 4 or 5 people together if you want. But I encourage you to make this a personal one. So over here, this is what it looks like. I've got the date in the left hand column of when I've added this word, then the piece of lexis. So remember, it can be vocabulary, or it can be a phrase, or an idiom, or a phrasal verb. Then the part of speech definition. Now let's do one word as an example first before I continue from this column E onwards. So I used the word feasible about a minute ago, so let's put that one in. And we'll type in the word feasible into Longman. And let's see what it says. So a feasible plan or idea or method is possible and is likely to work. Okay, so I'm going to copy that. And if I'm on a PC, I press Control-C for copy. If I'm on a Macintosh, Command-C. So I'm on a Macintosh here, so Command-C, and I'm going to put it into the definition here. Okay, and if you're somebody who likes to be neat and tidy, you'll notice the font is different. It really doesn't make a difference, but that's a serif font, and this is a sans serif font, and I don't really want that, so I'm just going to put it over here into this white space here. Control V, and then oops. Let's just Control V. There we go. So I like it in this serif style font because everything's nice and neat. So there it is, a copy of it here. And what part of speech is it? Noun, adjective, adverb, and we can see that it's in the green. It is an adjective. So I don't have to type here. I just select adjective, and you'll notice that the green, it comes up green because adjectives come up green and phrases come up yellow, etc. So it's easy for you to see the different parts of speech. Over here is the date that I've added it. Why is that important? Actually, I'm going to tell you why that's important later. But a quick way to do this, if you are on a PC, you hold down Control and you hold down the semicolon. Now, if you don't know what a semicolon is, I'll put the little picture up of a semicolon there. Okay, but I'm on a Macintosh, so I'm going to hold down the Command CMD key and the semicolon, and it automatically puts in the date for me. And I'll explain why that's important later. Okay, so now let's go to column E here. This is personal EG. EG means example. Let's have a look at some of these first, and then you have an example, idea why I've got this section here. So childhood. I had a happy childhood collecting coins and butterflies. That's true. I did have a happy childhood, and I collected coins and butterflies when I was younger. This one here, functional. When I lived in Prague, my apartment was an ugly functional building. That's true. I lived in Prague for 2 years in the Czech Republic, and I lived in what they call a panelák, or a panel building, from the Soviet times, and it was really ugly, but it served its purpose. It was functional. Let's just go there so you guys can be used. It can be useful for you. This designed to be useful rather than beautiful or attractive. Okay. So it was functional. Now these are personal examples. This is true for me. This is true for me. And so what I'm going to try and do here is put in a sentence that is true for me, and I'll explain why that's important later. So feasible. Let me think. Let's have a look here again. Financially feasible. This is going to give me some ideas. Examples from the corpus, that means the body of text, so newspapers, TV, magazines, radio. And let's do solar heating is technically and economically feasible. It's likely to work and it's possible. So I'm going to type in here something about economically feasible, but not solar panels, because I've never had any. But oh yeah, keeping my car was not economically feasible. So I'll explain. I live in London, and I had a car for a short time, but I was spending most of my time at home, and I left the car on the street. That costs money, because in London you have to pay for parking on the street, and also it costs money because you have to pay tax on the car, and you also have to pay insurance, so it adds up. And so I sold my car because it was just, I was not using it as much as I thought I would, and it was not necessary to keep it. So it was costing me money just to have the car, and it was better to get rid of it. So then I've got my sentence here. Keeping my car was not economically feasible, and it makes it a personalized sentence. Now, what is the reason for that? So 2 videos ago, I spoke about trying to guess the meaning of words from context. So I said, don't click on every single word that you are going to study in this unit. Allow yourself to maybe click on 2 or 3 that jump out and stand out, but don't click on every single one, because I would like you to try and think about trying to guess the meaning of the words from context. Why? Because there is a certain amount of creativity that is required to do that. You have to try and be creative about, what does this word mean in this context? If I know the meaning of that sentence, if I know the meaning of that paragraph, can I guess the meaning of this word? And it's a creative process that happens in the brain. And that creative process helps us to remember that word. So that is why I've asked you to do guessing the meaning of words from context. And again here, this is the same idea behind it. A creative process. You're using the word creatively, but especially if it's connected to something that's personal for you, or personal or not personal, that is related to somebody that you know, somebody, a family member or a close friend. If it's happened to them, then use them in your example sentence. But this creative process merged with or linked with a personal experience helps you to remember that word. Also, you will see that so far this has taken us quite a bit of time. We're not even halfway. As we continue, you will find that adding a word to this lexicon can take up to 10 minutes. You'll say, well, that's a waste of time, perhaps. Well, I would not encourage you to write every single word that you come across into the lexicon. That would take you years. You are going to be focusing on words that are useful, specifically to you and the IELTS exam, and also that are difficult for you to remember. Because the longer you spend on thinking, the longer you think about this word, the easier it is for you to remember this word. And I'll talk about making games and how other ways to remember the word even more. But we're focusing here on just try to remember that word as within the period of time that you are learning it. And then I'll talk about how to remember it over a long period of time. Okay. So spending time thinking about the word is useful for you, and it's not a waste of time if it's a word that you have decided is useful and a word that you have decided is difficult to remember but still useful for you to know it. Okay, so let's have a look now at the collocations. Can you remember which dictionary I should use if I want to look at the collocations? That means I've made the word shorter because I can't fit collocations in there. So there are two columns for collocations, and I'll talk about this column later. So what I would suggest you do first of all for collocations is go to Longman, and you'll see that they don't have a collocations box for this word. So there are two other places to look, but the second best place is, can you remember? Osdic. And if I type in feasible, I've got the verbs that come with it. So to be feasible, to look, to seem feasible, become feasible, and consider feasible. So the tunnel was not considered economically feasible. It would have cost too much to make, and they wouldn't have made any money back from it, and it was a waste of money. Or adverbs, a lot of them with ly. So it's entirely or perfectly or quite feasible. And then we saw this one already, economically feasible, financially feasible, we've seen already, technically feasible. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is type in maybe one or two of these that I like. Let's bring that across here. So I like economically, so we'll put that one in here. Let's start with the verbs actually. Let's do to seem feasible. Okay, so let's type in seem, and then another one, economically. So if it seems economically viable, I think, in my opinion, that it's worth doing it for financial reasons. Now over here, there's a little clover shape, and that represents the word. So childhood would fit here, so you would have a happy childhood. And here I've used that collocation, I had a happy childhood collecting coins. And so therefore, this represents the collocations that come after the word. Now if we look over here, there are no collocations that come after the word feasible. So I'm just going to leave that blank, or maybe put a little line there. Okay, and now lexical set. I've got a whole video about the lexical set dedicated to this specifically. So don't worry about this if you're not sure why I'm doing it or what it's for, but just for those people who would like to know, it's Macmillan's Dictionary's got a very good lexical set system. So we type in feasible, and I go to the grey box where it says explore thesaurus, and I click on this one here, and it says likely or certain to be successful. And I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to put that into the lexical set. If I put it in there straight, it'll come up as that bold text, so I don't like that. So I'm going to put it into the white space here and press enter. Okay. Now synonyms for feasible, words that have a similar meaning to feasible. Where can I look for that? Well, I can start off here, and there we go. Sometimes they have a yellow little SYN logo or icon that means synonym. So possible. So I'm going to type in possible, and that looks good to me. And then antonym. So what's the word for the opposite? So impossible. Maybe I don't like, I know that the word possible has an antonym, impossible, but let's see if we can find a better antonym for this, for feasible. So let's go to the Collins thesaurus, there it is, and we will type in feasible. And here usually it doesn't have antonyms, but here we do actually have it, and there it is, opposites. And so any of these words, impossible, they've used, but I want to, let's say I want to try this one because I want to expand my vocabulary. I'm not just thinking about feasible now, I'm thinking about new vocabulary. So what does this untenable mean? So if I click on that, it just goes to the synonyms of untenable. So I want to see it in the dictionary. This is Collins dictionary, by the way. I like it, but it's not my preferred dictionary. An argument, theory, or position that is untenable cannot be defended successfully against criticism or attack. Ooh, that's quite difficult to, if you're an intermediate learner, that's quite tricky. So let's have a look at the word untenable here in my favorite dictionary. An untenable situation has become so difficult that it is impossible to continue. Okay, that's easier for me to understand if I was a lower level student. So the president was in an untenable position. He could not continue to be president, or he could not continue to hold that position. And an untenable argument, suggestion, etc. is impossible to defend. So you can't defend it. You can't say the opposite of what someone is saying. You just have to accept what that person is saying as true. Okay, now this is better. It's got two meanings here, and that is the reason why I prefer Longman. Whereas, let's have a look at, remember Oxford. Somebody told me that Oxford had a learner's dictionary. Let's just see how good that is now. So, untenable cannot be defended against attack or criticism. Okay, it's similar to the second meaning here, impossible to defend. But is there any, just that one meaning, whereas this one has that second meaning, which is actually closer to the opposite of feasible than number two. So again, a reason why I prefer Longman to many of the other dictionaries. Okay, so we're going to type in here untenable. Okay, now pronunciation. I feel pronunciation is extremely important, and there is a reason why I've got this column here. For some people who might be wanting to fill this in only using their mobile phone, what I'm asking you to do here is impossible on a phone. There are ways and means, but I'm not going to explain them. And that is the reason when I did functional, I used my phone, and copying and pasting the definition was quite a pain on my phone. So I just put in the definition of functional and the URL related to it. And in this page, I can then click
buildings that are sensitively designed, not purely functional,
and I get the pronunciation there. However, for those people who would like to do something like with childhood, where you have direct access to the MP3 or the sound file,
I had a very happy childhood.
It loads much quicker on slower internet connections, and it's just something that you might want to do. So you can skip forward in about 1 minute if you're not interested in this. For those of you who are interested, let me show you how I do it. So let's go to feasible again. And if you click on the, right click, or if you're on a Macintosh, 2-finger click on this little sound icon, then you will get you'll be able to get to the sound of this person, or the pronunciation, sorry, of this sentence. But I would like to use this longer one here, so I'm going to right click or 2-finger click, and I'm going to click inspect. Now it looks like a whole mass of craziness. By the way, this is Chrome, the Chrome browser. It might be different on other browsers, but I strongly recommend you use Chrome when using the Udemy course anyway. Anyway, so here it is. It looks like a complete mess, but what you're looking for is this MP3 question mark. And if you double click anywhere on this MP3, it will select the necessary data that you need to copy. So Control C or Command C on a Macintosh, and then over here into the white space, Control V or Command V to paste it, and there it is, and you can then click on it.
It was no longer financially feasible to keep the community centre open.
And you've got the word there. Okay, and the last thing now is this image. Now you might find this is unnecessary for you, but I work, my brain I know works by a combination of images and sounds, and what else? And touch. So if I'm capable of going to a place and seeing and touching the place that has the words or the verbs connected to it, then I remember those much better. But as I said in the previous video, time and money are the problems for those sort of things. Otherwise we could all just travel to different places and learn new languages much easier. So I have to rely on this image, the closest I can get. So I'm going to try and remember this word feasible using an image. And you could use Google Images for this, but I like iStock because the photographer has thought about the keywords that go with each image. And so if I type in feasible, we've got some images related to feasible. I'm not sure how that relates to feasible. It's another word for possible, but I've looked at this. If I type in possible, every image has got the word possible written in it, so that's no good. But here we've got feasibility study. Now let's just have a look at it. I've seen it somewhere here. Yes, a feasibility.
A feasibility study
is a study that maybe a company would carry out, and they would ask somebody, maybe even an independent company, to tell them to do a report on whether it's economically feasible to launch a new product, or whether it's economically feasible to open a new factory, for example, in Laos or Cambodia. Okay, so if you've got a feasibility study, then it's if the people say yes, go ahead, that means you're going to make money. And if they say it's the feasibility study suggests that it's going to be a loss maker, you make a loss, then they won't go ahead with the new product, or they won't go ahead with opening a new factory. So let's use this one here, a feasibility study. That's going to help me. And I like this one, opportunity ahead. So I'm going to click on this image, and I'm going to right click, copy image address, not copy image, but you need the address for this. As I said, this is Chrome browser, so it might be different on another browser. And then go over to the template, and again into this white space here, Control V or Command V, and press enter. And now when you click on it, you see the picture with opportunity ahead, relating to feasible, and it's possible, and it's good chance of something happening or likely to happen. Okay, so obviously adding a word to this lexicon can take up to 10 minutes, and sometimes longer if you're battling to find collocations or battling to find a good image for it. But it is not it's not in vain, because everything that you add to this requires a little bit of cognitive cognitive efforts, so thinking, and it also requires a certain amount of creativity. Certainly the personal example here in the column E, or the image that you choose, requires some creativity on your part, and creativity mixed with personalization in the personal example, as well as the efforts that you put in with your cognitive abilities, those three things contribute to you remembering this word. So it's untenable of you to go and add every single word that you come across, but certainly words that are useful, you should add. Okay, now I spoke about the use of offline lexicons. Of course, if you don't have access to a computer or a desktop and you're relying entirely on a mobile phone, then this might be a bit fiddly. Small screen, it's quite difficult to manage. So in that case, I would recommend that you make the lexicon available on paper. So get a notebook. All of this, the definition, the personal example, the collocations, the lexical set, the synonyms and antonyms, pronunciation, obviously you will not be able to do on paper, and the image as well, unless you're a very good drafts person. That is why I've made it an online lexicon. But as I said, if you don't have access to a desktop or a computer, it can be quite difficult to manage. So by all means, go ahead with the paper version. But there is another reason why I prefer this online lexicon, and it's because you can sort the columns. So at the moment you'll see that the columns are sorted chronologically. So it's as I've added the words, like the old style of adding words in the classroom. But you may want, for example, to group, let's add another word here, toddler, because that's going to fit with the lexical set. So a toddler is a young child that is just starting to learn to walk, so between the age of 2 and 3. Okay, and that's a noun, and I know for a fact that its lexical set is childhood and adolescence. Okay, so say for example I wanted to group all the nouns together. So what I would do is go to C, pull down that little arrow and sort the sheet A to Z. So now the nouns are together, C becomes before T, so they are in the noun group, but they're alphabetized into their part of speech, adjectives at the top, nouns below, because A comes before N, etc. But also, if I've got a number of words from the same lexical set, you'll see that they are grouped together in the same lexical set. Oh no, I haven't done that yet. That just happens to be the case in this case, but I might do this here. So sort A to Z, and so childhood and early learning comes together, and then likely or certain to be successful in another one. So I might have the word untenable or tenable, and over here I know that it's likely or certain to be successful, and so I might then put these together. That's an adjective as well, so it will be green too. It's not changing green for some reason, but there we go. So there you have the lexical sets together, and feasible and tenable are working together. So that is the reason why I like this. I'm just going to go backwards, sorry, just to go all the way back. Okay, that is the reason I like this online version of the lexicon, because you can sort words into categories. Now I'm going to share this lexicon with you on the resources section below this video, but it's not going to be editable. You'll be able to view it, but that's all. So I would like you to, when you get it, to make a copy of the lexicon, because that's the only way that you'll be able to edit it, and then you name it whatever you like, and then you can edit to your heart's content. Okay, so I hope that's useful for you, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to the next section. This section deals with study, education, and research. That's the theme. And you know the drill. First, I want you to think about anything that comes to your mind relating to the idea of studying, university, school, for this exam, education, the idea of educating in general, so university situations, school situations, college situations, and research, people researching in a university usually, but it can be company research, company-led research as well. So think of anything that comes to your mind, pause the video if you want, and then we're going to look at some images and videos related to this theme. So if you want, you can pause it now. Right, let's have a look at iStock's idea of study, education, and research. So have a look at this lady. She seems like she looks like she's looking at a computer screen while she's studying, and it looks like code because it's a black background and white text. So she's working hard. That's an illustration of people using maybe it represents a digital library, so an online library. He's working hard in the library, a real library in maybe his university. She's also looking at some complicated, it looks like very complicated code as well. I'm not quite sure what that is. Somebody's taken a break, maybe left their glasses in the middle of the book, so then the book doesn't close while they've gone maybe to the toilet, who knows. And here we go, we've got something similar to what she's going through. Now this is interesting, they're working together on a task or a topic, which is something that I want you to do as much as possible in this course. So I'm basically trying to get you to do this, but online. Some icons related to study and using an iPad, using paper, books, for example, relaxing when you need to in a big armchair. Okay, he's maybe revising something from a book using pencil so he can make any changes he needs to. She over here is using the what looks like a Mac computer and researching. Maybe she's trying to find where the book is, because it's a big library. You might have to find out where that book is to go and get it. Okay, and it seems like there's a lot to do with books and looking at, that looks like it's a good trade. I would have bought there and sold here if I could. Okay, so and there's a classroom situation here. We've got something a bit more what I was when I was visualizing research. This is closer to what I had in my mind. So she is looks like she's pretending to, at least looks like it could be just an actor or an actress, but doing something with some blue liquid. One more, robotics, testing the robot and seeing if they can get it to work. Okay, let's have a look at some videos. So hover my mouse over here. She's definitely taking notes from something she's discovered. Working and collaborating, very important. People of different cultures as well. Working together on a single task, it really does help you to stay motivated as well as reach a good result, because you've got different people's different backgrounds helping to get the answer. Okay, yeah, she's that's very advanced technology she's working there with. Again, very advanced technology. This is a more traditional way of doing things, so it looks like you could be studying for law. Look at the thickness of that book, all the previous cases related to the case that he's working on. Okay, and then the more traditional teaching with blackboard and chalk, and you compare that with the other images we've seen of people using computers to study. It's a beautiful library. I wonder where that is. And the last one then, she's working away while the other people are having a chat, and it's a very relaxed atmosphere. Okay, so I think that's good enough for the images. Now what I'd like you to do, as you've done before, is to take out a piece of paper, or use your mobile phone or text edit on your computer and type in any words and phrases that came to your mind, English or in your own language, related to these images and videos that came up. Okay, give yourself 45 seconds. When you're ready, press play and we'll continue this video. Okay, so here we are, study, education and research, and all the vocabulary that you will be studying here. Lots of nouns, a few adjectives, verbs and adverbs, and I'll add a little space there just for aesthetic reasons. Okay, any words that came up on your list of words that are also the same here? Fantastic if they did. If they didn't, as I've said before, don't worry, that is why you're doing this course. Okay, and so that should be ready for you to go into your vocabulary practice. But remember, there's two things you need to do beforehand. Number one, your learner training video. The next learner training video is about pronunciation, individual sounds that many students have problems with in English. That's going to help you, especially in the speaking, because that's one of the things that the IELTS examiners measure, is your pronunciation. And if it's not very good, it will bring your mark down. So there'll be in fact 3 videos related to pronunciation over the entirety of this course, and this one is the first one about individual sounds that are difficult to say and how you can practice to get them right. And the other thing that you need to do, remember, is to do the show your progress task now or after the learner training video, so that you can measure your progress, get some feedback from other students and help other students to learn from you. Okay, I'll see you in the next learner training video. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video, and this one focuses on pronunciation, specifically individual sounds. Now, there are going to be 3 videos on pronunciation in this course, because I believe it to be very important, but this one focuses on the individual sounds in English. Now, you may come from a country where you speak a Germanic language, so German or Dutch or Swedish or Norwegian, and a lot of the individual sounds that are in your language are exactly the same as in English. So you may consider skipping this part of the course because it's not useful for you. There are, however, some students from Latin-based languages, speaking Latin-based languages, where some of these sounds are useful, and then to the far end of the spectrum, students from, for example, Vietnam or Thailand or Cambodia have very different sounds in their language, and so you may want to follow the whole lecture here. Okay, so why is pronunciation of individual sounds important? Well, the interesting thing is that research has shown that if you're not able to pronounce the word or say the word in the correct way, then you find it difficult to hear the word. So this is not just to help you in the speaking exam, because one of the criteria that the examiners are using to mark your speaking is pronunciation, but it will also help you in the listening exam. I had a student, for example, from Japan who found it very difficult to say the l or say the in English, because in Japanese the sound in that language is actually a mixture between and o, and so he found it very difficult to say it. And because he found it difficult to say it, he found it difficult to hear it, and therefore he was making lots of spelling mistakes even in the listening exam. So this, as I said, is not only to help you with the spoken English, but also your listening. Okay, so what I've done is I've set up a little website for my own marketing purposes, but there are bits on that website that are useful for students, and I'm going to show you that now. So this one here, this page is dedicated to the individual sounds in British English. Now notice I've said British English because some sounds in American English are a little bit different, but generally you'll be able to understand them. So remember, in the listening part of the exam, you'll be hearing Australians, English, New Zealanders, occasionally South Africans, and occasionally Americans. And there's a slight difference, obviously, in the way they pronounce words, but it shouldn't be too difficult for you to follow in the listening exam if you can get these sounds right in British English. Okay, so I'm going to just talk quickly about the key here so that we can see what the different colors represent. So this sort of halfway between green and blue, this turquoise color, represents the short sounds. Whereas the bluish, the light blue color represents the long sounds. And you can see how they are represented by the phonemic script, by this little colon, two triangles facing each other, or two little arrows facing each other. And you'll see them all along here and here and here. Those represent a longer sound. So for example, this is a common problem for Spanish speakers, the difference between these two sounds, because in Spanish there's no differentiation between these two sounds. So for example, the word fish, and the word
Tree.
is longer. So fe, e, and e, longer. So it's not only the sound of the shape of your mouth that makes a difference to the sound, but it's also the length of the syllable
Tree.
compared to
Fish.
I and E. I and E. Okay, so the next thing I'd like to talk about is something called diphthongs. Diphthongs, as you can see there in the green ones at the bottom here, are made up of two sounds and they elide into each other. So for example, train is
Train.
A,
Train.
train, whereas bike is
Bike.
I. So this magic E, I remember when I was at school very young, we were taught that this was a magic E. And if a magic E appears after a single consonant and then the vowel before that, then this becomes not a I sound, but an I sound. Okay, and the same thing happens here. For example, there's the E, there's the single consonant or single consonant sound. So if this was SH, then you would also modify the O here. So it's any sound separated, any consonant sound that is separating the E from a previous vowel sound. So listen to this one. O. Okay. And so these diphthong sounds are usually not too much of a problem for students to pronounce, except maybe tourist. Okay. Now, there is one other vowel sound that is often an issue for some students. In fact, there are two. But let's start with this one here. This one can be a problem for example, Arabic students. They don't have the sound. Listen to it.
Bird.
Bird. And this sound is usually created by an R coming after an I or a U. Now the next one here, this is computer. Now if you were an American, you would say computer, ER. You would pronounce the R sound at the end. But in British English, it's pronounced
Computer.
so computer. So the at the end. So be aware that that will be different for American speakers. The rest generally are not a problem for people to pronounce, and you can click on any of these red volume buttons and they will tell you the word. Okay, now let's have a look at the consonant sounds. Generally, the ones that cause problems for students are these ones here. Now, there's an orange color and this is a little light pink color. So let's have a look. What does that mean? One of them is voiced and one of them is unvoiced. Now, if something is voiced, that means if you hold your hand up against your throat, you can feel the throat vibrating. So, for example, mother, of mother is vibrating. Let's take, for example, the word girl. Okay, so up at the top here, girl, you can hear the vibration. However, or you can feel the vibration. However, its unvoiced brother or sister is the sound k. So g, vibrating, k, no vibration. So these k and g, or k and g, they work together. The same happens here, t and d, t and d, t and d. Here we've got shower and television. So zh and sh, zh and sh. And the same thing here, cheese and jazz. Cheese and jazz. Okay, so these ones are working together here, and across here we've got p and b, p and b. Here we have an issue for, again, students of Arabic or a Semitic language where you don't have that sound in your language, so you need to be aware of these different sounds. P, parrot, and b, baby. Okay, again, f and v, vibration on this side here. So I often tell my students that the v is for vibration, so you'll know that that column, all of this is vibrating, and therefore it is voiced. S and z, snake and zebra. And then this is the issue that a lot of students have, French speakers in particular. This is a thumb, this thing on your hand, thumb, whereas this one is father, the. So this is a vibrating sound, the. And then you've got the unusual ones down here, l and problems for Japanese students, the differentiation between these two. And n, they are coming out of your nose. The sound actually comes out of your nose on these two. And then also through your nose, your mouth all the way back. Sing. Oh, sorry, that's actually a mistake, and I need to change that. That is represented by the NG sound, not the S sound, so be aware of that.
Sing. Sing.
Okay, so I'll just change that quickly later on. And then for which, this one in English, if it was spelt out, that would be pronounced J, like my name is James, spelt with that. But these are all phonemic symbols, and so phonemic symbols, the J, the letter that looks like a J is actually pronounced Y, yellow. And then house, this is unusual because it's the only one that's sort of a halfway between a closing of your throat and opening of your throat. It's an unusual one, and so it sits right at the bottom. And a house. Okay. Now you are welcome to use this website, of course. I've set it up for you. I'll fix that thing down with Sing, and you are welcome to go and click on any of these. I will put the link of this website up for you to use. But I'm sure you're wondering if you need to know these things on the left hand side, and well, no. The phonemic script is quite tricky. Even for teachers like me, it took me some years to learn all of these and to know how they work. The reason why they exist is because in the old times you wouldn't have a dictionary sitting online with perfectly acceptable
She can sing beautifully.
pronunciation of words and phrases. So they had to, the dictionary designers had to come up with a system of representing the sounds, and that is what they used here. So I do not expect you to know these. I certainly don't expect you to use them, but they do nevertheless appear in dictionaries. And if you have a book dictionary, a paper dictionary, then that is the only way you will be able to understand how to pronounce the words. Okay. So I hope that is of a little bit of use to you. I will be looking at, as I said, more in relation to pronunciation later on for more advanced uses of, or more advanced cases where we need everybody on board, whether you are a native speaker of Germanic languages, or if you are a speaker of Thai. So this is really useful for those of you who are further away geographically from the British Isles. But let me know how you get on with this website. Let me know if there's any issues with this website, because I can improve on it, or I can make any changes that are required. Okay, so I'll see you in the next learner training video. Okay, welcome to the next section. This one is effective communication, language and linguistics. What comes to your mind relating to that? Effective communication, best ways to communicate with people, language in general, and linguistics, the study of language. So think about any words or phrases or images that come to your mind related to this theme, and then we're going to look at some pictures and videos related to it. So pause the video if you want, think about it in your mind, and then we'll look at some videos and some images. Okay, here we are. So iStock, I've typed in communication, language and linguistics, and we've got a lot of illustration, more so than images and videos, or I'm sorry, photographs. Okay, so obviously here we've got the different ways of saying hello in the different languages. You've got all these icons here related to linguistics. So here we've got some translation from what I'm not very good. This is Chinese, I think, Chinese A to Chinese characters here, speaking, listening, and people working together on a task. Translation, communication, different people from different cultures working together, communicating, and it looks like this is quite a common theme, isn't it? This use of the word hello in different languages. Here we've got something about sign language, and Azerbaijani language, which I'm sure is very complicated. Turkic, I think, is related to Turkish. And thank you, goodbye, and all the other different ways you can say it. Okay, so of course here we've got some grammar and the fact that English is a lingua franca. So a lot of people are still needing to learn English, although maybe with the current policies of the English-speaking countries that might soon fade or start to fade. Okay, let's have a look at some videos here. And here we've got somebody, maybe she's learning to write in another language. As I said, I don't know the difference between, for example, Chinese and Japanese, at least the traditional Japanese. So maybe that's Japanese. Anyway, she is okay using sign language. More sign language. Maybe he means I don't understand. Okay, so it looks like a lot of sign language here of the video, so I won't go through too much here. Yeah, mostly sign language. So it looks like the images are more likely to have a chance of activating your schemata on this one. Okay, so now what I'd like you to do is to write down any words and phrases that came to your mind after looking at the images, and write them on a piece of paper or on your mobile phone or on your laptop. And then after 45 seconds of writing, let's have a look and compare what you wrote down with what you will be studying in the vocabulary practice section. Okay, so here we are. The new vocabulary is related to the word, to the theme of effective communication, language and linguistics. So we've got quite a few nouns, some adjectives, a lot of verbs, and a few idioms. Now idioms are chunks of language, very useful, and they are quite good because they have there are long phrases that have different meanings. So let's say, for example, you can say that again, which is one over here. I'm not going to suck it out of my thumb. Let's actually look at the dictionary definition. So let's click at that. You can say that again means used to say that you completely agree with someone. I could not have said it better myself. That is a very good way of saying it. And let's have a look at the phrase.
It's cold in here. You can say that again.
Okay, and that was a different person's agreeing with this woman. Okay, so very useful idioms here, and we'll be looking at some more idioms later on in the other sections of this course, and how they can be used. And idiomatic language, in fact, in the IELTS exam, is looked on very favorably. So if you're able to use idioms that are appropriate for the register, that means they are appropriate for the level of formality that is required. So some idioms are very informal. You would only use them in spoken English. Some idioms are more formal and they can be used in writing. Okay, but we'll be looking at those a little bit more later on in this course. Okay, so you know what to do next. We move on to two things before you do the vocabulary practice. So the next learner training video is, and I've forgotten what I was going to do, it is how can I improve my speaking without native speakers around me. So it's sometimes very difficult, especially if you're in a smaller town or a village outside of a big city. The chances of speaking to somebody who's a native speaker of English, or at least is very high level English speaker of English, is a lot more difficult than if you lived in a big city and you have a chance to maybe interact with English speakers. So I'm going to give you some tips and tricks about how to improve your speaking in that video. But also don't forget, show your progress tasks, the speaking and the writing tasks. Try to do those now or maybe after the learner training video, but don't forget to repeat those same tasks right at the end of this section. Okay, I'll see you in the next learner training video. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video, and this one focuses on how you can improve your speaking without having a chance to interact with native speakers of English. I know some of my students come from places where interacting with a native speaker of English is quite difficult to do. So hopefully this will come in useful for you. You may have even got a teacher who's very good at English, or even a native speaking teacher, but you just feel that they don't always give you the chance to speak as much as you would like, or certainly they don't correct your pronunciation as much as you would like. So I've found, well, not me, but I've read or heard about a way of improving your individual sounds, your pronunciation of individual sounds, and practicing it just using the technology that is available from Google. So two videos ago, you would have set up your lexicon, and you would have had to use Google's technology, which means you would have to get a Google account, which is in this case you would have to do the same. Not for the second technique that I will talk about, but certainly for the first technique you would have to use you would have to sign in to Google for this. Okay, so let's go to what I've got here. This is docs.google.com. Okay, and let me just show you what it looks like when you land on the page. So if you type in docs.google.com, you have all sorts of templates up here, and these are all my documents that I've used. So you can just click on blank and it will open up what looks like a Microsoft word processor type document, and I'm sure you've used this before, some of you at least. And if you look at the tools section here, it's got something called voice typing. Now, voice typing allows you to just speak directly into the document, and then you can actually see whether Google is able to understand you. Now, Google has made huge strides in this department, in this speech to text technology, and certainly in the last 2 years, I've been really impressed with how accurate it is at understanding me, and certainly all the captions that I have on these videos are generated by Google's technology. And obviously I've just added the punctuation and the capitalization, but most of it is highly accurate, so it's very good. The thing is that Google is not very good at understanding people's bad accents, and so it forces you to have a better accent if you want Google to understand you. So I'm going to pretend to be somebody from, let's say somebody from Kuwait, and we had this word from the individual sounds last time, and here it is, this pronunciation here, so
Bird.
that word there, okay? And I'm going to pretend that I'm a pre-intermediate student from Kuwait, and I'm finding I can't really say that sound. So let's see what happens, what Google, if Google is able to understand me when I type in, when I say this word in bad Kuwaiti pronunciation. Bird. Okay, built. Let's try again. Sorry, let me turn that off. Let's try a new word. So I'll turn this on again. Bird. Okay, that's often a word that comes up. Sounds like beard, but I'm trying to say bird. Okay, and so what you could do if you're practicing your individual sounds is to just say the word by itself, not in a sentence, and I'll explain why later, and try and get that word until finally Google Translate, or sorry, Google Documents understands what you are trying to say. Have a look at this sentence here. I'm going to say it in my terrible Kuwaiti accent. Let's see if Google is able to understand the sentence as a whole. I saw a bird in the garden. Okay, did you see initially it had typed in built in or something like that, but because Google uses a corpus similar to the way we know how collocations, which collocations are common, so it uses that same technology to work out the most likely words that would come in this context. So you're not going to say built. I saw a built in the garden, although it started off thinking that was it. Certainly you wouldn't say I saw a beard in the garden. By the way, if you don't know what a beard is, it's this thing on my face here. So I would never hear somebody say I saw a beard in the garden, but the chance of saying bird in the garden is very high. So Google has translated this, has interpreted this correctly. But even though the word bird was pronounced, the word bird was pronounced bird. Okay, so be aware that if you want to test your individual sounds in this context, then you need to just say the words by themselves. Okay, notice that if you don't want to have a Google account and go into Google Docs and use this voice typing, you can also use Google Translate. I believe you don't have to have an account to use Google Translate because you've got that little option here to use the voice input. So let's try again. Bird. Totally different. Bird. We can be here all day. Let's just do it properly. Bird. Okay, and there we've got Tahir. Okay, so Google Translate is very good if you don't want to use the account. This is nice just because it keeps a record of all the mistakes you've made, and then when you finally get there you can see that you have succeeded. That's a sort of motivational way of doing it. If you've got the app, let me just show you the app. So Google Translate, and then I can type in I can click the voice, bird, try again. Okay, so for some reason the voice recording on this phone is not allowing me to to click it, maybe because I'm recording the screen at the same time and there's some conflict, but you get the idea that you can use a Google Translate app using the same Google translating technology, Google speech to text technology on your phone if you want, if you have a smartphone, and you can do exactly the same things here. But as I said, the Google Docs version allows you to see all the mistakes you've made and then gives you some motivation when you realize you've got it. Okay, so I hope that's of a little bit of use to you. Play around with it, try and get those perfect words, and then once you've got those words right, we'll look at how to get the sentences right, and that's another a pronunciation video which deals with something called weak forms, which are very, very important. So tune in for that video. I think that's coming up in 2 learner or 3 learner training videos time. So I'll see you in that one. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next unit. All right, welcome to the next theme. This is the theme of tourism and travel. This should be easier for you to activate your own schemata because, well, we're all starting to become a lot more touristy than before. Plane travel is a lot cheaper than it used to be and people are traveling more. So I'm sure you've got a lot of experience with this, at least within your own area of your country. Okay, so what comes to your mind when I talk about tourism and travel? Think about it, and when you're ready, continue with the video. Okay, so here we are, tourism and travel from iStock. Let's have a look at some of these pictures. So here we are. Looks like she's in an old European city somewhere, and she's obviously just arrived from the airport because she's still got her luggage with her bag, and she's dragging it across those pebbled streets, or those it's not pebbles so much. What is that? I've forgotten the word. Anyway, I'll think about it later. Okay, have a look here. The things that you need to pack for your travel. So a camera, a sun hat if you're a European going to a tropical land, some reading glasses, a magnifying glass. Maybe they've only got traditional maps and you need to see small details. Your phone with earbuds so you can listen to the music on the plane, and some nice shoes for walking. Okay, crossing a hanging bridge, it seems, and another word, suspension bridge, that's the word I want to use, in a very tropical area. Looks lovely. Banana trees over here. That's late afternoon sun. Looks beautiful. He is looking over what looks like a European city with a nice old bridge and contemplating life. Oh, that looks nice. Somewhere in perhaps Thailand or somewhere in a more tropical area, experiencing the local mosquitoes perhaps. Is that Machu Picchu, I think? A very famous place up in Peru which attracts large numbers of tourists. We've got some icons here, typical icons related to travel with the plane, burger, taxi. And there were some tourists taking photos. She seems to be having great fun over there. All the famous landmarks, obviously Paris, you should know this one for sure, and have a look at those landmarks. Which towns or which cities, sorry, do you associate with those landmarks? Last one, that looks like a very old place. Who knows where that could be? And is that in China? There's famous multiple mountain ranges. I'm not really sure, but there we go. And who wouldn't like to do one of these amazing hot air balloon as the sun sets over this beautiful land? Let's have a look at the difference. 5 million images just for that, and videos I would assume are very high compared to the language and linguistics. It only had 59. Okay, Oh yes, we've all been there, hoping that our luggage comes out first so we don't have to wait. And there's somebody walking through, I think that is Barcelona. Oh, that looks nice. Who wouldn't want to spend some time on that tropical island? Could be an island. And he is taking some shots of this nice area. Paddleboarding, it seems. So they're standing up and paddleboarding, which is a new popular sport which originated, I think, in Hawaii. She's taking photos with a more traditional looking camera, having great fun. Let's do one more. Okay, and dancing with the locals. Seems to be having fun. Okay, so now you know what to do. Write down any words or phrases that came to your mind for the next 45 seconds, and I'll see you after 45 seconds. Okay, so have a look. Here we are with tourism and travel, and here is your vocabulary list. Lots of nouns, also quite a number of adjectives, and just 2 verbs that you're going to be studying. Any words or phrases that you wrote down that ended up here? I'm sure you have 1 or 2, surely. I mean, there's travel over here, journey over here, village perhaps. But if you didn't get any of these, not a problem. That's why we're here. Okay, so get ready to look at all these words and phrases. In fact, there are no phrases here. It's just words in this section. Remember the 2 things you need to do. The one before this, before you go into vocabulary practice, is the learner training video. And the next learner training video is, what can I do to help me to remember the new words? So you're writing all these words down, you're recording them perhaps, but how do I remember them? How do I keep them in my mind? Even if I study them 3 months before the IELTS exam, am I sure that I will be able to use that word or that phrase in the exam after 3 or 4 or 5 months? So I'm going to give you some techniques to help you to remember those words in your mind so that you are ready to use them, even if it's 6 months later. And you also need to do your show your progress. So do your show your progress tasks now or after the learner training video, and don't forget to repeat it at the end of the section. Okay, I'll see you in the next learner training video. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video, and this one deals with the idea of remembering new lexis. Now, I've already spoken about the lexicon, your personal list of useful words and phrases, and in that we looked at how important it is to spend time thinking about the word, how important it is to personalize the words and phrases, and also how important it is to be creative with the words and phrases. And as we know, a single entry into that lexicon can take up to 10 minutes. So it is quite a time-consuming exercise, but very necessary if you want to try and keep that word in your mind and be able to use it effectively. But that's not everything, because it's quite dry. That sort of activity can be quite dry, and so we're going to try and inject a little bit of fun into learning new vocabulary and new collocations and things like that as well, and that's what we're going to be looking at today. So I'm going to be showing you 2 websites, and both of them are designed to create apps, gaming apps out of vocabulary that you can then share with others, and I'll explain why that's important, who can use a PC or a desktop computer as well as on a mobile phone. Okay, so let's do an example here. In one of the last learner training videos, I'm going to give you some sites that are useful for you to listen to IELTS style language. when an examiner creates the IELTS test, say for example the reading, of course he has to find, or she has to find, a source of where that reading comes from, and then they'll edit it and make it suitable for the IELTS exam, but they have to take it from somewhere. And one such place, I've noticed at least, is a website called newscientist.com. This is focuses on things like geography, sciences, climate change, environment, pollution, animals, things like that. And so this is a possible source of where they get some of their IELTS readings from. And I would not be surprised, let's have a look at this one. I would not be surprised if a title like this came up in the IELTS, one of the IELTS readings, the village where more elements were discovered than anywhere else. You can imagine that sort of title coming up in an IELTS reading. And so I've just chosen this one. It came up yesterday. It was one of the first on the New Scientist site, so I'm not I didn't hunt for this thing. It came up within a few seconds of me looking. Okay, and so imagine this is the text that I'm reading, and I want to try and get into the IELTS style text. I don't want to read past papers and past papers. I like something that's new and fresh, and it's got a picture, full color, and this arrived yesterday. So that's one of the reasons I might be reading this text. And I've decided that I want to look at some nice collocations from it. So I might look at the title, the village where more elements were discovered than anywhere else. Okay, no collocations there really, but let's have a look here. At least 4 elements were discovered near Ytterby in Sweden, making it the periodic table. That's a compound noun really. That's a very strong collocation. In fact, if you break those 2 words together, they have totally different meanings. So that is a compound noun. So let's ignore that one. We're looking only at collocations. So making it the periodic table's most important site and securing the village chemical immortality. Okay, I know definitely that this one is a collocation. If we want to check, we can go to the collocations dictionary in Ausdic, and I can type in the word site, and I can see a piece of land. No, I want a place where something happened or was used for something. Yeah, there it is, important site. Okay. So I want to take this collocation and I want to make a game out of it. Now, before we make this game, I'm going to explain something else about collocations as to why they are important. And it's something called the anchoring process in the brain. Now, let's have a look at this collocation, important site. I'm quite convinced that you would have come across the word important before you came across the word site. And that is because important is a word that comes up a lot more regularly than the word site. So the word important is already in your brain, you know it, you use it, but the word site might not be something that you use regularly. And you might understand what it means in the reading context, but the chance of you using it in your writing or in your speaking is very low, but you want that to improve. So that's another reason why collocations are important, because they can function as an anchor in your brain. What is an anchor? It's what ships or yachts or boats drop into the sea floor or seabed, and it's a shape like this, and it hooks itself onto a rock or hard surface on the seafloor and prevents the boat or the ship or the yacht from moving away or drifting away from that position. And the same thing happens in your mind. If you want to remember the word site by itself, it's a lot more difficult because it hasn't got something to hook onto in your mind. But the word important is already there. And if you remember that important comes with site regularly, then it becomes a sort of anchor. And then that word site stays with the word important, and you get this connection. And that is how the brains of young children learn their native language. It starts off with a word that they know, like water or milk, and then it develops into the different hooking mechanism until you've got these chains of collocations and set phrases and idioms, and becomes almost grammatical in a way, because the grammar is formed by these chains, until we finally have the language in our mind. And that's exactly what I'm trying to help you to do here. Okay, so now we're clear about why collocations. Another reason why collocations are important, it's because of learning, of helping you to remember words. Okay, so we've got this word important sight, and I want to remember that as a collocation. So I'm going to start with this first website called Learning Apps, and this is what is loaded when you type it in. At the moment I'm logged in, but when you go on, you'll see something like log in over here. So if you click on that, you log in with your a new username and password. You'll be able to see basically what I have here, and these are just examples of what you can do with this Learning Apps website. But what we're going to do now is we're going to create an app, and you'll see there's a large number of apps here that you can create, and in another video dedicated to this as well, I'm going to show you the more advanced features of this website. But for this one, we're only going to look at the first two. And the first one here is matching pairs, and you can get an idea by clicking on it, and you can see an example that comes up. In this case, it's in French, and you have an option to have audio.
Je suis canadienne.
Okay, I am Canadian, je suis canadien, and you need to go and find the flag for Canadian, and it disappears. Okay, so that's obviously an example here, but we are going to create our own app from the collocation important site, and maybe 2 or 3 or 4 more. So I don't have to put anything here, but it's obviously nice, so I'm going to just say collocations about this article about interview. Okay, and I'm going to then put in the collocations. So the first word is important, and the second one is sight. Okay, and so those, when we play the game, they will match together. Now I'm going to add another element, pair number 2. Let's carry on reading. So there's this guy, and he's using some sort of tool to measure different elements in the rock, perhaps. Okay. All right, so let's read just the first paragraph, and we'll try and find 2 or 3 more collocations from this first paragraph. If I were a biologist celebrating the anniversary of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, I might be in the Galapagos Islands right now with its exotic animals and balmy weather. Okay, so can you, let's just try and do this slowly. Can you find any collocations in here? I'm not expecting you to know how to do this straight away, because it takes practice, but if you can find at least 1 or 2 collocations in here, words that you're sure would often come together if you look in the collocations dictionary, then you are doing well, because noticing collocations is going to help you to learn new vocabulary. So okay, theory of evolution is a collocation, yes. It's actually a set phrase in this case. Set phrases, you can't really pull them apart. It's a bit like this one here, periodic table, that table of the elements that you study in science, if those of you who studied science. So it's even stronger than a collocation in a way. But and as well as this, Galapagos Islands, it's a compound noun, you can't separate. But here we've got exotic animals and balmy weather. So these are 2 examples of collocations here and here. And if we want to double check, let's go and have a look at animals, or animal, and let's see extinct, exotic, there it is. So we've got exotic animals, and then weather, with lots for weather. See if we can find the word balmy. If I'm not sure, I can Control F or Command F on a Macintosh. B-A-L-M-Y. That's interesting. It hasn't come up. That's very interesting. Okay, what I'm going to look at, just because I wouldn't waste your time, but I'm just interested in why that has not come up, because I know for a fact that it is a collocation. So I'm going to go to my website because I can't remember that really long URL for that sketch engine website. So I'm just going to use my useful links here. That's Longman, oh yeah, sketch engine. So I'm going to click on that one, and I'm going to type in weather and see if we've got this word balmy coming up. Very interesting. Oh, let's go backwards. Let's try balmy, because there's so many adjectives here. So if let's see what balmy comes up. Okay, nothing there. And balmy. Okay, finally I get it. Balmy weather. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's go back to these two here. So exotic animals and balmy weather. So I'm going to add those as well. Balmy weather. Okay, that's a good enough number of examples to show you how this would work. So I don't need to do anything there. I just put those together, and you don't really need to change anything here. Okay, and then what you'll do is you'll have a look, preview what you've done there, and this little hand icon means that you can move them around. So we know that exotic comes with animals. That's one done. Important site and balmy weather. Oops, sorry. Let's do it blue onto orange. Important site. And then I can check it with this little button, and you've got it there. So this is basically the same things that you've been working on. I've used learning apps to create the same technology for you to practice your vocabulary in the next section after this one. Okay, so if you like it, then you press save, and now it's saved collocations related to article about it to be, and here it's the full screen link that you would like to use. Now, before we go on to why this is important, one of the things that I've been pushing quite a lot in this course is collaboration with other students doing it. There's a reason why thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds or millions of pounds are spent by students coming to places like London or New York or Sydney to study English. And that is because they have the opportunity not only to be surrounded by English in the street or going to order tea or coffee or going out. It's because also in the classroom they are interacting with others who don't speak the same language. You can't only speak Chinese to the rest of the people in your class, because there are people from Malaysia, there are people from Brazil, there are people from France, all in one class, and you're forced to use the lingua franca, the standard language, or the language that you're used to communicate, and that is English. And that is something that I would like to foster here. It's not possible to do physically in the same place, but at least we can try and do it online as an idea of working together and collaborating. Now, one of my favorite sayings, and this saying has probably been said since ancient Greek times or even earlier, and it is, you never really learn something until you teach it. And I strongly agree with this. You'll never learn something until you are able to explain it in the terms that the learner can understand. So this is one of the reasons why I'm encouraging you to create these little games and apps, not only for your personal development, but for the other people on this course. Because when you are creating the app, this is taking time thinking about the collocations, and this is the furthering your learning skills, or skills as a learner, and forcing you to think about the words and forcing you to think about how they fit together. And then when you share that with other people, you might have some questions from them. You have to think about what they need. You also have to think about what is going to be clear for them. So I strongly recommend you to not only use these apps for yourself, but to take the full screen link. I use full screen because if somebody's doing this on a mobile phone, you don't want all those extra white space around it. You want it to fill the screen of their mobile phone. So choose the full screen link, share it on the discussion space, wherever the other discussion spaces and the other collaboration spaces on this course, and hopefully we'll get a sort of online, big online classroom where people can collaborate as if it is a real life classroom, and people are sharing and giving ideas and explaining something to their friend while the teacher is explaining to another, etc. That's the idea I want to create here, at a fraction of the cost of coming all the way to an English speaking country to learn. Okay, now we're going to look at this one, the second one, group assignment. Now let's say, for example, excuse me, I saw that word balmy, and I've looked it up. So for example, let's look up balmy let's try Cambridge Dictionary, and we'll type in balmy here. And that means pleasantly warm. So it was talking about the Galapagos Islands. They're in the middle of the Atlantic, but they're still quite tropical. So it's a nice 25 degrees centigrade. Not too hot, not cold, something in the middle. Okay. And so I like the word balmy, and I want to talk about weather that is warm and pleasant as opposed to weather that is not. So I've got the word balmy here, and here it's got the thesaurus, synonyms and related words. So let's click on warm, and I'm going to put in this new group assignment, I'm going to create a category that is the same meaning as warm, and a category that is the same meaning as cool. And I'm going to add 2 of these here. So snug, let's type in snug. Snug is like when you're watching TV on a cold night, or you watch a movie with your girlfriend or boyfriend, and it's nice and warm and snug and you're under the blanket. Okay, so that's snug. Or wife or husband, can be anybody. Okay. And toasty, let's say toasty, from the word toast. So a toasty atmosphere next to a fire, for example, in a pub, English style old wooden pub from the 15th century, and there's a fire crackling and it's warm and toasty. Okay, and then we want to add some words for cool, because I want to categorize them. So let's type in cool, and some synonyms related to cool. And so we have crisp. Let's try crisp. So a crisp morning air in the, not winter, that's too cold, but sort of in Europe at least, early spring or late autumn, the what you call it, the breath, your breath is sort of foggy, comes from your mouth, warm enough to see in the crisp morning air, and it's clear, very clear, so you can see very blue sky. So crisp, and let's try another one. Bracing, that's an adjective. Bracing. To brace something is to hold, so it might be it's cold enough to want to keep your arms in this way to keep yourself warmer. Okay, so now what I'd like to do is to have a look what it looks like. So toasty, is it cool or is it warm? It's definitely warm. Snug, also warm. Crisp is cold, bracing is cold. And check, yes, it's perfect. And then if I like this app, as before, I share the full screen URL of the app, and that will then be able to be shared with other students as well as yourself. Now, what do I mean by as well as myself? Well, one way of remembering the words is to review them. And if you want to review words, you can be dry and look at your lexicon, which is good, or you can create some games from that. And so this is what you're doing here. But how do I remind myself of the game? How do I remind myself that I should be studying it, or I should be reviewing it? So what I'm going to do now is just have a look at the apps that I've created, and my apps, not my class, it's my app. So the one that we created there was the collocations. So I just want to have a look at it again. Okay, that was it there, and that's the full screen link. So I'm going to copy that, Control C or Command C on a Mac, and I'm going to, so what I'm going to do is create an email to myself that will help me to remind myself of the words that I need to study, or the collocations or the phrases that I need to study. So first thing I'm going to do is take the full screen link URL, because I want to practice that one, and then I want to say revise. But here I'm not going to email myself, because that's a bit pointless. What I'm going to do is use a website called Follow Up Then. It's not a website, it's just an email address. And what it does, to follow something up, it's to remind me or somebody else to do something. So it's called Follow Up Then, and FUT is what you type in the email space. So over here, if you look, I'm going to make this a bit bigger. Okay, so if you type tomorrow at 7 a.m, because I'm busy all day, so I'm going to just type in tomorrow 7 a.m, and then fut.io, and that will remind you tomorrow at 7 o'clock to revise that. Now I want to set this up so that it's the whole review process is done. So then I would go 3 days time, and this is the standard way of the time periods that you need to remember a new word very well, or a new phrase. So revise it tomorrow, revise it in 3 days, revise it in 1 week, revise it in 2 weeks, 1 month, and then if you really want, in 3 months time. And that is one way of making sure that that word and that phrase stays in your mind, because it's not just putting all your efforts in today. You can't spend, even if you spent half an hour on one word today, if you don't review it, it's not gonna help you. That half an hour is going to be wasted. So that is why you are going to email yourself these email addresses. Not email yourself, you're going to email yourself that URL to these email addresses. Sorry, wrong one. So I'm going to go here, Control V for paste, and these are all the times that you'll be reminded. So Follow Up Then will then send if it's the first time you've ever used this website, then follow up. Then we'll send you an email to say, is this definitely your email? Because for security purposes, click yes, and then all these emails will come to you in those times. So I use this all the time, not just for language learning, for all sorts of things, and it's very useful. Okay, now as I said, share this URL with other students in the discussion spaces, other students in the collaboration spaces, because a collaboration in this course is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to recreate this idea of collaboration, even though students are from other countries, they're living in other countries at the same time, but we can create this idea of a shared space online, which is great, the amazing thing about the internet. Okay, there's one last thing that I want to show you, and this website is called Quizlet. And Quizlet is similar to Learning Apps, except that well, it's similar in many ways. So I'm going to create let's not do collocations this time. Let's use the word and the definition. So we had the word balmy. Balmy weather. There we go. Balmy weather comes up there. We had the word exotic, and we had the word bracing. And so what I'm going to do is just look at the type in the definition here. So I've already done bracing here. So bracing air or weather is cold and makes you feel awake and healthy. So we type in here cold air or weather that makes you feel awake and healthy. Balmy is warm and pleasant weather. Let's just type it in straight. Warm and pleasant weather. And then the last one here is exotic, and that is unusual and interesting because it's related to a foreign country, and it's used to show approval. So you like exotic things. Okay, so unusual and interesting because it's related. There it is. Okay, and so these I often use Quizlet for the collocations as well, but in this case let's use it for definition plus the word that we're trying to remember. Okay, and then I just create. Oh, sorry. Let's just call it a demo. Create it, and then we've got, I can copy this link if I want to share it with my fellow students, or I want to do the same thing with the email address. I want to with the email, I want to revise this one after 1 day, after 3 days, after 1 week, etc. So I can copy the link here, or I can share it here. If that box doesn't pop up, click that little share button here. Okay, so over from here to here up to play, this is the more dry, study, serious stuff. Practice the spelling, practice how to write it. You can create a test from it, or you can have a bit more fun with these three here. I'll talk about live in the next video related to playing games, but let's focus on these two here. Match is exactly the same as Learning Apps' matching pairs, so we won't look at that, but we'll look at gravity. So have a look at gravity here, a little game that you can play on your mobile phone as well as on a normal computer. And we're going to study all of them. We want to answer with the term, so we want to type in the word. We don't want to type in the definition, that would be crazy. And we want to make it easy at the moment, so let's go. Watch out for red asteroids, they will destroy your planet. Okay, and so here we have, because it's interesting and unusual, exotic. Okay, I know that one. And the next one is I've already done that one. Why is it coming back? Okay, makes you feel awake and healthy. That's bracing. And the last one is warm and pleasant weather, balmy. Okay, and so it continues until these asteroids get too fast, and then they destroy your planet. You can't type quickly enough, but then you try and get the highest score you can. You can test yourself, and you can also play against other students who are doing the same. Okay, so very important to collaborate, very important to revise if you want to learn new vocabulary, because remember, the best way to learn something is to teach it. Trust me, I know. Okay, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to the next section. This is the section on history and time. History, I'm sure you understand the meaning behind that, the past and how it relates to now, and the story of the past, and then time management and things related to how we measure time as in everyday work or in our life. Okay, so I want you to try to visualize some images that come to your mind related to the idea of history and time. You can pause the video if you want, and then we'll look at some images and videos related to this theme. Okay, so here we are, history and time, and here we've got some images. That's a little bit small for me to see, so we'll ignore that one. Here we go. It looks like it's an hourglass with some blue colored sand on a laptop. I wonder what that represents. Do you think it's about technology and how we will stop using laptops and just mostly use mobile phones, perhaps? Here we've got some old timepieces. These are pocket watches, not wrist watches, hanging perhaps in a shop that sells antiques, so an antiques shop. Some icons related to time. There we've got that hourglass again represented, some old Doric columns from the Roman times, and all sorts of strange things. Okay, this, I wonder, obviously in black and white, supposed to represent the old times, but I really doubt that a woman would be wearing that sort of dress in the 1930s or 40s or whenever this is supposed to represent. Here we've got a calendar. I don't know, there's another hourglass, clock, hourglasses, more timepieces. Let's go. Okay, here we got the modern Cairo. So we've got the ancient 5,000, 6,000 years old pyramids in the background, and then all the modern skyscrapers of the Egyptian capital in the foreground. Anything else? Maybe that's to represent the future. Unusual. Past and future. The story begins, etc. Okay, and then the time zones. Different time zones. Who's got the strangest time zones? I think it was Iran has an unusual time zone that it's, or somewhere, I can't remember, it's 45 minutes before anybody, and instead of 1 hour or even half an hour. Some of Australia has got half an hour differences, but I think it's Iran has an unusual time difference. Okay, let's have a look at some videos. Going forward in time and how time moves and how we perceive time. That's Big Ben at night. Big Ben is in London. Okay, the passing of time, or the passage of time, and the clouds moving. That's an unfortunate looking house that probably at one stage was somebody's family home, and now is fallen into disrepair. Oh yes, I like time-lapse images like this. That looks like it could be in London, and one of the train stations there. And here we got something, who knows where that is. I'm not actually sure where that is, but also a time lapse to compress time from 1 hour into maybe 1 minute. Okay, and there we go. So what I'd like you to do now is to write down any words or phrases that came to your mind. I'll give you 45 seconds, and then when you're ready, press play, and we will compare what you wrote down with the list we're going to be studying. Okay, so here we are with the vocabulary list related to history and time. Have a look at these words and phrases that we've got here. Phrases with time down here, nouns, adjectives, a few verbs and some adverbs, usually ending with ly at the bottom. And what I'd like you to do is compare what you've got in your list with the words over here. Did you manage to get any of these words? If not, not a problem. This is why we're here. But now, remember, the next step is your learner training video and also your show your progress tasks. So let's have a look at the next learner training video, and it will be about lexical sets. And what on earth are lexical sets? Well, I'll let myself explain that in the next video, and how they are very useful for you to remember words. It's one of the techniques. Okay, and so as I said, don't forget your show your progress task now or after the learner training video, and don't forget to repeat it at the end of this section. Okay, enjoy learning the new vocabulary. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video. This one deals with lexical sets. Now, you've come across lexical sets in a previous video where we looked at lexicons. There was I think the 5th or the 6th column in your lexicon is for lexical sets. Now, what are lexical sets? Well, lexical sets are like a title for all the words that come underneath it, a sort of umbrella term. So as an example, we can have the lexical set of weather, and then all the adjectives, nouns, adverbs that come with it. Rain, rainy, sun, sunny, cloudy, drizzly, drizzle, and thousands of other words, or at least hundreds of other words in English related to the word weather. Why are lexical sets important? Well, because they reflect the way our brain is organized. Humans are very good at categorization, or putting things in categories, and so when we come across a new word, what happens in our brain is that it gets categorized into a certain space. And the best thing to do to help us remember that word is to put it in that category for our brain and make it into a visual representation of where that word sits. So we're going to start off with, I'm going to show you where I would go to find good lexical sets, and then I'm going to show you some websites where you can make a visual representation of a lexical set for your brain to absorb. Okay, so we'll start with my favorite dictionary, and you'll see why I don't use this dictionary for lexical sets. So I've typed in the word rain, since we're talking about weather here, and you'll see that its related topic, or its lexical set in this dictionary, is nature. If we click on nature, you'll see that it is a huge category. Everything you can think of about nature goes here, and that includes, I assume, animals. I haven't seen anything, but that's also nature. So don't know why they don't include something related to animals, and this list could go on for another 3 or 4 pages. So it's another reason I don't use Longman for lexical sets. Let's have a look at the way Cambridge Dictionary does it. So I've got here, I've got the word rain, and then down here it says synonyms and related words. Now that's all very well and good, fine, everything related to rain over here, but those are the synonyms for rain. And what if I wanted to know some words related to the opposite of rain? For example, sun, under the umbrella of weather. Or what if I wanted to talk about things that are not necessarily rain per se, but they are quite closely related, like snow, for example, or ice. So Cambridge Dictionary is not great because it focuses on too small a number of words, and I want the general umbrella term. So let's try Oxford Learner's Dictionary, and we've got rain here, and they use something called the word finder. So if we click on word finder, again you'll see it's focused too much just on the word rain, and I would like to something halfway between nature, which is very, very broad, and rain, which is very, very narrow. And so I find that the best balance between these two things is Macmillan Dictionary. And if you type in the word rain here, you will see that the lexical set is rain, snow, and sleet. Sleet, for those of you who don't know, it's a mixture of rain and snow. And here you'll see all these things: sleet, mixture of rain and snow. I was perfectly correct. Okay, and so I'm not a big fan of Macmillan generally, because I think their definitions can be quite difficult to follow as a learner, but their lexical sets are excellent, and that is why I suggest you go to Macmillan Dictionary when you type in your lexical set in the lexicon, because it's broad enough, but it's also narrow enough for you to find a good umbrella term for the word you want. As an example, let's just have a look at sunny, and used words to describe types of light. So there we go. That's interesting way of categorizing it. So you go from candlelit, using a candle, to sunny, which is over here, and you'll see. So do you see how their lexical sets are a bit more creative, but also a bit you don't see the connection with sun and candle until you see how it works as a lexical set. Okay, now I said in the second part of this video we would be focusing on ways of representing our lexical sets. Now some of you are quite content with the way it looks in the lexicon. So you've just got your lexical set. You know that rain belongs to the idea of snow, sleet, and rain, and that's enough. But some of you, like me for example, are more visual, and I need to see the word written down. Then we would make something called a mind map. Now traditionally a mind map is on paper, and I like drawing mind maps on paper with a nice pen, and connecting all the things together. So I might write, for example, in the middle I might write nature, and then connected to that weather, things related to weather, and connected to that bad weather. So that's what we're going to try and do now here, but we're going to do it on the computer, and there are two ways we can do that. We're going to start with the first one, on a more traditional looking mind map, and this one is a website called Go Conquer. It's extremely dense, and there's all sorts of things. This is for teachers really, but also students as well, for higher level learning, different subjects for example. But they have a very powerful mind map creator. So once you've signed up, it asks you to tell you what you're going to be using the site for. If you want to sign up pretending to be a teacher, that's fine. I find it's easier to be the teacher in the layout of this website than to be the student, but it's up to you. It doesn't matter. It still gives you the option to make a mind map anyway, so it doesn't matter which option you choose when you start using this site. Okay, and so it gives you a little idea of how it works. So you enter your text here. So let's say for example I do want to use the word nature. Okay, and from nature, nice and big, I want to write weather, and then from weather I'm going to talk about bad weather. Now I know that in places, if you're from Botswana, bad weather, it would not describe the word rain, because obviously in desert countries rain is welcome sign, but from a European or an English speaking perspective, bad weather technically is rain and precipitation. Okay, and then finally I'm gonna have things related to let's say to precipitation. Okay, and precipitation is anything like rain or anything that comes from the clouds. And then finally, I'm going to have my new words. So instead of just rain, because we know rain, but we're going to look at the other words related to it. Oh, I've gone to sunny. So let's go back to rain. And we've got snow. I know what snow is, but I didn't know what sleet was. So in my presentation here, I'm going to put in sleet. Okay, and there you've got it. And you can make these a different color if you want to. If bad weather is maybe a negative and good or positive things are in blue or green, you can make this bigger or smaller if you like, depending on how you want it to be arranged in your mind. So this is a traditional mind map, the way it would look, and you can add as many as you like. You can add hundreds. I've never tried to go too far with this one, but you can add as many as you like. You can save this, then you can make it public if you want, etc. Okay, so that's the traditional mind map. And then I like to use a website called Prezi, Prezi, which is actually a presentation software, but I like the way it allows you to go in deeper and further into there's no limit to the zoom. If you understand what zoom means, there's no limit to how small you make something. So let me give an example. This is the page that you will get when you first arrive. It's Create Prezi, and it's all sorts of templates that it suggests you use. We're going to just use the most basic looking one. So I'm going to use this template here, and I'm going to call it nature. And this one, if I want to share it with only certain people, I have to pay. So unfortunately, everyone is going to be able to see your Prezi, but it's not a problem. It's share and collaboration is important. Sharing and collaboration. Okay. And is it doing anything? Hopefully. Oh yes, finally. Now at the moment it gives you one topic with 2 slides, but I don't want to use the subtopic. I want to just dedicate everything to being on this one page here. So I'm going to delete that second subtopic, and I'm just going to focus on the topic. That's the overview of everything, but don't try to edit that. Go straight into the topic. And now you've got the word topic, and I'm going to say, for example, nature, and then I'm going to get rid of that. I don't need that. Okay, so everything related to nature is going to go into this circle, and I don't like the color gray, so I'm going to change it to a nice greenish bluish color. So nature, sort of blue mixed with green, water mixed with land. Okay, and then I'm going to make a new shape, and I want this shape to be also circular, say for example, and this one is going to be blue because I'm going to talk about weather, and I associate weather with being blue, and it still sits within the idea of nature. I know that weather is quite a big topic. There's going to be quite a few words, so I'll make it quite large, and I'm going to add some text, and I'm going to call that nature. Actually, before I add the text, let me just take that away. If I click on this, double click, sorry, on this, when I insert text, it places the text in a size that is a good representation for that the size of the blue. How can I say this? It's proportional, that's a better word. So the size of the text is proportional to the size of the shape I've just put, and you'll see why that's important later. So nature, I'm going to type in now weather. Okay, and now I want to talk about bad weather, so let's use a brown colored or grey colored one here, and I'll change it a little bit darker grey, and I want to put in the word bad weather. But remember, if I double click on the shape, it'll zoom it up for me, and then I'll click insert text, and text is proportional to the shape I've just given, and I think it's getting a bit too dark, so I'm going to change this color to white. Okay, so now we've got bad weather, and I can put that in the center, and then bad weather, but how can I say this word? Bad weather but not dangerous. Okay, so I'm going to double click, and I'm going to insert text. What's a better word for not dangerous? I think there's a word on the tip of my tongue, and it is oh, I'm going to write the word down for you so that you know. So not dangerous. I don't want to use up your time. Okay, so not dangerous bad weather. So it's not a typhoon, it's not a hurricane. That's very bad weather, but it's weather that can make you a little bit depressed if it goes on for more than 3 days. Okay, so let's say that is what I've decided to do here, and also in white. And now I'm going to start adding some more text. So I'm going to insert text over here, and I'm going to put in all the words that I know, or the words that I'm studying relating to not dangerous. So we've got sleet, snow, what else? Drizzle. I don't like drizzle, it's very dull and boring. And let's do one more. Hail. Okay, oops, wrong one. And hail. Okay, so I've decided that is the categorization that is good enough for me, and I can zoom out all the way out to see everything if I want. And now you can see you can hardly read those 4 words, but if I go to present, then I can oops, sorry, then I can click on the different shapes, and the automatic zoom of this app will allow me to go in. So I can see nature, and I can add maybe all sorts of things. I can even add a little blue box here, or a red box here, or a red triangle here. I can completely fill up nature. It's not a problem, because there's no issue about the size that I can go to. I can go to even smaller than that. So let's click on weather. Okay, and we zoom into weather, then I go to bad weather, then I can go to dangerous. I can even zoom once more if I really want to see it. And then if I click, what do I do? Click back. Yes, if I press the back arrow, then I can go all the way back again. If I press the forward arrow, that just takes me to the overview. But I can even click directly to see the words that I want to use. Or I can click on the green and I can see the title. So this is obviously great for people who are on a desktop or a laptop or a PC, because it's much easier to do. I wouldn't obviously recommend trying to do this on a mobile phone, but for those of you who are happy to try and do that on a PC or on a Macintosh, then this is what I like to do, because I can see how things are organized, and then I can share this with other people over here, and they can all see the way you've categorized your lexical set. But I do also encourage those of you who prefer to use paper and pencil, if you've drawn a beautiful mind map or something similar to a mind map like this on paper, by all means, please take a photograph of it with your mobile phone and share it with us on the discussion space for this learner training video, and also the discussion spaces and the collaboration spaces for other themes in which it is important, and we can all learn from the amazing work that you have managed to do. Okay, I hope that's useful for you, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to the next section. This one is on animals, plants and farming. What imagery has popped into your mind relating to this theme of animals, plants and farming? Allow those images to cycle around in your mind. Give yourself practice for this theme as if you were in the real exam. For example, a listening comes up. You will hear two people talking about farming practices in the county of Devon. You have 30 seconds to look at the questions. During that time, you are also thinking about activating your schemata, all the words and phrases that you can think about related to farming in Devon. Now, maybe it won't be such a difficult task because people need to know where Devon is. Let's say in England. Okay, so it's green, it's quite a lot of rain. So what sort of farming would you expect to see in English countryside? Okay, so that's what you need to do in a IELTS exam. But we are lucky enough here to give you some images and some videos to help you to activate your schemata even more than just using your world knowledge. Okay. So let's have a look at some of these from Getty. Animals, plants and farming. So let's have a look at some of these icons first. They're quite interesting. So we've got a pig, we've got a chicken, we've got a cow, we've got looks like a barn. Here he's sowing the seeds. That is done more mechanically, obviously, these days. In the old days you would have done it by hand. A windmill, a sun rising over some fields. That looks like traditional bottled milk, for example, fruits and vegetables in a bowl. Here we go, some potential future farmers. He looks like he's the farmer here in what could be, that maybe is New Zealand, who knows. It's quite warm and yet very green, and the little girls are watching their farmer, or helping their farmer father to decide which cow to eat. No, decide which cow is best to milk. Let's say it that way. Okay, and over here we've got an aerial shot of a combine harvester harvesting who knows what crop that is, but it seems to be doing a very good job of getting everything into that. Who knows what that's called? It's probably got a special name. Some goats over here behind a fence, and some cows and a horse, and he's being fed by a nice pretty girl who's looking after that horse. Cows at the trough, eating the grain that they've got there. Chickens in the field, free range chickens, becoming more and more popular than chickens that are just stuck or cooped up in a coop. That's where the word comes from, and it's nice to see that this is a change from that type of farming, so that they have a slightly better life. Okay, we've got some forestry, maybe conservative or sustainable, let's say sustainable use of timber is another major issue that you may find a topic that comes up in one of the IELTS listenings or readings. Okay, I think that's enough. Let's have a look at some videos now. So what comes up here? We've got a little girl hugging a chicken. It's the same. Okay, it's the same actors from the previous images, looking after the land and feeding the chickens. Here, that looks like it's an urban environment, so growing your own food in the city, which is becoming more and more popular as well. In an allotment, at least that's what it's called in the UK. And here we've got some more pigs and cows eating. That's typical English farmland, somewhere in the southeast probably of the UK. Whereas here we've got that could well be in Jordan or in the Middle East somewhere. with Arabian horses having a little run. Again, here we've got the same thing. Or maybe that's Australia, who knows? It's a very dry area, that's what we know, and these could be wild horses, in fact. So you can see a lot of farming related stuff, but not a lot of wild animals in this animals, plants and farming. Well, I suppose I did type in farming, so that's why it's coming up. But this theme also deals with wild animals as well. Okay, so now you know what to do next. Piece of paper, please, or your mobile phone. Pause the video, 45 seconds, write down all the words and phrases that came to your mind in English or in your own language, and I'll see you for the list of the vocabulary that you are going to study in this section. Okay, here we are with the new vocabulary, animals, plants and farming. So here's your list. Lots of nouns, a few adjectives, and it looks like seven verbs. Did you manage to get any of these words or phrases in your list? Great if you did. If not, no problem. That's why we're here. Okay, and so remember the next two things you need to do. The learner training video, which is, this time it is, sometimes I need to translate a word into my own language. What's the best way? Translation is a dangerous thing to do, too much of. However, it is very effective if it's used effectively and efficiently. So I'm going to give you some ideas about how to translate, when to translate, and why you should translate sometimes and why you should avoid translating in the other times. And also don't forget the show your progress task. You can do that now or after the learner training video, and don't forget to do it at the end of the section as well. Okay, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video. This one is entitled When and How to Translate. I'm going to preface this short video by saying that I'm not a fan of translation. It's okay at lower levels because you're translating concrete or physical nouns like computer, table, sofa. But now at this higher levels, where the higher level that we're at, intermediate and above, you're starting to have to think about words that are feelings and emotions, abstract nouns, for example, the word comfort or convenience. And then of course you've also got the verbs. The word, for example, walk, to translate into your language shouldn't be a problem, but think about the verb go. Go over there is the same as walk over there, but go over your homework, as in the teacher wants to go over your homework, well, that becomes a phrasal verb, which means look at and discuss your homework. So now we've got a problem with the word go, and that extends to adjectives as well, with their different meanings and how they change their meaning depending on the other words around it, the context. And then adverbs, for example, which in some languages don't even have single words. You need a whole phrase to create an adverb. So you can see that the issues that translation has is a technical one as well. And the further you are away geographically from English speaking, the origins of English, the more difficult it is to translate back and forth between your language and English. There's a second reason I'm not a fan of it, and that is something to do with thinking in English. I used to tell my students when I had full-time classes, especially ones that had been studying for a long time, and they were a bit, maybe they weren't very good language learners. They didn't have the aptitude for language learning, but they were starting to realize there was a sort of a light bulb moment in their head when they started to grasp the language a lot better. And I used to tell them that once you start dreaming in English, that is a sure sign that you're starting to think in English. And it's because you have been thinking in your language too long and now finally you are starting to dream in English, which means you've reached that barrier. There was a little bit of a barrier that you had to jump over. It's not a little one, it's a big one. Once you've reached that barrier and gone over it and you're starting to think in English, then you'll find that translating into your language and back into English becomes less and less interesting. So I'm hoping that I can get you guys to that moment where you've listened to enough of my videos, you've listened to enough IELTS related listening tasks and read enough in English that you start to think in English and even dream in English. But I am aware that some students still like the security of being able to translate into their language. Not just security, but also there's some people that remember words better if they know what the translation is into the language. So for those people, let's just have a look quickly. I've already spoken about bilingual dictionaries, and we spoke about for example, the Cambridge Dictionary here has an option to go from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, all of these, and then, as I said, the bilingual dictionaries down here. So it's quite an extensive dictionary. Also, Collins has the English to Spanish, Chinese, Hindi down here, Portuguese, Italian and German, and French, sorry, and Spanish. I don't know if I said that. But also Longman, I forgot to mention, has 3 languages: Spanish, Korean, and Japanese, and so that is worth looking at as well. The Korean version only goes from English to Korean. Now I've typed in the word comfort already, which is one of those abstract nouns where we can't quantify it, but we can have a feeling of comfort, or we can have this emotion of comfort. And you'll see that there are 5 different ways or meanings of the word comfort, depending on the context. And so the nice thing about Longman, for example, into Spanish, it gives you the phrase and then the translated phrase, not just the word by itself. Compare that, for example, to Cambridge over here, where you've got the word comfort, and in fact they've only given you 1 noun and 1 verb, so it's actually not very extensive. They do give an example here, but they don't translate it into Spanish. For example, like, and let's go to the last one of the ones I'm going to show you, like Collins. Look at Collins. They've done entire sentences translated into Spanish, not just phrases. So that is one of the reasons for, if I was forced to use a translator or a bilingual dictionary, Collins would be on the top of my list. I do, however, realize that Cambridge might be the only option for some people, because Collins doesn't have Indonesian, doesn't have Polish, and then all these semi-bilingual dictionaries are not available in the other 2 that I've spoken about already. So what can be done about that? Well, I know that there are some apps available from English to Arabic, for example, or from English to Urdu, and those apps, are they from a reliable source? That's the only way I can say it. If you know, people can make a lot of money from translator apps, but do they put the amount of time and effort required into the translating apps as is necessary? The question is, do you trust them as much as they are asking you to trust them? Because the stuff that I've seen from students who are, especially, for example, Japanese students who might be a bit nervous about making a mistake. It's not their fault, it's the way that they've been taught. If you make a mistake, you are wrong, and you should never you should never speak again sort of mentality. So they come with these translating independent devices translating, and some of the rubbish that comes out of them, it's really embarrassing. And you ask how much money did they spend on that, and it's huge amounts of money on something that doesn't do the job that it's supposed to do. So that is why I'm very nervous of trusting those sort of things. So what can you do? Well, if your app comes from a reputable source, or you believe to be a reputable source. That's great. Does it have translations of entire sentences from English into your language and vice versa? That is a good step. So that is the first step. If it's just single words into your language and then back again, I can't help you, it can't help you, because let's take, for example, the word reach as a verb again into Spanish, because at least I can sort of verify if this is right or wrong. And so Longman's reach gives full sentences, and then the sentences into Spanish, which is nice. It wasn't as detailed as comfort. Comfort wasn't as detailed, but here we've got entire sentences translated into Spanish, and you've got 8 different senses of the word reach. So for example, I might reach for the end of this table over here, so stretch, but then reach an agreement, come to an agreement. Those are just the first 2 that came up here. And the issue with often with those apps that you use is that they only give you the most common use. Which one is more common, reach an agreement or reach for the end of a table? So that can be an issue. Now, having said that, I have been impressed since 2016, I suppose, how Google Translate has made such leaps and strides in its machine translation. So over here I've got the word reach and agreement. Let's just start with reach, for example. Now the issue again is that it's just given me the most common or most typical translation of the word reach, but you can go down here and have a look at the synonyms for reach, and then you can try to choose the most appropriate translation if you wanted to, and then there's the verbs down there. Now something that I'd like to just point out very quickly is this little shield here. The little shield in Google Translate means that it's been checked by a human, and reach an agreement as well, even that by itself has been checked by a human, and this is acceptable and a common collocation in Spanish, and therefore acceptable in this this phrasal translation. But have a look here, for example, he reached an agreement. You'll notice that the word changes to llegó, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, and that's more like comes to an agreement. But notice that the shield has disappeared. Not enough human certified translators have agreed that this sentence is correct, and so you've lost that shield. So you're not going to be entirely sure if this sentence is correctly translated or not. So this is just a short video to show you the pitfalls about translating into your language. I would strongly recommend that you start to, if you are heavily reliant on a bilingual dictionary or a bilingual app, or even one of those Japanese type devices, I'm asking you to think about weaning yourself off it as much as you possibly can. Take advantage of of Longman's English to English translation, definitions, because that is going to help you to start thinking in English and then dreaming in English, which would be fantastic. And that thinking in English is the best way to make sure that your IELTS results are higher than what you're currently getting. So I hope that's useful for you, and I'll see you in the next section. All right, welcome to the next theme of the planets and space, and what images come to your mind now when I say the planets: Saturn, Venus, Mercury, Earth, revolving around the sun, and space travel, the study of space, astronomy, and things like that. What comes to your mind? So think about it, and then join me to have a look at the images and the videos that come with it. Okay, so here we are on iStock. I've typed in planets in space, and I've also put in astronomy just to give us a little bit more images related to people who are studying outer space. And that means anywhere outside of our the last layer of our atmosphere, so outer space. Okay, so we've got obviously a picture of the Earth, sun coming up over the Earth from a far distance. That might be a 3D created image. Maybe it's a real one, but it looks like it had been created on a computer. A photograph of space. We've got all the planets, the different planets, nicely drawn. The Earth from a far distance, and you can see the lights, the city lights in the dark areas of the Earth where the sun hasn't quite reached it yet. Okay, here I've got a little boy. He's dreaming about space. How many young girls and boys wanted to be astronauts when they were younger? And he's got all the planets, and he's thinking about perhaps one day becoming an astronaut or somebody who studies space. There you've got all the different planets. Pluto has been downgraded as a planet. It's a planetoid, I think, something similar to a planet, but it's here anyway. And here's a man looking up at an incredible Milky Way. You can see it there. And in some places in the world it's very, very clear to see, and I've seen it in Kyrgyzstan and Namibia, and it's incredible. I've never seen it as good as anywhere else. And here we've got a telescope, amateur telescope, which will allow you to see the rings of Saturn quite clearly, or the moons of Jupiter. There's a little girl also thinking about space travel. And here the last of these images we'll look at is a radio telescope, it seems, and that picks up radio waves from space and translates it into images and data. Okay, and let's have a look at some videos while we're here. And we've got something happening here. You're traveling through space at the speed of light, it seems. Traveling very fast, and okay, that's interesting. Yep. Same little girl thinking about landing on a very small asteroid, perhaps. I think there's a lot of these are just that's taken up. That's a real photograph of the Earth rotating, and you can see the Earth's rotation causing the stars to move across the sky. Okay, he seems to be having fun. His father has told him, I need to make this video, so just pretend to be happy. Okay. All right, that's a nice photo or video of a silhouette of two people looking up at the night sky. Very nice. Okay, so that should be enough for you to get some schemata activated, world knowledge about this theme activated in your mind. So you know what to do now. Piece of paper, please, or on your phone or on your laptop. 45 seconds. Write down all the words and phrases that came to your mind when we looked at these videos and these images. Okay, so let's have a look now at the vocabulary list related to the planets and space. And you've got a lot of nouns here, quite a few adjectives, and then some verbs. Did you manage to get any of these words into your list of words that you wrote down, or list of phrases? If you did, fantastic. If you didn't, no problem. That's why we're here. Okay, so good luck. Enjoy studying these pieces of vocabulary and these phrases. Remember, you can click on anything that jumps out at you, and you can look at the word before the meaning of the word before you start doing the vocabulary exercises. Okay, so the next video for me is the learner training video, and that one is about word families and how a single word, for example the word rich, can become enrich the verb to make somebody rich, or richness is a noun, rich by itself is an adjective, and there's a lot of other words that are formed from the word rich that will expand your vocabulary. So if you know a single word like a rich person, a wealthy person, then because the spelling is so similar, you've suddenly got maybe 3 or 4 extra words that can be used around that word, and so that also expands your vocabulary. So go to the next video about that one. Before you do that, remember, show your progress task, do it now or do it after the learner training video, and repeat the same task at the end of this section. Okay, see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video. This one deals with word families and idioms. Now let's start with word families. Can you take a guess what I mean by word families? Any ideas? Here's the word comfort. Can you find the word family, or the phrase word families on this page? In the yellow, there it is over there. So before I explain what it does, I'm going to explain why we're talking about word families. Last lesson, the last learner training lesson, or the one before that actually, I spoke about an anchor, a way to anchor something in your mind. So we spoke about, for example, the phrase important sight. The word important is already in your mind. Sight, S-I-T-E, might be a new word, and you want to anchor it to your mind, to your knowledge, and so important is the anchor and sight attaches to it. A video after that I spoke about lexical sets and how the word weather is the anchor to blizzard, to sleet, and words that are related to weather. And this is another way of anchoring new vocabulary to your mind, to your brain, your knowledge. So as you can see that the word comfort appears in all of these words in some way, and that's what makes it a word family. But note that they do not have the same meaning always. So comfort in our meaning, the main meaning being physically relaxed and satisfied, is not the same as comforting, which is reassuring, to feel less worried or upset. But it's still part of the same word family. So word families are not necessarily related to the meanings so much, but related to the spelling. And so if you know how to spell the word comfort, there's your anchor, and it anchors to another word that has slightly different or sometimes completely different meaning, but that's your anchor, your word family there. Okay, so what I'd like to do now is just show you the word, for example, the word rich. Now, you know that means somebody who's got a lot of money, but you'll notice here that rich in this one here is starting with en. So it's not just looking at words that start with the word comfort, but it's any word that has a relationship to the original word rich. So if we look at, let's do enrich, the verb to enrich, it means improve the quality of something. So it's got very little to do with being wealthy or having a lot of money, but it's got a lot to do with the fact that it sits, the word rich sits within it. So enrich, when you add an en, a prefix, so that it comes before the main base word, it makes it into a verb. So I've forgotten a word that starts with en that creates a verb out of an adjective, but I'll think about it and I'll put it on the screen for you here. So word families are very important because they allow you to create an anchor based entirely on the spelling of the word, and so you'll be able to remember other meanings like that. The reason again why I like Longman, because of its word families. Let's take, for example, this is Collins, and if you look at their attempts at word families, it's really based only on the word spelling, and if it starts with R, I and C, then they come up. So ricey and rich are considered to be closely related, but they're not at all. There's no relationship whatsoever. So that's why we need something like word families from Longman that takes the word, and it doesn't matter if the word starts with a different prefix, it still is related to the base word, in this case rich. Okay, so we're not going to use Collins for this one. Now here we've got the Cambridge Dictionary for the word rich. They don't have the word family anywhere here, but what they do have is the idioms related to rich. They have a very good idiom dictionary. Let's just check the meaning of an idiom before we continue. So an idiom is a group of words that has a special meaning that is different from the ordinary meaning of each separate word. So for example, under the weather is an idiom meaning ill. Now, word families are important because we can still create this connection, this anchoring, and it will help you to remember new words. Why are idioms important? Well, in the exam, if you can use idiomatic, the adjective for idiom, if you can use idiomatic language, it will improve your mark considerably in your writing and in your speaking. Many idioms are actually more in speaking or in spoken English than in written English. So in your speaking particularly, if you are able to use some idioms in your speaking, that will certainly improve your mark. So in the Cambridge Dictionary, where we've got rich, on the right hand side in the blue bar, it says more meanings of rich, and that will come up first. You'll see it with also cash rich, somebody with a lot of cash. Mineral rich deposit. South Africa has large mineral rich deposits, lots of gold inside, lots of platinum inside, etc. But we are looking at the idioms. So if you click on that, you'll see all the idioms related to rich, and you can click on that as well and see their meanings. So strike it rich, the idiom, to become suddenly rich, suddenly and unexpectedly. Like you strike a rock and suddenly it opens and there's gold inside. That's the idea. Okay, and that becomes an idiomatic meaning because it's not literally somebody with a pickaxe hitting a rock and discovering gold inside it, but it's become an idiomatic expression for somebody that's found riches by chance or unexpectedly. So idioms are very important, and the good thing about that, about these idioms, is that you can see they are related to the word rich because they contain rich in them. All of them have the word rich in them, so you can further do the anchoring technique. If I know the word rich, I know it very well. I remember this word from one of the first words I learned in English, and I want to try and think about two more idioms that go with it, two that you think would serve you well in the IELTS exam. So you might say to strike it rich. That might be useful. Certain people who have come across riches by chance, you might be writing about something like that, you might be speaking about something like that, and choose another one. For example, it's all part of life's rich tapestry. To be one of the difficult or bad experiences that is part of a full and interesting life. So you could even use that as a conclusion in one of your essays. If, for example, an essay that came up that spoke about the positives and negatives of something, and you'll say, well, sometimes we have to go through negative experiences because it's all part of life's rich tapestry. The end conclusion of your beautiful essay. Okay, so I hope that the word families and the idioms, although they're not entirely related, they're still connected to that idea of anchoring in your brain. I hope that both of those will help you to expand on your knowledge of English. All right, welcome to the next video of the theme design and innovation. So what comes to your mind when I talk about design, designing something, and innovation from the word nov, new. So coming up with new ideas and new designs and new ways of solving problems. Designs really, if you think about it, a design is something, a way to solve a human problem. Okay, so think about that. Give yourself a little bit of time. Try to visualize what images you expect to see in the iStock photos when I type in design and innovation. And when you're ready, we'll have a look at them. Okay, so I've typed in design and innovation, and we've got a number of images here. I'm not really sure what that represents, but let's have a look at this one here. That looks like a design team discussing something, and of course you've got a light bulb right in focus. And so what do you think that represents? Well, at least in the Western idea, a light bulb represents an idea. And when a light bulb flashes above a cartoon character's head, it means that that cartoon character has suddenly had an idea. So that's probably what this image represents. Over here we've got a lady or a girl looking at a flow chart or a diagram of what's going to happen, how a design would work. It's a bit too small for me to see what's going on, but she's clearly trying to get her head around this design, this concept, and working towards a common goal of getting that design out into reality. Okay, design, look at that, architectural design. It looks like it's got the same shape as those famous places in Singapore, so I wonder if that's connected to somewhere in Singapore. I think that might represent solving a problem. So you've been walking along or going along in life, and then trouble starts, and you have to find your way through that trouble, and finally you come out unscathed. Or perhaps even better, if this line was a bit thicker, or it showed that you'd made progress in your personality or something like that. But it's unscathed, as what I understand is that you've managed to survive this problem. Okay, some more design, glass buildings representing modernity, I presume. Some icons related to this. Again, as I said, the light bulb representing idea in the Western world. A questioning light bulb, perhaps not sure what the answer is. And this one with cogs moving, suggesting that there's a thought processes being made in the head, and eventually you're going to have this idea come up. Okay, and the rest just looks like design, a 3D design, for example. Obviously this architecture as well. Okay, I think there we go, there's one more here. So they're deciding how the app will look, so starting with paper and then working around that to actually make the app. Okay, let's have a look at some videos. Let's see if they're a bit more useful for us. Okay, and okay, 3D animated idea of, I'm not really sure what that represents, but have a look at this. Okay, another time lapse of coming to a conclusion about something, working together. There's the word collaboration right at the end, so that's very important. That's what I want you guys to do on this course, to collaborate with each other and help each other, and that's what this design team are trying to do. Over here we've got they're working on how, I'm not really sure. A lot of these stock images are just cobbled together. The props are cobbled together to make it look like they're doing something, so it's not always easy to talk about what's happening in the video. Okay, here we've got, this might be the future of the world, IoT, the Internet of Things. So every car will talk to the other car, and they can work out how where the traffic problems are, if you need to slow down, perhaps because there's no point going any faster, there's traffic up ahead. And this Internet of Things is definitely going to change the world in the next 20 years, I think. Okay, I think that's enough for this activating your schemata. So now what I'd like you to do is write down the words and phrases that came to your mind on a piece of paper or on your device, and give yourself about 45 seconds, and then let's look at the words and phrases that we are going to study. Okay, here's your list of what you're going to be studying in this theme, and you can see there's quite a lot of nouns and adjectives this time, and then it looks like about 20 verbs that you're going to be looking at. Now, did you write down any of these words? Were any of these words did any of them come up in your list? If they did, fantastic. If they didn't, not a problem. Okay, so remember, you can click on any of these words to get more information about them if you want, before you go into the vocabulary practice. 2 things you need to do beforehand, you tell me. Number 1, it is learner training video. This one is what are other advanced features in online dictionaries that I can use? So I'm going to expand on the Longman dictionary and the other sections of the dictionary that are very useful, as well as some other dictionaries and why they are particularly good, sometimes in certain situations better than the Longman dictionary, and I'll talk about that in the next video. Before you do that, don't forget, show your progress, do the tasks now or after the learner training video, and then repeat it at the end of this section. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video, and this one deals with advanced dictionary features. I'm going to be speaking mostly about Longman dictionary, but also a little bit about Cambridge dictionary. Okay, so the last lesson we looked at the word rich, and we saw that there was the word family with rich at the top of the page. But there are a few other little icons and symbols on this page that are useful for you to know. So over here we've got 3 little dots, and those little dots represent frequency. How frequently does this word come up in the English language? And if 3 dots come up, it means that it's a core vocabulary. Core means main or important or key vocabulary, and it's high frequency. What do these little things mean, do you think? S2 means the top 2,000 spoken words, so W, written, the top 2,000 written words in English. So you can see that the word rich is an important word to know, and I'm sure you all know the word rich, somebody with lots of money. Okay, so look out for these three little dots, because if you are if you come across a word that has 3 dots, and especially one that has S1, can you guess what S1 stands for? Top 1,000 words, and W1 top 1,000 written words. So especially if you've got 3 little dots and then S1 and then W1 as well, then you certainly need to know that word if you don't know it already. Okay, then you've got the part of speech as an adjective in green, and then the adjectives in this case have a comparative and the superlative equivalent next to it. So she was richer than me, he's the richest man in the room. Okay, now, another thing to look out for is the words in white with orange background. So in this case wealthy, because they will very quickly give you a sense of the word, because in this case we've got 10 senses, or 9 in this case, and if you look quickly at the orange highlighted words or phrases, then it will help you to quickly find the meaning or the sense of the word that you need for the context that you want to use it, or the context that it's in and you want to understand it. Okay, you've also seen this op or antonym, the opposite meaning, and look also for syn, S-Y-N, which means synonym, similar meaning. Okay. Now, something else we haven't really touched on is this register. Register is how formal or informal the word is. So it says in written English, people usually prefer to use affluent rather than rich because it sounds more formal. Okay, and there's an example of it there. We've also spoken about the collocations boxes already, and many of the words in the Longman Dictionary have a collocations box attached to them. And sometimes a thesaurus as well, or thesaurus. One day I'm going to get the pronunciation right. So wealthy, affluent there as well. Okay. And then you've also got examples from the corpus. Now, in the old days, dictionary writers did not have access to computers, did not have access to computational analysis of millions and millions and millions of pages of the English language. Now, with the advent of the internet and the fact that people are digitalizing a lot of texts, so making the texts editable and machine readable, as well as putting videos like mine up onto the internet, this allows dictionary writers to have access to tons of data about how a word is used. And so you'll see that the word rich comes up in bold here, and these are all naturally spoken sentences or naturally written. They are not designed, the person who wrote or said these sentences did not expect them to be used in a dictionary, did not expect them to be used as part of a language learning platform. It's just naturally used in some place, maybe TV, radio, on the internet, in a blog, for example, a reputable blog, not everything, and or in the newspaper, for example. Okay, so what you'll notice then is that the way this has been arranged from 1 down all the way to 9 is based on how frequently the word is used. So this sense, the sense of being wealthy, is more frequently used than the sense of food, as in rich food, food that's tasting good, with lots of sugar, lots of fat, for example. So that's another reason why dictionaries like Cambridge, Collins, and Longman are fantastic, because they're very heavily based on the corpus, based on what is naturally said. You can imagine in the old times a dictionary writer might say, okay, the word rich, well, I know three ways we can use rich: wealthy, rich food, and rich texture, rich cloth, so expensive cloth. And then they would forget the other 3 or 4 meanings. Fortunately, nowadays we have a corpus to rely on, and we can refer to it to get some fantastic examples and put them into the correct definitions, and rank or sort them from the most common at the top to the least common or least frequently used at the bottom. Okay, so I like rich. I like rich things. Yes, I like rich food. I like Longman for this reason. Okay, and right at the bottom there's something called the origin or the etymology, and I'm going to speak about a whole video about etymology later on, and why it can be helpful for certain people to remember and learn new words. But let's look at something else first. So we're going to go to the word rich here in the Cambridge Dictionary, and the only thing that I particularly like that does not appear in the Longman Dictionary is this little symbol here, the white text with the black background, and that says A2. Any idea what A2 stands for? It's based on something called the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages. It's a long acronym. CFR is usually how it's referred to, and basically it was a EU initiative to try and measure what level somebody was able to speak other languages within the EU. So if someone is A2 level at English, then somebody who's A2 level at French, they are basically at the same level. It was very difficult to do that previously, but now a lot of research has said, okay, well, if you're A2 at Spanish, then you're the same level at this in English, and you're same level at this in French and other languages in EU. So what is A2 level? Let's have a look at this chart here. You can see here, Common European Framework of Reference. There's the IELTS in red on the right hand side, and you can see that A2 level is below a 4 in the IELTS. So if you didn't know the word rich, if you didn't know the word rich, then it's likely that you're only a 3.5 in or lower in the IELTS exam. Okay, so it's obviously a word that you need to know. I'm going to come, let's just have a look at these other bands here then before we move on. So we've got the word rich, which is sitting around here, but can you think of a word that would sit in B2 or B1 or B2 level, somewhere up here closer to the IELTS score? Well, let's have a look at the synonym of rich, and that's the word wealthy. So let's see what level that should be. That's according to the CFER, the word wealthy fits in at a B2 level. So if we go to B2 over here, you'll see that it's between 5.5 and 6.5 on the IELTS. So if you know how to use wealthy and you understand it, then you are probably at this level here. And if we go back to this one here and have a look at the synonym affluent, there we have C1, and we'll go to this chart and C1 is sitting here. So above 6, between 7 and 8, 6.5, halfway through 6.5 and 8, you know how to, if you know how to use the word affluent and you understand it. So that is why it's useful to use synonyms to push your knowledge up to higher up on the IELTS scoring system, and that is why I like Cambridge, because it gives you where that word would fit on the CFER. Okay, I'm going to come back to that and why it's important as well, but I just want to look at this word reach. So we looked at reach, to reach for something, but to reach an agreement in the previous learner training video. But I just want to point out one other thing that the Longman dictionary has, especially for verbs, and it's this over here. You get your verb table. So those of you who are battling to understand how to conjugate the word, you've got the simple forms, so all of these with the perfect tenses, the future, and then the continuous form with ing. You can have a direct reference to the word reach and how to conjugate it. So that's useful for any of the verbs that come up on Longman. And one more thing, Longman has a nice, sometimes, not always, but occasionally, with common mistakes. They have a whole box dedicated to common mistakes that students make. And for example, here we don't say reach to a place. A lot of students I've heard say that. We just say reach a place, or reach home, or reach there, or reach here. And so everything's nicely highlighted in red for errors that you might come across. Okay. So those are the, and interestingly enough, that reach is very important because it's S1, W1, and it's got 3 red dots, which means you really need to know this word. And you need to decide which of these 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 senses are useful for you in the IELTS, because there's 11 different senses of the word reach. Okay, now there's one last thing I'd like to point out. Obviously, knowing C1 level words is very good. and I'm not saying that you shouldn't know them. The issue, however, is sometimes students think that I need to use a C1 level word in every way, when in my writing or in my speaking, in every chance, sorry, in my writing and my speaking. But there is a danger to that. So, for example, you may know the word affluent, but you need to use it in a noun form. You don't need to, but you want to use it in a noun form in the IELTS writing, and you think, okay, well, I think that probably the noun of affluent is affluency, and great, you write down affluency because I've taken a guess. You think that's fantastic, but what you could have used is a B2 level word, wealthy, with the collocation that you know works together with it. So, for example, fabulously wealthy is the adjective. I know how to make the noun from wealthy. I know that wealthy has a noun form, wealth, and I know that adverbs come with verbs. I know what fabulously is as an adjective. It's fabulous. So I've converted she was fabulously wealthy to she had fabulous wealth. Now that is a strong collocation. It's sitting here with the word wealth in Ausdic. What do you think is going to make a better impression on an examiner? A strong collocation with a B2 level word like wealth, or a word that is C1 but you spelt it wrong, because in fact the noun of affluent is affluence, CE at the end. And so what is better? Which impression is better? To use a strong collocation with a B2 level word, or to just try your hardest to try and always put in a C1 level word even though you don't know the correct form of the word? Well, I can tell you as an examiner, strong collocations with slightly lower level words are better than C1 level words that are incorrectly used, spelt incorrectly, form is incorrect, or the worst, the preposition that comes with it is incorrect. So you know, for example, that the fabulous wealth of Switzerland, I know that wealth and of comes together, but I don't know the preposition that comes with affluence. I'm just going to make up a preposition. Not a good idea. So my point is, C1 level words, very good to know. If you don't think you can use it, fall back on a use of a strong collocation with a slightly easier word. Okay, I hope that's useful for you, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to this theme of computers and technology. What comes to your mind? What images come to your mind when I say computers and technology? So give yourself a little bit of time to think about that, and then we'll look at some images and videos related to this theme. Okay, so computers and technology. This is according to iStock images, and we'll look at a few of these. We'll talk about them. So here we are. That looks like it could be in a classroom situation, and they are using their laptop to study. So using technology in the classroom, which is this is what we're doing here in this course, is an extension of that. So the classroom that we've got here is all over the world, from students from Bangladesh, students from Brazil, all of us working together in the same virtual classroom. So that's a good example of technology and computers being used. Okay, over here we've got again this context of learning. Looks like it's high school in this case, and this teacher is giving some guidance to his students using the computer. Not just computers, we've got iPads as well, or tablets, and paying for things. I remember certainly when I was younger that this idea of paying for anything online using a credit card, typing your credit card number into a computer, was extremely dangerous security-wise, and now we can do it all the time. So credit and debit cards have caught up finally with modern technology. This is clearly a nurse or a doctor, sorry, she's got a stethoscope on, and she is using a tablet or an iPad to log a patient's details, which is quite more and more common certainly in Western hospitals. School situation, using computers to study, and a few icons. Let's have a look at these icons here. We've got this idea of connectivity in the world, the internet itself. I'm not really sure. Settings. Okay, here we go. That's interesting. Headphones and headsets. If any of you have used a Discord app to discuss anything on this course, you would have been using headphones and microphones so that you can hear the other students discussing things related to each section. So here, and we've got a controller for a gaming console, perhaps, screens, laptops, desktop computers, tower, smartwatches, for example, cameras. All of these USB sticks have all merged into one, basically, and become all capable of being used on a single device, a mobile phone, for example. We've seen this image before in Design and Innovation, the previous theme. Again, it looks like a study context as well. I think that's good enough for here we've got algorithmic based trading, so computers basically making trades based on split-second decisions. Let's have a look at some videos. And what do we have here? So we've got using a very large screen to demonstrate ideas, perhaps. That looks like a server farm, or representing a server farm, which is thousands and thousands of computers working together, like Google, for example, to allow the internet to work properly. Okay, over here we've got some people discussing something using a computer. Maybe it's a civil engineer with the architect working together to decide what a building is going to look like. Again, this looks like a representation of IoT, Internet of Things, cars talking to each other, telling each other, sharing, not telling, but sharing data with each other, so that in fact the traffic can be smoother and more safe. Let's do one more, and this looks like something interesting. No, okay, let's say a middle-aged lady. Perhaps she's using Facebook, or she's writing an email to her children, and keeping in touch with her children all over the world using social media. Okay, I think that's enough for this activating your schemata. Now is your chance. You know what to do. Write down your words and your phrases that came to your mind in English or in your own language. 45 seconds, go. Okay, so here are the new pieces of vocabulary that you're going to be studying. This is, you can see there's a large number of nouns, then slightly fewer adjectives, verbs, and only one adverb that you're going to be looking at here. Is there anything that you wrote down that had a connection with the list that we've got here? Perhaps, as I said in 3 or 4 videos before, if you've got something that you think would be beneficial for other students to learn, then let me know, or let them know on the Reddit forum. Discuss that word, because this is by no means an exhaustive list of everything you need to know related to technology and computers. So if you've got any words or phrases that you think are useful, please by all means share them with the students on the Q&A down here at the bottom, or ideally on the Reddit IELTS step-by-step page, and you can discuss those. Now, as I said before, you can click on any of these if you want to look at them before you start studying them. Otherwise, you can get ready to start looking at the vocabulary practice. But there's two things, as always, beforehand. The next thing that we're going to be looking at is in the learner training videos is a type of pronunciation where we're looking at weak forms, and that's not just words by themselves. Now we're looking at words in a sentence and how we can improve our listening skills. This is the funny thing. It's pronunciation is not only for us to improve our pronunciation, but it certainly, especially in this one, the weak forms, certainly improves our listening skills. And so I strongly recommend that you do this learner training video, and then don't forget, show your progress, those two tasks, the speaking and the reading, speaking and the writing. You don't have to do both, you can do one or the other, but try at least to do one of them. And then repeat those same two tasks at the end of the section so you can compare the progress that you have made. Okay, I'll see you in the next learner training video about weak forms in pronunciation. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video. This one deals with weak forms in pronunciation. Now remember, from the previous video on pronunciation, we looked at individual sounds, and I said if you can't say those individual sounds, you will find it difficult to hear them. The same applies here. If you can't reproduce these weak forms when you're speaking, you will find it difficult to hear them, and therefore you will make some mistakes in your listening exam. So this applies not just for speaking, but for listening as well. Okay, so what are weak forms? Students from languages that are syllable timed, this is extremely important for you to listen. But what is a syllable? Let's start with that first of all. If I say the sentence, he looks happy, how many syllables are in that sentence? Got the answer? If you don't know how to work it out, close your mouth and try to say that sentence. He looks happy. Close your mouth. How many times did I mumble? 1, 2, 3, 4. He looks happy. He looks happy. Okay, so that's the easiest way to check how many syllables there are in a sentence. And knowing what a syllable is going to be very important in this lesson. Okay, so weak forms. What I'm going to show you is a sentence. So I'm going to make you listen to a sentence from Longman, and the sentence is here. No, it's here. Okay. So I've deliberately chosen this phrase or this grammar, going to do something. So listen to this sentence here.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Listen again.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Now, did you notice that some of these syllables were shorter? So let's first of all count how many syllables there are in this sentence. If I say the sentence out but closing my mouth, I can count. So 10 syllables. He looked as if he was going, 2 syllables in this one word, to cry. Notice it's not looked, it's looked. So it's only 1 syllable, even though if you're from Spain you might say looked, or Italy as well. Okay, so there's 10 syllables in there. However, some of those syllables are shorter than others. Now, can you work out which ones they were? Listen again and try to work out which of these sentences, syllables, were shorter.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Do you notice anything? Let's zoom back up again. Now, let's start with which of these words in this sentence are, if they are left independently on the page, they would have no meaning at all. So if I just put the word, let's do one as an example. Let's take this word as. If I put as on a page and said, okay, what do you think? Well, it means nothing, right? But if I put the word look on the page, okay, this image is formed in your mind. Somebody using a magnifying glass, somebody watching with binoculars, somebody looking at a TV. Okay, so some of these words have no meaning by themselves and some of them do. Only 2 of these words really have that meaning, have a deep meaning inside, and that is looked and cry. You might say that going in this case has meaning, but I'm going to show you why it doesn't. Okay, so it's only looked and cry. He and he, yes, to a certain extent, they have some form of meaning because they relate to, say, a boy called Samuel. But essentially, we're focusing on looked and cry in this case. And all of these, especially as, if, was, and to, are what we call grammar words. They have no meaning by themselves. And these grammar words are the ones that get squashed up. So listen again.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Okay, do you notice? Now, before we move on, I just want to highlight something here with the word gonna. If I say this sentence out in a more formal context, this is not going to be easy. This is not going to be easy.
This isn't going to be easy.
Okay, so gonna is a shortened version of going to. However, look here, it says spoken informal. Okay, it's only in spoken English and only in informal languages, in informal situations, sorry. So do not use this word gonna, certainly not in spelling. It's not acceptable in the IELTS to use it in spelling. It's okay if you're texting somebody, but not in the IELTS. And don't use it in the speaking as well, because it's a formal situation, the IELTS exam. This is only for informal. Okay, so now what I'd like you to do is to listen to the same sentence, but it's going to be spoken out by Google's text-to-speech engine, so computer engine. Let's see if Google's text-to-speech engine also works out what are the weak forms and what are the stressed words. So let's listen.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
That's pretty good. Google has got much better. I remember the first time Microsoft, I think it was Microsoft, brought out a text-to-speech engine, which, by the way, Stephen Hawking still used to use when he was still alive, that famous scientist who was stuck in a wheelchair. He used to use the old style, which was they couldn't squash sentences or syllables together, and it sounded very robotic. Okay, listen again.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Going to cry. Looked as if he was going to cry. Okay, and so we are squashing these sentences, these syllables together in the grammar words. Now, why is this useful and why is this helpful? Well, in most languages around the world, this does not happen. In most languages around the world, the syllables are almost equal in length. Let's have a look at Turkish. Now, I'm going to keep the sentence as an English sentence. I know that this is not Turkish, but the fun thing about Google Translate is that you can select the language, but you can put in any other language, and it says that sentence, but in the accent of that language you've chosen. So I've chosen Turkish. I want this to be spoken out with a Turkish accent. Now, let's see. Turkish is a syllable timed language, not like English, which is a stressed timed language. So let's listen.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
He looked as if he was going to cry. Do you notice each syllable is almost equal in length compared to English, which is?
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Now, do you notice the difference? Now, this is a big problem then for anybody who speaks Turkish, going from the syllable timed language to a stress timed language like English, where some syllables are squashed together. can be quite difficult. And the problem is made even worse in a listening test. You've got the stress of being in a test in the IELTS exam, plus they're speaking quite quickly. It might be part 3 of the listening, and they're squashing some of the syllables together. It can be very difficult to hear the important words. Okay, so let's have a look at this visually. You've heard it. Now let's look at it in a visual context. So over here we've got syllable timed languages. Examples are Turkish, Spanish, Italian, and you'll see that the syllables are almost equal in length. Going to cry, going to cry. But over here we've got the stress time languages like English, where the important syllables are almost equal in length, but then the weak forms are shorter. And these are, in this little diagram, they are highlighted by this lighter blue. So he looked as if he was going to, and then cry. So he looked as if he was going to cry. Okay. Now, what sound actually happens in these cases? I don't say as if, I don't say as if. Why? Because first of all, it's difficult to do that. It actually sounds as if, not as if, as if. Why do we reduce the vowels? This is the word to reduce is what I'm going to be showing you here in the next slide over here. So we've got this is from the individual sounds on my website that we looked at last time, and we've got these words as and if, was, and let's just do to. So as if, was, and to. Now if I put this word by itself, if I read it out from a dictionary, it would be pronounced as, as. So if we go over here, it's this one.
Cat.
Cat, as. This one over here, if it was by itself, it would be pronounced if. It's like fish.
Fish.
If. This one over here, was by itself. It's actually this one here. Where am I looking at? Clock.
Clock.
Was. Clock. Was. And over here, to. This is more like this one.
Boot.
Except without the 2 little dots. The 2 little dots make the sound longer. So if we imagine that those 2 little dots have been removed, it becomes boot, to. But really what happens to those sounds when they get reduced, this is a linguistic term, it doesn't have the same meaning in normal English. What happens when these sounds get reduced is that they all revert to this little magical sound here. Listen to it.
Computer.
The last syllable of the word computer.
Computer.
And this has got a special name. It's the only phonemic sound that from all of these that has a special name, and it's called the schwa. And schwa, I think it's Hebrew. It means nothingness. And why is it called the schwa? Why is it got the word nothingness attached to it? It's because it's the only sound that we can make where we don't have to move our tongue, we don't have to move our lips, we don't have to constrict our throat. We just go It's a very lazy sound. So it's not if, it's if. It's not was, it's was. It's not to, it's to. Okay, and they all reduce down to this little symbol here. And for that reason, in spoken English, this is by far the most common sound in the English language. So let's practice one more time. So he looked as if he was going to cry. Okay, So let's have a look at the languages that are syllable timed and stress timed. So all of the stress timed languages are on the left. Not all of them, there are a few more. Some of the Nepalese languages, for example, over here. But the Germanic languages, with the exception of Icelandic, all sit in the stress time languages, including Farsi or Persian. Arabic's got a little star because it depends on the dialect, whether it's, I don't know which dialects are more syllable timed than others, but it does depend. Egyptian, for example, very stress timed language. Thai, Russian, and European Portuguese. Brazilian Portuguese, on the other hand, is syllable timed, like most of the rest of the world's languages. Turkish, certainly, Hindi, Bengali, most of the African languages, Spanish, French, Italian, Mandarin Chinese, and Cantonese. And then Indonesian, Tagalog, Georgian, Romanian, Armenian, and then I said Icelandic as well. And so these are just a few of them, but this list can continue going for a lot longer if I wanted to. And then you've got these unusual ones. I'm not going to try and explain them to you, but they're sort of halfway between stress timed and syllable timed. And Japanese is a classic example of one of those. And then some of the Dravidian languages like Telugu, and Tamil. Okay, but if you're in the more timed, you'll find it easier to get to the English. Certainly, if you're in one of these groups, you'll find it easier to do what we do in the English language with the weak forms, shortening the unstressed syllables. Okay, so I hope this is of some use to you. I want you to now go back and, sorry, not this one. Go back and practice saying this sentence.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
And try to follow exactly those weakened forms along with the stressed words, looked and cry, and then from now on start to notice in spoken English all those weak forms and how they get squashed together, and then the words that have meanings in and of themselves, how they get lengthened or stressed. Okay, I hope that's useful, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to this next section. This section deals with the theme of globalization and trends. Now, these may actually be two new words to you by themselves. Globalization is the idea that multinational corporations are starting to pop up all over the world, and a classic example is McDonald's. You will find McDonald's in almost every country in the world, whereas in the 1960s it was only in the west coast of the USA. So that's a classic example of a globalized company, and this idea that Western ideas and Eastern ideas are crossing over, and our cultures are becoming more and more similar. No one had ever heard of sushi before. Well, very few people had ever heard of sushi before in the 1980s, and now it would be strange if you'd never heard of the typical Japanese food, sushi. Trends, another new word perhaps. A trend is something that is over a long term. A long-term uptrend is, for example, the population of the world is slowly going up. And the trend is that in Africa, for example, or in South America, the trend will continue to rise. But in the West and in places like Japan, the population of those areas, the trend is going down. So we're looking at globalization and trends in this theme. So now that you know the meanings, can you think of any images or take note of any images that come to your mind when I was talking about globalization and trends? I spoke about McDonald's, the golden yellow arches. Anything else that comes to your mind when you think about globalization and trends? We'll compare that to the images and videos that we see on iStock. So think about it now. Okay, and here we are in iStock. I've just typed in globalization because when I typed in trend, it basically gave me a whole lot of pictures of graphs, which basically a trend is represented by a graph, but there were too many graphs coming up. So we're just looking at globalization because there's a connection between the trend as well. So let's have a look at some of the pictures, and I'll avoid some of them. We'll just have a look at this. What does that represent? We've got a Chinese yuan on the left and then the American dollar on the right, but it's a single note, so suggesting that they are tied together, that if the economy of the United States goes up, the economy of China goes up as well. If the economy of the United States is starting to falter, then the same thing will happen to the Chinese economy. So there's this connection because of globalization between economies. Here we've got maybe that's representing the confusion of the globalized economy. Some people feel that we should be going back to the old ways, and that is one of the reasons why Brexit is happening, is that people want to think back to the times when we weren't so interdependent on each other, and the English people could survive almost entirely by just trading within themselves instead of trading with other partners in Europe. That's at least my opinion, and so maybe that's what it represents. I'm not exactly sure what the photographer is trying to say with this image, but we can interpret it in any way we like. Here we've got some people discussing things, so sort of a business meeting. Not sure how that really corresponds with globalization, and nor do I understand how it relates. These images relate to it, but let's find something. Here we go. This is a nice image that nicely defines the idea of globalization and trends. So this guy looks like he could be in Kenya, and there's a South African company, a very popular company in Kenya called MTN, and they are responsible for a large number of mobile phone connections in that country. So he may well be using South African technology, even though he's on the east coast of Africa. Over here, it looks like a map of North America, not including Mexico, but Canada and the US, and how maybe the way that they are interacting here. We've got what looks like an undersea cable. So that's kilometers and kilometers of undersea cable that connects different continents using what could be copper wire, but more likely it is fiber optic cable, and that will allow very fast connections, internet connections, as well as normal telephone conversations between countries and between continents. Okay, and lots of icons related to this, so I'm not going to go through all of those, and different flags. Okay, let's have a look at some videos. Maybe they are there's a bit more related to globalization over here. So let's look at this one here. That looks like an airport. So obviously an airport is a hub that connects people from all over the world, and the biggest airport hubs in the world are probably somewhere in Singapore, Dubai certainly, and Los Angeles perhaps. London as well is a huge hub of connecting people to Europe. Yeah, that's airport as well. Here, that's clearly a port, and this ship is being either unloaded or loaded with products that are destined for another country or another continent even. Okay, and of course we still use technology. Globalization has been made much easier through the use of technology. Okay, so that's basically what we can talk about in terms of trends and globalization. So what I'd like you to do now is, on a piece of paper or on your device, write down as many words and phrases that come up in your language or in English, and you have 45 seconds. So see you after 45 seconds or so. Okay, so here we have the list related to globalization and trends, and you can see that there's a large number of nouns, also a significant number of adjectives, and about, so it looks like about 12 verbs there. Did your list have any of these words on them? If they did, fantastic. If it did not a problem. That's why we're here, to learn these new words. So remember, you can click on them and they'll take you to the dictionary and you can have a look at the meanings, or you can just dive straight in and start practicing this vocabulary. Remember, 2 things you need to do beforehand though. The first one is your learner training video. The learner training video is, this time it's about how can I know which vocabulary items I need to revise. Now this is very important because by this stage we're on section 16. You may well have hundreds of words that you want to revise, but how do you know which ones you remember clearly, and how do you know which ones you need to think about more? And so I'm going to give you the name of an app. It's also available on a normal computer with an internet connection, and you'll be able to, the words that that you're battling with, the words that you're having trouble with, will pop up earlier on in the learning process than the ones that you clearly already know. So that is why I'm going to introduce you to this useful app. Okay, now and one last thing before we move on to the learner training video. Remember to do your show your progress tasks. The first 2, reading or speaking, sorry, not reading, writing or speaking, or both, and remember to do the same tasks at the end of the section. Okay, I'll see you in the next learner training video. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video. This one deals with a way that we can help us to know which words we need to revise and which words we can safely let go and ignore for the time being. Now, I spoke already about the follow up then emailing system, where you email fut.io the dates, for example, next week Wednesday, or 3 days time, or 1 week, at fut.io, and these are useful because they follow the same period of time or gap that you should be allowing so that you can revise new vocabulary. So the first email will be sent to you the following day, then after 3 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, and then finally 3 months. And with that you would include the URL or the link of the game or the exercise or the task that you want to revise. Maybe one that you've created yourself, maybe one that another student has created, maybe one that you have found on this course itself. Okay, so that's great for revising entire sets or entire tasks or entire games. But if you're looking at your lexicon of, let's say, after a while you've got 70 words there that you think are useful, how do you know which words which ones need to be revised more than others? And what I use is a website called ankiweb.net. There is also an app, Anki Droid, on the Android system, and Anki, ANKI, by itself on the iPhone system, although that one is, I think you have to pay for it, but the Anki Droid is free. But I prefer to use the web version because I can type easily on a PC or a laptop. Okay, so the idea behind this system is that it uses the same research that shows when you should revise something, but puts it into a mathematical algorithm, and it will tell you which words you need to revise today and which words you can safely ignore. Okay, so it helps after when you've got a number of words in your lexicon and you don't want to forget the word right at the bottom of page 3, or the word that's sort of written in pencil. You know, sometimes we do forget to revise certain words that or phrases that we would like to remember. So what I do here, once I've logged in or set up an account and logged in, I press add. And then I'm going to leave everything as it is except the deck. This one you may want to be you may want a deck that is specific to the lexical set that you'll be looking at. So synonyms of rich, you might want to name it. Okay, and we're going to use the front only, not the back, and no tags. Now some of you who might have actually used this website before will say, well, that's very strange, because the idea is that you put maybe you write in your own language, translation, not a good idea, but maybe you write in your own language the word and then the translation in English on the back of the card, or you write the definition here and you write the correct the word that you're trying to say on the back of the card. The reason I'm not doing that is because I want you to focus all your attention on your lexicon. If you're doing this as well as your lexicon, then first of all, some words end up here and some not on your lexicon, or some of them all on your lexicon and not over here, etc. And it starts to become a problem. I'm going to use this website only to remind me of which words I need to revise. It's not a testing tool, it's not a practice tool, it's just to remind me which words I need to think about. So let's take, for example, 5 words of the synonyms related to rich, okay, from the last lesson. So wealthy, let's save that one. Wealth, because that's the noun of wealthy. Affluent, which is the adjective of very, very rich. And affluence, which is the noun of wealthy. And let's do one with the collocations. So fabulously wealthy. Okay, say for example those are the words that are related to synonyms of rich that I would like to revise. Okay, and I've saved that. Now I click to go on to decks, and you can see that there's a synonyms of rich group or deck of cards. Now these are not cards obviously, because I've only got one side. There's nothing on the back, and I'll show you what I mean. So over here it says study now. You're not studying actually, you're just helping yourself to remember. So the answer comes up. There's no point showing answer because there's nothing there. So the answer is wealthy, but why I'm using this website is for these little options down here. Now, all I'm asking you to think about is, how well do you know this word wealthy? How do you feel about it? Do you know it? Could you use it in a sentence? Could you make a personalized sentence on the spot without looking at your lexicon? Could you make a sentence with wealthy right now about yourself or somebody in your family or a close friend? If you can, you're testing yourself, but if you can, great, easy. And you see at the top over here it says 4D, which means I will show you this word again in 4 days time. Because I know this word, I'm going to click easy. Then wealth, the noun of wealthy. How do you feel about that? Well, it's easy, you just drop the Y, so the spelling is different. Do I know any collocations with wealth? Now that's a tricky one. Maybe I need to look at my lexicon again and look at possible words that come together with wealth. But okay, so I need to look at collocations. I'm not as confident as I could be about wealth, so I'm going to click good. Then affluent. Affluent is a new word for me. I've just learnt it, and I'm going to say that one I need to look at again. So I'll click again, and 1M means 1 minute. And then affluence, the noun of affluent. Again, I don't like that word. I forget the spelling, the UE maybe, or I don't know how it's used properly. So again, I'm going to ask for that. And fabulously wealthy. Now I know wealthy, but fabulous, also a newish word for me. Here's my anchor word. Here's my new word in my brain. I need to think about that one again, but it's not as difficult as affluent, so I'm going to click good. Now, it goes back to affluent, but I would like you to notice how the 3 options at the bottom have changed. It's still again, good and easy. Oh yes, it hasn't changed at all because I clicked again for this one, but I'll show you what I mean later. Okay, so affluent. Okay, I'm starting to notice within my own abilities that I'm getting this word. I think I know it. I might spend a little bit more time on my lexicon with this affluent. Okay, good. I think I'm better now. Affluence as well. I think I'm feeling a bit better about this. Click good. Okay, now look, wealth has come, but see how this has changed. Again, it's still 1 minute, but this has changed to 1 day. So if I feel that I know this word wealth now, I can click good. And fabulously wealthy, I feel that, okay, I think I can do this now. I remember this word fabulous, absolutely fabulous, and you just add ly for the adverb. Okay, that's easy for me. Now affluent comes back because I've asked it to repeat again. Now notice it's 1 day. I think I'm okay with this. And affluence returns again. I'm okay with that. Now it says congratulations, you have finished this deck for now. So it will not show you any of these words again until tomorrow. And note which ones will you not see until 4 days time. Wealthy just by itself, and wealth. So this is not a study tool so much as it is a reminder of which words you need to focus on using a mathematical algorithm that will tell you which words you need to revise based on your decisions of those three. Now this is something I've just started. I've just created this deck, but as you use the deck more and more throughout the course until your IELTS exam and afterwards as well, because your IELTS exam is the start of your academic or your life in English speaking countries. So the more you use this, the more the algorithm will play to your advantage, and it'll show you words that you need to really think about and words that you might as well ignore for the time being. Okay, now just one more thing here. You'll see that I've created the deck synonyms of rich. What I have found, however, is that if you keep it as one big deck, you're not dividing it up into lexical sets. Then it will show you all sorts of random words. Some people, I know some of my students like to keep it as one big deck and you get all sorts of new words coming. However, other students like to be able to select, okay, I only want to deal with words related to weather. So they divide their decks up. So it's up to you how you prefer to learn. But either way will work. It depends on your learner preferences. But I want to say something intelligent. But don't forget that this links together with your lexicon. So do not use this as a study tool. It's only a reminder tool. It's your lexicon where you're keeping all the detailed notes about each word and each phrase. Okay, I hope that's useful, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to the next theme. This one is urbanization and city life. Perhaps a new word for you, urbanization. The word urban, the opposite is rural. So urban relates to cities and big towns, and rural relates to farmland and small villages. So urbanization means the changing of countryside and rural places to becoming more city-like. So it could be that the city started off this size and then all of this is farmland, and now the city has grown and it's become urbanized. Okay, and then city life, life related to living in the city. So what I'd like you to do, as you know, is to write down, is to visualize any images that come to your mind related to urbanization and city life, and then we'll compare that to the images and videos that come up on iStock. So think about that now. You can pause the video if you like, and then we'll look at the images and the videos. Okay, so here we are. the images and videos related to urbanization and city life. So we'll look at each of them, and we'll spend about 45 seconds in the images and 45 seconds on the videos. So let's have a look at this first one here, and you can see these are people, what looks like in a square, moving from one place to the other. A nice aerial photo of perhaps representing the large population of a city. And why would they be doing that? Where would they be going? This is city life. You can see this is a slow shutter, so the people are moving and they're blurry, and it's a sort of wet and rainy day, and they're just, what's the time now? It looks like it's 7 o'clock, and there's still people. You can see they've got their briefcases with them, still dressed in suits. So work in the city does not end. Clearly it only ends at around 7, and to a certain extent, depending on which city you live, work never ends, because as long as you've got your mobile phone with you, you are expected to be ready to deal with a work situation. So it can be quite stressful, city living. She looks like she's not particularly happy. Look at the number of people stuck in that train carriage. So she has to go to work every day. At least it's not as bad as Japan, where they actually have professional people pushers to get people into these very packed trains. She seems to like city life, and it can be a very nice place to live, big cities, if you know where to go and how to avoid the problems. This man, oh, he looks like he's quite lonely. In fact, there's all these buildings around him, but he's very lonely, and that's one of the problems with city life, is that especially older people can feel extremely lonely, even though there are thousands of people outside on the street walking past. Here's a repeat of the previous one. This is something that's interesting. The foxes have certainly returned to the city, and they've learned to live with people and deal with traffic. They know when to not cross the road, and they're quite good. They're very highly intelligent animals, foxes, and you'll see them certainly in London all over the place at 3 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay, and anything else we can talk about? That looks like it could be Tokyo somewhere, and just general city life, one of the biggest cities in the world, Tokyo. Okay, one more. She's cycling, avoiding the traffic by using a bike, or avoiding the traffic by using public transport. And this is a tram on a tram line, and so you can go a lot faster if you avoid normal cars. Let's have a look at some videos then while we're here. Okay, and she is just smiling sweetly, which is nice. Thank you. Oh yeah, where is? I think this is Dublin. Is it Dublin? No, I'm not really sure, but I know that this bridge can lift up so that smaller ships can go underneath it. Okay, that is a huge pedestrian crossing or zebra crossing. You can see how long that is, and all these people, thousands of people using it every hour, crossing over. That's an amazing shot of an aerial shot of a city, taken probably with a drone, and you know, imagine living in there. Let's do one more. Using a scooter to get around, faster, more convenient, and this one looks like it's battery operated, so you can go quite far without actually doing any exercise. Whether that's good or bad, or I don't know. Okay, so that should give you some something to work with for your schemata activation. And so what I'd like you to do now is to write down all the words and phrases that came to your mind in English or in your own language, and after about 45 seconds stop and come back, and let's have a look at these words and phrases. Okay, here we are with the vocabulary list related to urbanization and city life. So you've got a lot of nouns and adjectives, lots of verbs, and a few verb phrases as well. Did you write down any of these words or phrases when you wrote down on your list? If you did, fantastic. If you didn't, not a problem. Remember, you can click on any of these words to have a look at the meanings before you go on to the vocabulary practice. Remember, there's two things you need to do before you do that. Always the same. You need your learner training video, which will come up next, and your show your progress. Okay, so let's do the learner training. This one is, why is connected speech in English important? Now, connected speech again relates to pronunciation. And remember, as I said about 2 videos ago, pronunciation is not just improving your pronunciation, but when you know how a word or a phrase is pronounced, it improves your listening skills. So that's why I do have 3 videos related to pronunciation in this course, because it will improve your listening and understanding of new words. Yeah. Don't forget your show your progress tasks. You can do them now, or you can do them after the learner training video, but you really should do them to keep your motivation levels up, and also for you to get some feedback from your students. That same task, remember, is repeated at the end of the section, so don't forget to do that one as well. Okay, I'll see you in the next learner training video. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video. This one is about connected speech. This is the final video of the 3 videos related to pronunciation that we're going to do on this course. This one is slightly related to the weak forms video, so I just want to recap from what we did last or 2 lessons ago about the weak forms. I'm going to give you a sentence, and I would like you to identify the weak forms in the sentence. You can pause the video for however long you need, and then when you're ready, press play and we will do that exercise. So try to find the weak forms in this sentence. Okay, the weak forms, they are the words that have no meaning in and of themselves, the grammar words. Here's a weak form. Here's one. And here's one. Semi-weak forms we spoke about a little bit, like pronouns like I and he. But the grammar words are definitely these 3. And then the words that are pronounced strongly or stressed, I'll make in nice bold blue. In this case, there are 2 verbs, know and lived, and then a noun, street. Okay. So the pronunciation, long sound here, shortish sound somewhere, something in the middle, and then just dots, let's say, like Morse code. If you know what Morse code is, that sort of technology that they used in the Second World War to communicate. Notice that this is 2 syllables, so we'll have 2 little dots. So listen to the sound. I didn't know he lived on the street. I didn't know he lived on the street. Okay, so in blue we're talking about the weak forms here. Forms here. Okay, but this video we're talking about connected speech. So let's make it into red here, and we're going to be talking about connected speech. So anything I do in red on this page will be about connected speech. Now what I'd like to do is go back to the sentence that we looked at in the weak forms video. Can you remember what that sentence was? You must have repeated it a few times. It was, he looked as if he was going to cry. Okay, now here it is. But over here, what I've done is I've made or converted the sentence into phonemic script. Now, as I said, you don't need to know these symbols, but this is just a visual representation of the sounds that I would be using in that sentence. But what I'd like you to do is to focus on the t sound here, the s sound here, and the f sound here. What happens to those sounds when you say them in a normal speed in English? Okay, let's go to this program, Adobe Audition, I've slowed down that sentence by about 300%, and I want you to listen for the t sound of looked, the sound of as, and the f sound of if. Looks as if, yes. And I want you to notice where those sounds have ended up in the sentence. Okay, so listen carefully now.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Okay. Do you notice again? You want to listen one more time? Where does the t, especially the t, it's easy to see, to hear that one. Where does it end up? Is it connected to look, or is it more connected to as?
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Okay. What's that little thing there? Oops. That little thing there is the t of looked. Looked. It's very light. Looked. But notice that that whole sentence, that whole bit there is the word look. So all of that's there. All the sound, the time of that word is spent on this left-hand side of the diagram of the sound file. But then the t and the if, the t and the as, look, tas seems to work together. Tis. So if I just highlight this area up to here, listen to it. Tizifi, tizifi, he looked as if he was going to cry. That is the most common form of connected speech in English, and it happens in other languages. French is a classic example. The French language has a lot of this, but English as well, and it's partly related to being a stressed timed language. Okay, so let's have a look at this diagram. What happens here is that he stays the same, but looked as if he seems to join. The rest have remained generally this, well, they remained exactly the same. Can you work out the rule? What is the rule that says that the t should join to the is, the s should join to the if, and the f should join to the he? Think about it. Got the idea? Look at this little thing here. That is a vowel sound. Here is a vowel sound. So if there's a vowel sound, in this case it's the schwa because it's weak form, the t, or the final consonant of the previous word, joins to the next word. I'm not saying if there's a full stop in a new sentence or a comma, of course it doesn't join in that case, but if it's single phrase, that's what happens in English. So it becomes look, t, z, fi. Now some of you might say, hang on, that's not a vowel. He is not a vowel. But remember, we said that he, or I, the pronouns, are sort of semi-weak forms. And in semi-weak forms, the h sound becomes a lot weaker than usual. And often what happens then is that the previous consonant sound joins to that. And so we have, he looked tizifi, tizifi, tizifi. Okay? Connected speech. Now let's have a look at the connected speech in this sentence. Now that you know the rule, the final consonant sound of the previous word joins to the vowel sound on the next word. Can you find the connected speech in this first sentence? There's only one. Lived on. Is there another one though? Because remember, he is a weak form. So there's only one definite one, we can be sure. Lived on the street, lived on the street, and then Howie. Now, That's the most common form of connected speech, joining the final consonant to the next vowel sound. But there are actually two more examples of connected speech in this sentence. The first one here is here. Remember, the K of no is silent, so we can just safely remove that. But this sound, ntn, ntn, is difficult. Remember, English is a lazy language, so this ntn sound is very strange. Didn't know, didn't know. So what happens? The T is lost. Didn't know, I didn't know, I didn't know. The T is silent. And over here, look, two S's together. Is it this street? No, it's this street. This street. The S becomes longer. Okay, so now we've got, I didn't know he lived on the street. I didn't know he lived on the street. Why is this important? Well, obviously, if in the exam the actors or the voice actors in the listening are using connected speech, which of course they are, then you need to know these things. And if you can't produce them, you can't say them in your with your own voice, what's the problem? You can't hear it. Okay, let's move on to the next two examples. Let's start with this one. Can you try and find all the examples of connected speech in this case? Okay, so you can pause the video if you like, and then when you're ready, come and tell me where are all the connected speech examples in this sentence. Okay, so the same thing happening here. Didn't know, we can copy that. The T becomes silent, and of course K is already silent. So I don't know. That's why sometimes you might even see people write I don't know, because it's exactly the situation. The T becomes silent. So I don't know, they might remember, it's like gonna. You can't write that in the IELTS exam. You can certainly send a text message to a friend. I'm gonna be late. I don't know what time I'll be there. Okay. But that's what's happening there. Now, is there a connected speech here? Is how, where, when, who, are those weak forms? No, they're not. Those are very important words. How, I can make a whole sentence with how. I climbed over that tall fence. How? Question mark. That is a full sentence. That has a lot of meaning in it. Okay, so in this case, we do not say no how, no wow. I don't know how you put up with it. Okay, so certainly not in this case is the H silent or in any form weakened. Now this is another, it's a trick question related to weak forms, but I'll come back to that one. Okay, so weak forms, there's an issue here, but still, it still applies. Put up with it, and it's not the H, of course, it's that whole sound, which is the th sound, joins here. So put up with it, put up with it, put up with it. I don't know how you put up with it. I don't know how you put up with it. Now, let's go to the blue so we are sure. The blue is related to weak forms. So we change this arrow to blue. Where are the weak forms? Try and pause the video and think about it. How many weak forms are there in this sentence? And remember, I said it's a trick question. So think about it. Okay, so here's a weak form, a true weak form, don't, fully weak form. Are there any others? There's the semi-weak, the pronoun I. Here's another one with it, semi-weak, and you. But are these weak forms, up and with? No, they are not. Why? because they change the meaning of put. To put up with something is a phrasal verb, and it means to tolerate or to accept. So I don't know how you tolerate it. Somebody's annoying you and you remain very calm and happy and content with life, and your colleague says, oh, I don't know how you put up with that woman, she keeps annoying you. And you'll say, I put up with it because I have earphones and I can turn on the noise cancelling button and I actually don't hear anything. Okay, so put up with is a phrasal verb, and in these situations, up and with are never weak. They change the meaning of put. And I did say at the beginning of the weak forms video that I would give you an example of when this rule doesn't apply, and here it is. So I'm sorry it's come 2 videos later, but there it is. So I don't know how you put up with it. I don't know how you put up with it. Put up with. Okay. Last one. I can't see you next week. I can't see you next week. Which of these are weak forms? Let's keep it in blue. Only this one. Semi-weak, the pronouns I and you, and then everything else is very strong. So can't see you. Next is an adjective, so therefore it must have some sort of meaning in it, and of course weak is a noun, so these are weak and these are strong. So I can't see you next week. I can't see you next week. Okay, now what happens to the t sound here? We're back into connected speech, so we're in red. I can't see you next week. Listen to it. Can't. The T as well is silent because n, t, s together, nts, nts, difficult. Remember, lazy language. So the T becomes silent. I can't see. I can see you next week. I can. So I can see you. I can see you. But this one is can't. It's a long sound. So I can't see you next week. In American English, can and can't, it's very difficult to tell the difference if they are saying a positive sentence or a negative sentence with connected speech. You are fortunate that you get British pronunciation for this phrase, because can and can't sound exactly the same, but can't, negative, and can, positive, are much easier to differentiate. Anyway, the T is silent, so it's I can't see you, and then next. Oh, lazy language. Next week, the T again is dropped. I can't see you next week. I can't see you next week. Well, actually, I'm saying it with a T sound because I'm trying to be very clear. But it's actually, most people would say next week, next week, next week, next week. Okay, so that's connected speech. I'm going to give you a link so that you can look more at connected speech, because I know this video might go on a little bit longer if I could do all of the examples. This applies only to some students, so if you're a French student, this shouldn't be a difficulty, because most of what I'm doing here in connected speech applies in your language. However, in Thai, for example, this is completely new, so therefore you need to do a bit more study. So I'm going to post a link in the resources section from BBC that deals specifically with connected speech and all the different forms, so that you can do your own research if you think you need to. Okay, so I think that's enough for connected speech. If you have any questions, go on to the discussion space on Reddit for this video, and I'm happy to help you out with any questions that you have. Remember, there are other students who are also doing this, who might have already gone through all the materials that I've provided, and they might be able to help you with some of your questions. So rely on other students, collaborate, ask me any questions on that on the Reddit page or Reddit post, and we'll try and muddle through to get you the correct answers and the correct exercises that you need to do to improve your connected speech in English. Okay, welcome to the next theme. This one is the environment, climate change and pollution. This is a very common theme in the IELTS exam, and you'll see this, I'm pretty sure, at least one of your readings or listenings will come up in relation to this theme. So it's good to know as many of these pieces of vocabulary and phrases as you can. Now, as you know, what I'd like you to do is to visualize the images that you expect to come up in the stock photo website, anything related to the environment, climate change and pollution. So think about it now, and you can pause the video if you like, and then we'll look at some words and look at some images and videos related to that. Okay, so here we are on iStock, and I've typed in environment, climate change and pollution, and you can see some of these words have brought up some quite disturbing images. So we've got this poor polar bear stuck on the last remaining ice that's left of his world, and it's covered in plastic and pollution. So quite a powerful image representing what's happening in the world now. Over here we've got a young boy holding the world in his hands, suggesting that we now have control, humans have control over the earth. It's no longer what it used to be like 2,000 years ago, where the earth certainly had control over us, and it's up to us to decide whether you want to save the earth or let it become even more destroyed than it is before. So that's sort of represented there. Save the planet, it says they're very small, and there's somebody holding the earth in their hands. The leaf representing nature, recycling, you've seen that icon before, I'm sure. Radiation, the solar panel, so using the sun to get energy from using solar panels to get energy from the sun, and then an electric car instead of cars that run on petrol or diesel. And have a look at that. That is a common sight these days, especially in big cities where you've got this layer of pollution, smog. This is called smog, a mixture of the word smoke and fog, and then nice blue sky above it, and it just sits there hovering, and people breathe this in and day out. Desertification, the concept of arable land becoming desert. It's a big problem in Africa and in Madagascar as well. Visually powerful images of this looks like steam, so it might not be such an issue, but that's a bit more dangerous. That's just going straight into the atmosphere, and releasing all sorts of toxins into the earth. Plastic, big problem all over the world. Plastic ending up in the sea from rivers that are clogged with pollutants. And some more images of what the earth is starting to look like more and more throughout the world because of human industry and all the waste that gets produced every day by the average person. All the plastic they just have to throw away because it can't be recycled. So it's quite a scary looking topic, but that's one of the reasons why I think the IELTS exam puts this topic quite regularly in the reading, writing, speaking and listening sections, because they want to raise people's awareness of this, and what better way to do it than to force them to study it. So I don't see any problem with that. Okay, let's have a look at the videos now. Okay, and these are the dipping, what do you call them? I can't remember the name for them. Dipping donkeys or something like this. This could be in Texas, which is drilling, or it was drawing out oil from the land. Plumes of smoke and pollution coming from the smokestacks. As I said, the plastic washing up on the shore. It's been floating from who knows where and may travel for thousands and thousands of kilometers before being washed up on shore. Okay, that represents, there's a little polar bear there, I think, representing the warming of the earth. And I think you get the general idea from this. Okay, so now what I'd like you to do is to try and guess some of the words that will come up in this section. So write them down. You have 45 seconds. Write them on a piece of paper or on your device. And when you've written down a few words or phrases in English or in your own language, then let's go and have a look at what words you're going to be studying in this section. Okay, so here we are with the words related to the environment, climate change and pollution. So here is your vocabulary list, and you can see a large number of adjectives in this case. So important adjectives. How many do you think are positive? How many are negative? And I would be surprised if they're more positive than negative. These words like futile and fruitless, meaning there's no point trying. And it's rather negative adjectives, some of these here, but this is what we need to talk about, and this is what you will be expected to know in the IELTS exam, some of these words and phrases, so good chance for you to learn them. Okay, as I said before, you can click on any of these words and have a look at the meanings before you start practicing them. But there's two things you need to do before that. What are they? The learner training video and show your progress tasks, the speaking and the writing task, or one of those two that you will then repeat at the end of the section. Okay, but let's have a look at what you'll be looking at in the learner training video. And this one is, how can I use YouTube to improve my speaking? I spoke about the fact that if you live in even if you live in a big city but far away from English speaking people, you might not have a chance to interact with native speakers, and so you can actually use YouTube to improve your speaking, and I'll show you how in the next video. Okay, so do the next show your progress, or you can wait until the end of the learner training video, but make sure you do it. It's going to help your motivation, and it's going to help other students to learn from you, and you'll get some feedback from them and from me. See you then. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video. I'm sorry for the noise outside. My next door neighbors are making some changes to their house, but let's see if you can hear me nonetheless. So what we'll be looking at in this video is ways and means of practicing our speaking without having the opportunity to listen to, without having the opportunity to interact with a native speaker or somebody who's very good at English. Please note that this can be useful for you to check your accuracy, but if you want just fluency practice, there's no problem with you interacting in English with another student of your same level. Remember, fluency is just getting you used to speaking that language. This is about accuracy and making sure that your pronunciation is accurate, and then you analyzing what you have said later to check if it can be improved. Okay, so what I'm going to be using here is either my phone, recorder on my phone, or if you don't have access to a recorder on your phone but you do have a microphone on your computer, you can use this website called online-voice-recorder.com. Okay, so let's use the recorder at the beginning, and this is click the button to start recording. So I'm going to click that one, but first I'm going to find some questions. I'm going to pretend I'm in a speaking exam, and I've got to part 3 or the third section of the speaking, which requires you to speak in longer sentences, and they're not personalized questions. They're more related to what people generally do. So let's start with the this is a theme of health, for example, and one of the questions is, how can people improve their health? Now I'm going to record myself and see if I can answer that question. So I click record here. Okay, so how can people improve their health? Well, that's a good question. I think certainly one of the ways to do it is to make sure that you eat properly. Something I read recently suggested that diet is actually more important than exercise, and it depends on what you put into your body. That will decide on your quality of life and your health in the end, especially as you get older. So the younger you are, and the better diet you have from that age, the more likely you will be at an older age to have good health. And also, of course, exercise is important, and not only for physical health but also for mental health. But my experience and my knowledge tells me that diet and good quality food and not overeating is the most important thing for health. Okay, and there is my audio file. Now what I can do, if I recorded it on my phone, I can save that recording somewhere that I can easily access it. The reason I'm doing it on my computer, because it's just easier to show you how to do this on the computer. So I'm going to click save, and it saves to my computer. And now I'm going to go and put it onto YouTube. You say, why? I don't want my speakings to be heard by everybody else. We're going to make it a private or an unlisted speaking, and I'll explain why we do that in a second. So let's just go. We're not going to go to YouTube. We're going to go to a website called Tunes to Tube, TUNES to Tube. And what that does is it allows you to just upload an MP3 file or an audio file. I think it allows, only MP3s. So on if you're going to record on your phone, make sure the setting is recording to an MP3 file, not an OGG or a WAV or anything else. Okay, and so what we're going to do now is, first of all, so we don't forget, we're going to click on private, because I want this to be a private recording, unless you want to share it with other people. And then I'm going to upload a file, and the file that I've just downloaded, and that's the record over here. And then I'm going to create a black background. I don't need to do anything special. If you want to add images, that's fine, but it's really not important. So create the black background there, and then when you're ready, it will say create video. I'm already logged in to my YouTube account here, so it might say something like log into YouTube. Remember, YouTube and Google are one and the same company now. So if you've got a Google account, you have a YouTube account. So it'll say log into YouTube, use the same username and password that you use for your Google account, which you would have set up for other videos that we've done already. Okay, so then I'm going to press create video. Now, while it does that, I'm going to explain why it's going to YouTube. So Google's got some really clever speech-to-text algorithms that convert your speech into editable text. Why is that good, or why is that useful? It's because, number one, you'll be able to see straight away where your pronunciation issues are, because if they come out unusual or strange, a bit like, remember when we used Google Translate, we were saying in single sentences to practice, but in this case it's a extended sentence, so we can really test if your pronunciation is accurate. And also, the second thing is, you now have a text copy of what you said, and you can see all the issues that you've mistakes, not mistakes, but the issues that you need to work on, and you can also see all the bits that you've done well on. Remember, speaking is much more difficult than writing in a way, because you're relying entirely on what comes to your mind at that moment. Writing, you have plenty of time, so you should be very proud of the excellent collocations that you have used, good idioms, C2 or C1 level vocabulary. How long is this going to take for YouTube to convert? My experience is it's between 5 minutes, sometimes very quick, and 15 minutes. So I'll be back in probably 10 minutes, and then we're going to see what I produced and if there's any errors and anything that we can fix. Okay, so see you in about 10 minutes. Now that's been about 10 minutes, I think. Actually, it's been about 12 minutes, but that should be enough time. You'll see that processing has complete. That just means it's gone up to YouTube. Doesn't mean that YouTube has processed the captions or the subtitles yet, but what we can do is go and have a look. So it's given me the link to the YouTube video, so if we click on that, then we can see if it's been done. Good. So if you see CC,
Okay, so
if you see CC, that means closed captions, which means that they are ready to be read, because basically you're going to read the captions. Notice that it's just a black screen because we're only looking at the audio. Now, these three little dots will give you an option to open the transcript, and there you see what you have said. You can follow along if you want.
how can people improve their health? Well, that's a good question. I think certainly one of the ways to do it is to make sure that you eat properly. Something I read recently suggested that diet is actually more important than exercise.
Okay, and you can see how it follows along with the sound file that you've uploaded, so you can follow along and you can check on any issues that have come up. Obviously it doesn't put in punctuation marks, it doesn't capitalize words, but you get a general idea of how the computer, Google's text-to-speech engine, was able to understand your pronunciation. It also gives you a chance to now have a look at any mistakes that you might have made, or any correct phrases and collocations that you've used. So depends on, I knew that the preposition on comes with depend, so I'll give myself a thumbs up. So this is testing your accuracy, it's testing your pronunciation, but as I said at the beginning of this video, if you want to improve your fluency, that means the ability to just speak without long pauses or long ums, they're called fillers. Without those, then there's no problem to just speak to another student of your similar level. And in one of the last final videos of this course, I'm going to show you how you can organize a chance to meet up with other students in your area or in your city who are also trying to do the IELTS test, and that can help you. You can feed off each other, and of course remember there is the online discussion voice chat that's available with now I've forgotten the name of the website. I'll write it here below me, and that will give you an option to talk to other people who are also going through the same theme as this one here, or any of the themes in the course, and talking with with a microphone and your earpiece or earphones, you'll be able to chat in English and improve your fluency as well. So take full advantage of that, and then use this one of many techniques, but one that I use to improve your accuracy. Okay, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so welcome to the next theme. This one is energy, natural resources, and alternative fuels. Energy, I think you know the meaning, power, and how we get our energy. Plants get energy from the sun. We get our energy usually in the house from electricity, or if it's a stove or an oven, sometimes it's gas. And our cars usually get energy from petrol or from diesel. Natural resources, oil is a classic example, drawn out from the ground, and you can create petrol, diesel, plastics from oil. But that can be anything. So wood can be made into logs for housing, can be made into chairs and tables, like this one over here, made of wood. So anything natural that can be used to make money. And then alternative fuels. So I spoke about oil being a fossil fuel, a traditional fuel, but now we've got solar energy, we've got wind energy, we've got energy that can be made from biofuels. So that's what we're going to be looking at in this section. So before we look at the images and the videos related to these things from iStock, what I would like you to do is just to think about any images that come to your mind when we speak about energy, natural resources, and alternative fuels. So allow your mind to wander a little bit, and then we'll look at the images and the videos. Okay, so here we are on iStock, energy, natural resources, and alternative fuels. And this is the video, so sorry, I need to go to the images first. Okay, and we've got a few icons. We'll start off with some icons, see if we can work out what's going on here. So we've got wind energy over here, we've got oil, there's that, you saw that in the last video, the dipping donkey, I think it's called, or something related to that. There's an oil, but it's an oil rig in the middle of the sea. I think that represents another oil. There's the flame from the oil, the excess gas being burnt off. Petrol pump, creation of electricity from steam, coal-powered power plants, nuclear power. That represents a dam, so hydroelectric power. Wind power, perhaps solar panels, conveying the energy using pylons. So pylons will convey the energy from one place to another, from the power plant to the city, for example. And so that's what we have here. Okay, here we've got a new car. This is obviously electrifying the car, so that takes a bit longer than just filling up with gas. American word gas, British English petrol. So filling up with petrol. So there we go. We've got a electric car, wind power over there, and again this idea of a young boy making sure that the earth is looked after. I wonder what that represents. Maybe the plants have energy, and we can biofuels, we can create energy from these plants. Or it's the sun. The sun is being the plants are using photosynthesis to create or to grow bigger, and then you can create something from that plant itself. This idea of a green city, I think that's what they're trying to show. Look, instead of smoke coming out, it's a leaf. Okay, and anything else? Lots of wind power, solar power in an area that's got a lot of sun. That makes sense. And a combination, okay, of energy storage. So it's one of the big problems that Elon Musk is trying to solve with his Tesla company, is ability to save the energy when it's a very windy day, and then allow it to be released when there's no wind. The same thing goes with solar power. When it's very sunny, save the energy. When it's dark at night, the energy is released back using these massive energy storage battery packs. Okay, let's have a look at some videos now. And here we've got, oh, that is an impressive solar panel farm. It directs all the energy of the sun into the single place here, and it's extremely hot, 4,000 to 5,000 degrees, and that creates energy just from all the sun's energy being concentrated into the small area. Not very good for birds who happen to fly past. They get completely incinerated or vaporized even as they fly past. So as long as they've got ways to keep the birds away, it's a great way to create energy. Another solar panel, solar farm and wind farm over there. And you've got some workers. They look like they could be working in an oil refinery, so creating petrol or diesel from oil, kerosene as well, perhaps from oil. And one more there, we've got a dam, and allowing the water to flow through the gates creates energy. Okay, so there you are. As much as I can do for you in this activating schemata. Now what I'd like you to do is to write down all the words and phrases that you thought up in 45 seconds, and then when you're finished, let's have a look at what you wrote and compare it with the list that you're going to be studying in this section. Okay, so let's have a look at the vocabulary list related to energy, natural resources, and alternative fuels. Now you'll see here that we've got nouns, adjectives, and verbs for this theme, and they are about equal in number. Did you write down any of these words or phrases? For example, carbon dioxide and fuel, fossil fuel. I spoke about fossil fuel just now. Did you write any of these down? If you did, fantastic. If you didn't, no problem. That's why we're here, to learn. Now remember, there's two things you need to do. I'm not going to repeat too much. I just want you to remember to do the show your progress tasks, the speaking and the writing, or one of the two, and remember to do it, the same task again, at the end of this lecture, or the end of this section. And then don't forget that we've got a learner training video coming up, and this one is about creating games to test yourself and to improve your vocabulary. And this is, I think, very important for you, because I find I learn quicker if I make games for myself to teach myself. So I create a game directly after a lesson. I'm learning Arabic at the moment, for example, so I'll create a game using this app that I will share with you, and then a week later I'll test myself and I'll see how much I've forgotten in 1 week and how I can improve it and remember those words and phrases. Okay, so that's what you'll be doing in the next learner training video. Okay, so I'll see you in that video. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video. This one deals with creating games and activities with words and phrases that you want to focus on. We already spoke a little bit about creating some activities using the website called learningapps.com, or sorry, .org. And that is one of the websites that you use predominantly in your vocabulary practice section. So I've used this exact same website to create the activities that you are using on the Mastering Vocabulary course. And so I'm going to show you how I made some of those activities, and I'm also going to show you some of the games activities that are available on learningapps.org as well. So when you go on to learningapps.org, you will see this page, and it'll be a login option for you to log in. So if you've already used if you've already logged in, then this is what it will look like. It will just say My Apps. Otherwise, log in with the same details that you used for the previous video about creating activities. Now, before we start, I just want to recap the reasons why you might want to do this. Now, remember that famous one of my favorite phrases is, you never learn something until you teach it. You never really learn something until you teach it. And so this video that I'm doing for you here is just giving you ways that you can become a little bit of a teacher for not only yourself at a later stage, after 1 day, after 3 days, after 1 week, after 2 weeks, after 1 month, and after 3 months, but also for other students on the course who will be relying on you to help them, and you are relying on them to help you. So collaboration is important, as I've said many times. Okay, so I'm going to go to the Create App section on learningapps.org, and I've already spoken about these first two, the matching pairs for collocations and the group assignment, for example, using lexical sets and putting the words into the correct lexical set. Now I'm also going to talk about this cloze test. Now this is one of the most common ways of testing somebody, not just testing, but reviewing vocabulary. It's not the funnest way of doing it, but it's efficient, and it's the most common way of, I think even in the textbooks, course books in English, online, this gap fill activity is the most commonly used task type. So let's go and do that one now, and then we'll go on to the more fun ones later. So I'm going to create a new app, and we'll just leave that empty at the moment, but I'm going to put something in here. Now what I've decided to do, for example, I've decided to copy the conclusion of a model answer for task 2 academic writing that I like. Okay, so say for example I've copied and pasted that in, and I put it into the cloze text. Remember, this is with the Z, so it's similar, you've seen these before. The cloze ZE activity in, it was the learning or practicing writing when you don't have access to a teacher. Now I can't remember if that's after this learner training video course or before it. It might be after it actually, but you will see that this cloze with a Z appears in that video, and it's very similar to this. This one, however, you can choose which words you want to remove, and you can share the activity that you've created with other people as well as yourself at a later date. So that's why we're going to be using this one here. So let's just read that ending and decide whether we like it or not. This is a question, I think it was a question about how money should be spent, public money should be spent. Should it be only directed to more tangible things, like things I can touch, like hospitals, schools, or what else did I say, or housing, as opposed to more less tangible things like money going towards the arts, money going towards helping artists and helping the public have free access to galleries and have free access to the theatre, for example, or at least school children have free access to the theatre. So that was the question, and this is the conclusion. So it says, to sum up, there are clear benefits to ensuring that public funds are directed predominantly towards services such as hospitals, schools and housing. However, financing the arts ensures that the advantages provided by its accessibility are extended to all citizens and not just the wealthy. I like that conclusion. I think it's well done. And so I'm going to use this as a model answer, and I want to try and look for useful phrases that I could recreate in my own model answer conclusions, not model answer, in the exam conclusions. So the first one, to sum up. That's a nice set phrase. It always comes with a comma at the end of it. So I'm going to take sum, I'm going to control X, that means control cut, and I'm going to put in its place -1 dash. Now over here, control V means paste, and there the word is sum that you are supposed to put in. Now let's find public funds. let's take this one for example. I've decided I'm going to keep the F there because now it makes clear that I'm talking about money, because I'm repeating the word financing. So financing, public funds, but I'm going to keep the F there so that people know, or I know, that it's supposed to be related to money. So I'm going to control X for that, dash to dash, and then I'm going to control V for paste, and it's ums. But I'm also going to accept somebody who forgets that you're not supposed to write the first F. So I'm going to use a semicolon there and put in funds as well, because it's very unfair if another student was doing your little activity here and they forgot that you shouldn't put the F there and then they get it incorrect. That's not very nice. So direct predominantly towards services. I like this, services such as. So let's take away the whole word and put a -3, and let's just do one more because I think you got the idea. However, financing arts ensures that provided back to all citizens, not just the, and I like this, we use an adjective with the word the to talk about the group of people, the rich, the poor, the sick, the wealthy. So we are going to highlight or try to help us to remember that we can do this in English. So control X, I'm going to keep the W there, and I'm going to put dash for dash, put wealthy, semicolon, and I'm going to accept anybody or myself, I might forget, that the W is also acceptable. And I think that's okay. So look what happens when I press finish. You've got the sentences there, and the paragraph there, and then gaps. However, the only issue is that at the moment I've got all the words that I can possibly put in there. If I've used the semicolon, I've only got the 2 that I provided. So if I didn't use any semicolons, it shows me all the options. If I did use semicolons, it only shows me the 2 that I put in there. And the other thing is, I don't actually want to give the answer or provide the possible answers. I only want to type in the answer. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to select write in. Input is case sensitive. This is a German site, so they didn't spell it very well. Notice there should be an E there. But keep that unchecked, because it's unfair to make somebody get the incorrect answer just because they had the wrong capitalized letter, sorry. Okay, so let's try again. Now we're going to finish editing and test it. Now I know the word is to sum up, and you know you've done this before, you can check it. If you like what you've done there, you can press save, just as before. And then you select the full screen link. Remember, you do this because it's easier for people on mobile phones if you want to share this activity with other people. It's also nice and neater if you look at it over here, for example, how it looks on your screen, even on a normal computer. It's nice and big and clear. Okay, now I might want to then let's share it with myself. So review these, control V, there's that link. And remember, I'm going to put tomorrow at foot.io, and then 3 days at foot.io, and let's just do one more, 1 week at foot.io. And remember, then it's 2 weeks, 1 month, and 3 months if you want the full range of reviews that you would need to do. Okay, but I'm not finished with this. I've got this one to do, for example, and I've decided I'm also going to do another activity. So I'm not going to press send yet. So let's do one more. So we're going to create an app, and I'm going to show you this one. No, yes, crossword. Okay, so with the crossword, I'm creating an app, and I'm going to put in the question, but I've decided this time I'm not going to just use text, it's boring. I'm going to use text to speech. So I'm going to say, let's go back to the text that I used there. I'm going to just put it there temporarily. This is where you put the task description, but just for this video it's easy to read. So we're going to try and look for the definition of benefit, because I want to try to remember this word. So I'm going to go to Longman, and if I'm on a computer, I can just type in Longman, press tab, and then I can directly in the URL search bar I can type in the word. So I'm going to put in benefit, press enter, and there's the word we need. Okay, and I'm going to just copy this because this is my clue for the question, and then I'm going to type in the word benefit. Let's do two more. So the other one I'm going to use is predominantly. So the answer is predominantly. I want it as a text to speech because I want to practice my listening, and then I'm going to type in predominantly. Mostly or mainly. And then one more, let's do accessibility. Tricky word that we want to improve on. Accessibility. Okay. And this one, okay, that's a noun from the adjective accessible. So I'm going to say this, but I'm going to put in brackets a noun. And this is as a text, so I still want to use text to speech because I like it. Remember, you can also use an image, you can use a video from YouTube even, you can use audio, the same audio website that audio is also linked to a YouTube video. So if you wanted to use a YouTube video as audio, you just use the tunes to tube system, and you can link the audio as a YouTube video. But I'm going to keep it as text to speech, and there we go. I think that's enough. We don't need this here. This is task description. That was just temporary. And now what we do is have a look, and it's automatically generated a crossword for me. And if I turn on the sound, let's try the first one down.
An advantage, improvement, or help that you get from something.
Let's do it here. Benefit. Okay, and do we want to just double check? Yes, it's in green. Green means good. Let's have a look at this one.
Mostly or mainly.
Type in here. Predominantly. Yes. Let's check. Perfect. And this one here.
A place, building, or object that is accessible, is easy to reach or get into, a noun.
Okay, so it's given us the word accessible in the excuse me, in the definition, but we need the noun. So I'll click on the first one, T, and we check it now. It should be great. You found the right solution, and I like this one as well, so I'm going to save it, and I'm going to full screen link this, and I'm going to give it to as the second URL I'm going to be testing myself on, or other students. And for example, you might say, oh, these are really useful, both of them, and I'm going to be a good student and become a teacher, and I'm going to share this with my fellow students. And so, for example, I think that this is most beneficial for students who are doing the writing, the part 2 writing, general English or academic English. You do quite a formal piece of writing at the end of your the task 2 of the writing exam. So this is useful for anybody. So linking words, opinion words, and register. And I'm going to say something like, hi guys, I hope this is useful. Good luck. And then I'm going to post both of these here. Oops, and press enter as well until they go grey. Keep them both down like that. Okay, so now I can press comment over here, And for everybody who would like to, everybody who's linked to IELTS Step by Step, when they go to this one about linking words, opinion words, and register, this post, they'll have your beautiful exercises there to go. Okay, so a great way to collaborate. And remember, if I upvote, right now it's got 0 points, but obviously it's already 1 point because it's my post. Of course, I'm giving it an upvote, you know. So it's there, but maybe I don't like it. Maybe I think it's awful. Press, and it's -1 point. Okay. All right. So that's the crossword app. I'm just going to show you 2 more that are fun to do. You can put words in the correct order for this. Not 2 more games, but I'm going to just show you these ones. So you can put words in the correct order. Multiple choice quiz. It's okay. Now these ones we've done crossword. The millionaire game, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, looks a bit like the TV show, if you know about it. So geography quiz, let's give an example. Somebody has made a geography quiz and it starts with what's the largest continent. Okay, it's Asia. And the next one is what's the longest river in the world? I think that's the Nile. And so we're making money or points, and so it goes. And it's very easy to make this. If you want, if you like the style of one, you can just create similar app, and it's exactly the same style as well, which is good. And then let's have a look at this one here. So the horse race. It's just mainly for kids. Let's have a look at it. See if we can find one in English, because a lot of this is in Russian or in fruits and vegetables. Let's try this one here. And somebody's made this one. Try to find the word shown in the picture. Play alone. Okay, so this is, oh, and you need to listen.
Tomato. Cabbage.
Okay, it's cabbage, and press enter. Okay, and if let's say for example we like this, we want to do something similar, so it says create similar app, and then all you see is these are the wrong answers. Here's the correct answer. There's the question as in the form of an image, and so you just change it to what you prefer. And look, they've used the sound of the word potato, and then you've got to attach it with the image. So it's a really powerful way of testing your English in a more fun way. A horse race, you're competing against other students, or you might, in this case we were competing against the computer. And so one more I want to show you is this one called Hangman. I don't know why the picture is there. It's like, I don't know if you've ever played this game where you can the man is going to die if you miss the word, if you can't get the word that's being tested. So an island in Europe where English is the native language, and that must be Great Britain, so we put GRE, and so it goes. But of course it's a flower. It's much more, it's less killing and murder with this. So when I press the wrong, so Great Britain doesn't have the word M in it, 1 flower petal goes. LKZY, let's see what happens when we kill ourselves. U and Great Britain, so H, and we need one more, J. Oh, the flower is dead. Terrible. Okay, so you get the idea. Now there are a few others. The one is Where Is That? That's a sort of geography quiz. The group puzzle, try and work out what the image is behind it. Word grid, like that, and then the pairing game, which is similar to the matching pairs, except you have to remember what was under the card. It's called Pelmanism, but it's the online digital version of Pelmanism. So you got the general idea of this learning apps, and there's the sort of more fun ones at the bottom and the more serious ones at the top. And there's one other thing I want to show you before I finish off, and that is in Quizlet. Quizlet we've spoken about before, and we played the asteroid game with this one. But I'm going to just show you with some terms, Earth, Sea and Sky, something that you can do if you're on the Discord app and you're live talking to somebody, or or live chatting, then you can organize a chance to play a game with activity that you set up in this live mode. So I'll show you what it looks like. I can't show you now because I need other people to play with me, but I can give you a general idea of what it looks like. So if you were playing against somebody at that exact moment, somebody in another country, you would have to join together with them against another group. So for example, well, sometimes you can, if there's only a few of you, now I think if there's 6 of you, you need 6 people to play, then it'll divide it up into groups of 2, so 2 versus 2 versus 2. I think, I'm not really sure. So what you would do here in this case, for example, I'll zoom it up a bit so you can see it. It says gentle wooded, and then you've got to decide what the collocation would be. I've set this up from another class I did before. And you, for example, if you are with your partner, you would get gentle wooded, and then you'll have some 4 words which are incorrect except for one, and he will have 4 completely incorrect ones because you're working together with him. So you would have the correct answer and he would have nothing. Now the mistake would be is when he would say, oh, it must be one of these, and clicks on it, and then you get no points, or actually you get minus points because you clicked on the wrong one. So that's why the group activity works, is because you've got to think, oh, is it me or is it my friend who's got the answer? Because we at least one of us has got the correct answer from this group. And then you've got the time pressure because you're competing against 2 other teams. And so it goes. So if you wanted to organize this, that's great, but you need it to be live. You can't compete against somebody that's not already on the computer ready to play at that moment. Okay, so now you've got a general idea of how we can collaborate in a slightly more fun way. And please let me know if you have any questions or comments about this Learn and Training video. Until then, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to the next section, and this theme is employment, management and marketing. Okay, and employment, jobs, getting jobs, finding jobs, and when you've got the job, doing the job. Management, your boss, employees, working together with your boss and working together with other people, your colleagues in an office or in a job situation. And then marketing, getting a product, getting people to know about a product and marketing that product so that more and more people know about the product, and if they like it, they can buy it. So marketing as well. Okay, so what images came to your mind when I spoke about employment, management and marketing? Think about that. Pause the video for a short for a few seconds. Allow those images to go around in your mind, and then let's look at some images from iStock Photo. Okay, so here we are with the iStock photos related to employment, management and marketing. And so we'll look at some of these. So have a look at this first one here. What do you think this represents? This lady with a flag. She's a different color, and everybody else is following her. Does that represent a boss or an owner of a company whose idea is so good that everybody is just following her? And maybe that's a representation of a company, or an innovative company, at least, not an old style one. And then these are high quality icons related to business. So you've got investment, they've got somebody holding a bag of money, a business goal, business thinking, so thinking about money really, team leader, somebody who's at the forefront of the business, a briefcase, so something you put all your documents into, a graph of growth. There's that idea, that Western idea of a light bulb being a great solution. Anything else? A startup company is a company that's just beginning, and if it's a great idea, their biggest problem is getting money. But if it's a great idea, that money will often come from all sorts of sources. Before, it used to be quite difficult to get your hands on startup money, but nowadays, with the advent of blockchain technology as well as the internet, some of these startups are finding life a lot easier to get funding to start things going. Okay, now let's see if there's anything useful. So what do you think that represents? The stairs, and they're quite high stairs, but look at the top, there's very bright light. So this photographer is probably suggesting that, and he's definitely put this image into his mind. So he's suggesting that he's walking up the stairs, and you get to the top, and you're going to have some benefits at the top of the stairs. Okay, and let's have a look at a few more. Let's just have a look at this guy here. He's an employee or a colleague of these people, and they're trying to get an idea across, and maybe he doesn't like it, or he has an idea that nobody else likes, and that's trying to represent having to work together with difficult people, perhaps. Okay, let's have a look at the videos now. And okay, what's happening here? She's okay, so maybe she's become part of the furniture. Maybe that's what it represents, that she's been at the office so much that when people put up sticky notes, they just assume that she's part of the furniture. That's a bit unfortunate. This guy here is thinking about the deal he's just made, or he's just missed, one of the two, and it's quite a lonely life he's got there, because everybody else has gone home, it's dark, and he's still at work, working hard. Here's a business meeting. Everyone seems to be quite relaxed and happy about it. Nice sunny day, but they have to work. And let's do one more. What's this? This guy's having a real relaxing time. Okay, he's enjoying life, and no one's really doing any work because they're watching him. Okay, so I think that's enough for this one here. So what I'd like you to do now is to write down all the words and the phrases that came to your mind when you saw these videos and these images. 45 seconds, you know what to do, and I'll see you after that. Okay, so here we are with the new vocabulary related to the environment, employment, marketing and management. And you will see there's a large number of nouns for this one here, quite a few adjectives, and then a few verbs as well. Did you see any words that came up on your list that are related to these words in this vocabulary list that you're going to learn? If you did, fantastic, there might be 2 or 3. If not, not a problem, we're here to learn. Okay, so remember, you can click on any of these words if you need to look at the meanings or definitions before you start the vocabulary practice. However, there's 2 things you need to do beforehand. Number 1, it is the show your progress. You can do that now, or you can do that after the learner training video. And then the learner training video, this time it is about how can I find the exact word or phrase I need when writing in English. So you may be writing a sentence and you're like, I know this word, it's on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't remember it. And I'm going to give you some techniques using Google and using something called NetSpeak that will give you a chance to type in a word with something called a, now I've forgotten the word suddenly, which is exactly why we need this this tool. You can put in a little question mark or a star, and it'll tell you the most appropriate word to go in that place. Not just only one word, but a list of words, and then you're like, oh, that's the word I wanted. Okay, and that's what I'm going to do right now, so I don't forget the word that I wanted to use. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to this learner training video. It's going to be a very short one, I'm sure you'll be happy to know, and it's just about how to find the best word to go into that space. You might know the word that you want, but you're not sure which of the 3 or 4 words that are in your mind is the best, and this website will tell you based on the corpus analysis. Corpus, remember, body of texts from books, TV, radio, newspapers, etc. So it's called netspeak.org, and you'll see that these different symbols do different things. A single question mark looks for single word, one word. 3 dots or a star will look for many words. Square brackets will compare the two options. So if you've got, like I said, 3 ways of saying something, you want to compare which one is most suitable for that phrase, you would use this. Then the hashtag in front of the word you are not sure, or you're looking for synonyms for, and then finally the curly brackets for the word order that you think is, you're not sure about the word order, and you can check with this website. So let's try with the phrase come to a conclusion. Now, of course, I know this phrase, but let's imagine that we don't know the most appropriate verb to come with the word conclusion. So if I put a question mark here and then to a conclusion, you'll see that the most common word is come to a conclusion at 46.8%. And if you include came, coming and comes, that brings it up to around 70%. So it is a very common collocation, a strong collocation, to come to a conclusion. Now, what if I know the word come to a conclusion, but I don't know that it's to? Is it come with a conclusion, come at a conclusion? Now with the star, or I can put the 3 dots, the same thing will happen. It'll give me any words or a single word in some case over there, which is not particularly accurate. It's only 1%. So the best way to say it is come to the conclusion. So they came to the conclusion that, let's see if I can do 2 at once. Yes, so I can combine them. So come to the conclusion that we need to close down the school, or we came to the conclusion that the weather was going to be too wet for that day, so we decided to cancel the event, etc. You get the idea. So you can combine them. And now let's have a look at we can combine conclusion and decision. So imagine we need to decide which of these 2 are better. Well, it says to me that 4.1% of the time English speakers use conclusion more than decision. But decision is also acceptable, because you can see 38,000 uses of this in the corpus that this NetSpeak is referring to. And the last one is come to a let's do conclusion to come a, and if I put it in curly brackets like this, it tells me that sounds good, great, good try, but you actually want come to a conclusion. And I think that's it. Oh yes, and there's one more with the hashtag. So come to a hashtag conclusion, and you can see that there's similar meanings. Come to a close, come to a decision. There we've got it, come to a determination, etc. down there. So this is great for those of you who you've got the word, but it's on the tip of your tongue and you just simply can't remember what that word is, or you've got a word or a list of words and you would just like to know which would fit best. Prepositions are a classic example when I would use this NetSpeak, because it's a great way of telling you what's naturally used by native English speakers. Okay, I hope that very short video is useful for you, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to the next video. This is on the theme of the law, crime and punishment. And so what comes to your mind when I talk about the law and lawyers and the courtroom and judges, crime and burglary, robbery, murder, on all these things, and then punishment, prisons, prison sentences. So what are the images that come to your mind when I talk about that? Try to visualize which images you expect to see in the iStock website. Okay, so Here we are with the images that come up when I type in law, crime and punishment on this photo stock website. And so here we've got an image of a gavel, which is something that a judge hits against a wooden little pedestal or platform, which apparently hardly ever happens, but often happens in movies. And that might be related, this image might be representative of financial crime, fraud, for example. Here we got the gavel with this wooden platform, and then this idea of a balance of scales. You see it down here with, I think that represents liberty, and so a balance of justice, and if you've done a bad thing, the amount of punishment you get is fair, and it shouldn't be the other way around, nor should the crime be worse than what you get as punishment. Interesting here, they've got a stethoscope and related to a judge, so that might be medical negligence that they're talking about here. Here we go, really thick tomes, very thick books that you have to go through with all previous law that is relevant to the case that a judge or a jury are looking at that time. And then you've got a pair of handcuffs, also probably representative of financial crimes. That's a Metropolitan Police, I think, so that's in London somewhere. A police car. Here we got somebody behind bars, which is an idiom for somebody who's gone to prison. Okay, and somebody in handcuffs. Quite similar here. We've got the old ways of metering out crimes. In this case, it was a man in the stocks. His head and hands would be put through this piece of wood, and then people were encouraged to throw rotting fruit, old tomatoes, for example, at him for the day or half a day, until his crime had been paid for. Last one here, this poor man, he's not very happy. She's giving him perhaps a ticket for speeding or going too fast, or maybe going through a red light. Who knows? Okay, and let's have a look at some videos here. Okay, again we've got this idea of democracy and justice, with the British flag flying in the background. Again with the American flag, the idea of democracy. Here's a man. It looks like it's a 3D animation of a man behind bars, but he's got some McDonald's chips, which is great. He's managed to get some chips there. So not much in terms of the videos here. A religious idea for this one. But yeah, not much for this theme on the videos, but it should be enough for you to have activated your schemata, your world knowledge related to this theme. And what I'd like you to do now is to write down all the words and phrases that came to your mind in English or in your own language for 45 seconds, and then we'll look at them and compare them to the list that you will be studying. Okay, so here's the list of what you will be looking at in terms of law, crime and punishment. So here's your list, and lots of nouns you'll see, a few adjectives, verbs, and then a few verb phrases. Did you manage to write down any of these words or phrases? I know I used the word lawyer, I used the word jury, and I used the word fraud in the while we were talking about the images and the videos. Did you write down any others, even if they're in your own language? Okay, remember, now you can click on any of the words you want to see, if you want to see the meanings of the words before you start the vocabulary practice. But remember, there's two things to do before this. The first one is the learner training video, and this one is how can I automatically analyze a piece of text for new useful vocabulary. So for example, you found a nice piece of text from a newspaper or from an online magazine that's in English that you think, well, that looks like it could be an IELTS style reading, that's interesting, and you copy and paste that into this website and it will find useful words and phrases for you, and then you can analyze those. And then also don't forget your show your progress tasks, the one to do now and the same task to do at the end of the section. So I'll see you in the next learner training video about text analysis. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video. In this one, I'm dealing with how to analyze a text automatically. So I've spoken before about you starting to notice collocations, notice useful structures, notice the prepositions that come after verbs and nouns and adjectives. However, sometimes we need a sort of assistance, and there is a automatic mathematical analysis tool that is available freely online, and it's called the Visual Thesaurus /vocab grabber. It grabs a vocabulary from a text. So let's say, for example, you wanted to text, but let's actually, instead of using that one, let's use a model answer from IELTSfocus.com. So this is a model answer for a question, and I want to see if we can work out what the question was just from looking at the vocabulary that was grabbed by this vocab grabber tool. So let's do this one first. So I'm going to copy all of that model answer. I haven't read the text, I'm just going to copy it, and then I'm going to drop it into this vocab grabber and then click grab vocabulary. Now, I haven't read the text and I have no idea what the question is, but what I'd like you to do is to look at the words that come up in the word cloud and decide if you can work out what the question might have been. Now, at the moment, it's all ordered into a big sort of, as we say, a cloud. Words like people are big because the word people has been used a lot. The word food is overused or used a lot in this text. But what I'm going to do is put it into this little column system where the most relevant word or phrase comes to the top and the least relevant, for example, house, time, look and after, goes to the bottom. So think about it. Up to maybe the first 10 phrases or the 10 words or phrases, and can you guess what you think the question was for this text? Any ideas? I'll give you some time. Ready to look? Okay, now read the task question and see if you were right. All over the world, societies are facing a growing problem with obesity. This problem affects both children and adults. What are the reasons for this rise in obesity and how could it be tackled? How right were you? Look at all these words: convenience, fast food, takeaway, gym, junk food, lose weight, time consuming, age group. Those are the first 10 or so. Overweight, maybe. I think I got the model answers question just from this. And so what you can see is what vocab grabber does is it takes the words and it works out what is the most likely theme for that question, or that it's not the question, for that text, and then it moves the phrases or the collocations in this case and the words or vocabulary to the top that it thinks are the most relevant for this theme. Why is that useful? Well, it helps you, it sort of gives you a backup plan if you don't do a very good job of highlighting important words in a text. You can then use this vocab grabber to help you out, and it helps you to notice useful vocabulary. And when I say useful, I mean anything that's the most relevant for that topic. So remember, you're doing your activating of schemata. You might have activated your schemata related to this text. Now you want to see the most useful vocabulary related to that topic. Now over here we've got this word familiarity. If I click on it, at the moment the words that you should really know by now, like the word are and will and time, come to the top. But if I click it one more time, so that that little arrow is pointing the other way around, it shows words that you probably, maybe you know, but you might not use naturally, like the word convenience food. And so this familiarity is based on how often this phrase comes up in the English language. Obviously the word are and will come up very regularly, as opposed to these here. Occurrences just means the number of times that word comes up in the text itself. So if I went back there and I typed occurrences, you'll see that food, clicked occurrences, you'll see that food and people comes up a lot more than the word worldwide. And then A to Z if you wanted to, from A down to W in this case. But let's go back to relevance and the column format. And I want to show you how we can select certain themes within this theme. So we know that this theme is about food and losing weight. And now any words related to social studies, remember social means people, so anything related to people and how they interact comes up here. So we've got supermarket, nation, consumer and government. There's only one other with people, and that's also nation. And then there's quite a few here. If we click on vocabulary, we can see that this is a sort of catch-all for anything else that doesn't fit into those other categories. So for example, the word furthermore, it's one of those grammar words that does nothing by itself, but it's still useful vocabulary. And so when you click on vocabulary, it basically says, as a language learner, I think you would benefit from knowing these words from this text. And so it's a great way of analyzing a text that you've read, or that a model answer that you've read, and then finding useful words and phrases very quickly for you. And it saves you a little bit of time and helps you to work out which words you'd like to include in your lexicon, if any, from that text. Now just one thing before we finish here, you can see that the word the collocation convenience food is here already. It gives you some of the it gives you the definition, and it gives you some words, some examples from the corpus here, so you can see how it's used in the text itself. But I want to just point out that there are, for example, a lot of collocations that it misses. Let's say, for example, lack of exercise is a very strong collocation, and we don't have anything about lack of exercise here. We've got lack by itself, but lack of exercise is not there. So this does not cover all of the bases in terms of identifying useful phrases and collocations, but it's a step in the right direction. Okay, so use this website if you want to, not this one, use this website if you want to analyze a text automatically. Okay, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to the next section, almost there at the end of this course. And this section is the news, media and fame. Now the news, I'm sure you know, news comes from the word newness, as in anything that's new. So any new information, gossip could even be type of news. Media, the media is usually the way we say it, and the media is newspapers, radio, TV and online news sites. And social media as well, which is a new thing that's come up since the year 2000 or the year 1998 or something around then. And fame, coming from the word famous. I'm sure you've heard the word famous, a famous person, adjective, the noun fame, the idea of being famous. Okay, so what ideas come to your mind when I talk about the news, the media and fame? Think about any images that come to your head before we look at the images and videos from iStock. Okay, so here we are with the news, media and fame related to iStock. And we've got here a lady, a celebrity perhaps, that she's being photographed on the red carpet. And the red carpet means that she's coming to a premiere of perhaps a film or a movie that she has starred in. And here we go. That looks like it's been a photo that's been set up, maybe not in fact, whereas this one here, that's definitely just normal people clamoring to get an image of this celebrity, maybe an actress or an actor. Same thing happening here with an actress being photographed. That's definitely been a setup. That's a setup photograph. The lighting is too good. And the media, there we go. So recording the voice of this politician or maybe this famous person. There we go. There's the newspaper, celebrity news. So a lot of the problem people are saying is that real news is being overshadowed by news about celebrities, and we're being left in the dark about very important issues because celebrity news has taken over. And that's an example here with all these are UK magazines that are dedicated to sharing news about celebrities, but certainly not interested in more pertinent news. It's obviously a problem, isn't it? Okay, so let's have a look at some of these icons. Let's look at this one here. What do you think this represents? There's an old film reel. There's a clapboard. You can sync the sound and the picture when you start a film. An old camera, megaphone, so that you can, if you're the director, you want everybody to be quiet, you need to use a megaphone because there's so many people on set in a big production film that you need to speak over them, and you get the idea, I think. Okay, so let's have a look at the videos now. Okay, and here we've got these paparazzi photographers who are desperate to get the best shot, and they will do almost anything that includes hiding in your garden for 3 nights until you walk out in your bikini, and they take a shot of you, and it ends up in one of those magazines. There seems to be a lot about paparazzi taking as many photos as they can to get that perfect shot, and somebody leaving a stretch limousine and getting photographed, somebody famous. Okay, I think that's enough for you to activate your schemata. So news, media and fame. Write down any of the words and phrases that came to your mind. You have 45 seconds. Let's go. Okay, and here we go. We've got the vocabulary list related to the news, the media and fame. You'll see there's a lot of nouns in this case, quite a few adjectives and some verbs as well. Did you write any of these words down? If not, not a problem. If you did, fantastic. And now you've got to do the learner training video. So the learner training video is, this time it's about how can I improve my written English without direct access to a teacher. So I'm going to talk about something in the first computers in the 1970s and 80s, one of the techniques that they used to help learners learn English, and it's fallen out of favor, but I found one tiny website that still has this technique, and I'm going to show you how that can really help you with your writing. And of course, don't forget, show your progress. The task, the speaking and or the writing needs to be done next, or maybe after the learner training video, and right at the end again repeat those same tasks at the end of the section. Okay, thank you. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video, and this one deals with ways that you can improve your writing without access to a teacher. Now, this is useful for those of you who don't have a chance to have a teacher of English or a native speaker who can check your writing, but it also helps those of you who do maybe have access to a teacher, but that teacher is usually very busy and doesn't have a chance to check all of your writing. So it helps everybody, really. Now, it's all very well and good to say that this system that I will use here will be able to check your writing. One day, maybe, computers and artificial intelligence and machine learning will be able to really check your own writing. But unfortunately, that day has not yet arrived. So what I'm going to be showing you here is a sort of a copying of the masters. Imagine in art class you would be looking at a perfect example of a portrait by Rembrandt, and then you would be asked by your art teacher to copy that. So that's sort of what I'm doing here. I'm going to be asking you to copy good examples. So it's not going to be as creatively free as you would like, but this is what we have and this is what we can work with. If you do, in the end, want your writing checked, please post your writings, as I've said, on the relevant collaboration spaces on Reddit, and other students as well as I will go through and check. But if there's a large number of students on this course by the end of the year or next year, then there's no guarantee that I'll be able to check it, but I'm sure other students will be willing to read through it and give it some feedback. Okay, so this will help you to copy the masters. Right, let's start with it. So the first, I'm going to be showing two techniques here. The first one is called a close test, and that's spelled with a Z, not an S. And the close test works a little bit like this. I input some text, and then it takes away every seventh word. In this case, I've chosen 7. You can make it any number that you like, every 5th word, every 10th word, but I find that 7 words in the English language is perfect. Now, where do I get these texts from? It's not your own writing. What I suggest you do is use model answers of IELTS writing. So what do I mean by model answers? If I go into Google and I type in model answers, it's already come up here because I've done it already. So model answers IELTS writing task 2, and if I press enter, you will see that there are thousands, it carries on going, thousands and thousands of model answers, some of them good, some of them not so good, but usually the best ones come to the higher rankings on Google. And so, for example, IELTSLiz.com, which is one of the websites I will be talking about later in another video, she has lots of model answers that have got 8 or 7.5 or 9 out of 9 for the IELTS part 2, writing part 2. I can also say IELTS writing task 1. Now, task 1, when I say this, it's usually they're thinking about the academic version of the IELTS. So what I would write instead, if I'm doing the general English IELTS, task 1 is always a letter, I would write letter over there, and it'll come up with some model answers of the IELTS letter. Okay, so you can use any of these here as long as they are machine readable. As long as I can, for example, let's do this letter here. So if I can click on it, something's happened. Okay, here we go. If I can click on it and then copy that model answer, dear sir, I am writing in regard to. Okay, and I don't know why. Okay, IELTS Liz, I think, doesn't allow copying from the website. That's a bit annoying. There are ways and means around that. Do I show you now? I'll show you in another video one day how to get around not being able to copy text. Okay, but here is an example. You might want to type it in if you want now, and you type it in to this website here, the closed test website. Okay, now I was going to use this as an example, but since I can't copy it, I'm going to use something else. So this one is from a website called New Scientist. I've mentioned it before, and I think it's one of the sources of IELTS reading tasks and listening, if they've converted it into a listening task. So I recommend my students to go to New Scientist to read some of the articles that they've got there, because a lot of the articles are very similar to the reading texts that you get in the IELTS exam. Now you may, for example, want to you like the style of a particular article, let's say. So this one here, this has just come up, the 28th of February. Watching lots of TV may worsen memory in older people. And again, you can imagine that title coming up in one of the IELTS readings. But let's say, for example, you like the style of this text and you want to copy the master. And so what you'll do then is copy this, and you will put it into the closed text over here. So copy and Control V. Now just I want you to be aware of this little dash. For some reason it comes up as a strange symbol on this, but let's ignore that for the moment. And you select here every 7 words I want to make into a gap. I want it to be interactive because I want to do this to complete this task on the computer, and then leave the clues as they are, and then click submit. Now what you see is that little dash has become a strange symbol, but we'll ignore that. Here are the answers up here, and these are all the gaps that you need to fill in. And so I would recommend you try and fill it in without looking at the possible answers at the beginning, and then as you find it more and more difficult, then you can start referring to them. But let's start with, for example, it. If I type it, because I know it starts with that, and I click away from it, now I've got a score of 1 out of 22. So it is normally children whose screen time, I know this is a set phrase, to come under fire. That means people complain about it. History comes with an S, sorry. So it comes under fire. But should we be more worried about their grandparents? The more TV that older people watch, the more their memory declines over the next few years, perhaps. Good. So you get the idea. I'm filling in words that are missing, every 7th word. Now this checks, as you can see over here, checks your vocabulary. There's a nice idiom, to come under fire. But it also checks my grammar to a certain extent, which is something that will be tested in the IELTS listening and reading, and writing and speaking, of course. But you need to be able to know what comes up grammatically in a text, for example, a gap-filled text that's part of the IELTS listening or the IELTS reading. So this is further practice, but it also sets you up for the next task. So this gives you a chance to read the text, for example, the first 3 paragraphs of this article here. And what you then do is go to this next site. Now it's a very strange and unusual URL, so again I'm going to link that in the resources section on this video. So I'm going to take just the first paragraph, because otherwise we'll be here all day. It takes some time to do this. So just the first paragraph of my model text, the text that I want to copy or I like the style of. Press own text and then Control V for paste. Just note that these strange things here, you need to copy that because it doesn't understand. I've noticed this is an issue for it. So copy any strange symbols. This is quite an old website. It's been going since 1993, so nothing's changed for many years. And press start. Now you'll notice that it just converts everything into stars. Oh, I forgot to talk about something very important. Okay. One thing that I allow my students to do before I start the star text is to note down 3 important keywords for each paragraph. Now, since we're only doing the first paragraph, we're only going to note down 3 words. So I'm going to read this paragraph again. I've already done the cloze test, so I've had a look at some of the grammar and the vocabulary in that paragraph, but now I'm just going to choose 3 words that really summarize the paragraph. So I think that the important words here are grandparents, TV, and I'm allowed 1 more because it's 3 in 1 paragraph, and the next one is memory. So grandparents, TV, memory. Now notice how they spelled TV without any dots. So now I'm allowed to put this, go back here, sorry, copy this, paste it, and I'm going to just copy this symbol because it doesn't always come through. Okay, and I'm going to press start, and now you'll see everything becomes star text. Now this little symbol I'm going to put over here and press enter because sometimes it doesn't, the symbol is not always available on my computer, because you may notice this is designed for German Frankfurt International School. Or anyway, the keyboard is for a German keyboard mostly, so that's what I've noticed sometimes. Okay, so it comes out as stars. Now this is based on one of the earliest computer-based language exercises that were available in the 1980s. The first computers, they would make this star text out of a paragraph, for example. And this is the only website still going that allows this to happen. So it's out of fashion in many places, but I find it very beneficial to try and copy the master when it comes to your writing. Okay, so we're allowed to now put in our 3 words. So grandparents was one of them. Grandparent. Oh, okay, and then so a bit frustrating sometimes. Grandparents. Put the question mark in. Grand. Okay. And then TV. I wrote down TV in my little list here, and I'm allowed to write in memory. That's all I'm allowed to write in from what I've put down on paper, but I can now try to reconstruct this text based on what I remember from my previous activity with the cloze exercise. So I know that it starts with it is what is it, usually? Okay, it doesn't matter if I don't know the next word. I'm going to put in the most common words in English. So the most common words are a and the. There we go. To, at, on, of, it, is, are, am, more. Okay, that's a lot more. Most. Okay, so I'm thinking of all the grammar words. Remember, grammar words, the ones that have no essential meaning. Now I'm going to try and remember some of the other words. So it was children, TV, on, oh, that was on average. So more. Okay, now say for example I'm stuck here and I want to use the word usually, or actually let's try typically. Okay, so usually, typically, there must be another one because I remember it's something about it's what is it? N, normally. So it is normally children, starts with a W. Oh yeah, that was another way to say TV. Do you remember the collocation? It's idiomatic in meaning. Screen time. Oops, I remember it's only one word at a time, sorry. So I can only type in screen and then I need to press enter and then type time after that. So it is normally children screen time. So this is a possessive, so it must be whose. So it's normally children whose screen time. Yes, now that's that idiom that we had problems with in the closed text. Can you remember what the idiom is? Comes under fire. People complain about it. It comes from the idea of war. It's more than just complain. It's anger. And if you shoot, if you come under fire, the enemy is shooting at your position with bullets. So to fire at somebody is the verb to shoot a bullet at somebody. Okay, but should we be more worried? Is it worried? Yes, worried about their grandparents. The more TV that, yes, I thought so. More TV that, the more TV that, I think it's watch. Yes, grandparents, older people watch, the more their memory. I think yes, that's a new word. That's a word that I know. Degrades. No, degrades, gets worse. I know it starts with D. Declines. Decline over time, so over time, years, declines over the next few years. Good. Okay, and so what you would be doing during this is noting down any words that you were battling to complete. So I had typically, I put in typically, and I'm writing this down on my paper here because I'll add them to my lexicon later. So I had usually, typically, but then of course normally is the correct answer here. So now I've got 3 new ways of saying usually, or 2 new ways of saying usually. Comes under fire, I'm going to write down. A lot of people complain about it. Should be more concerned, not just worried, but concerned about their grandparents. Now remember, grandparents is also old people, so older with an ER. Note that old people is a derogatory term. Older with ER, it's in for some reason, just by adding the ER makes it less derogatory. Okay, so older people, and then the synonym grandparents. And then decline, I need to write this down because I said degrade. Both of them are synonyms, so I could have used both of them. And then decline over, so I need to remember that it's decline over. And so what I'm doing is solidifying my knowledge of some of these words and phrases, but I'm also, in a way, testing my writing because I'm recreating the master. Now, I think that's enough for this. I just want to point out this little question mark here. Some of my students, I notice, do write, some of their writing is a bit like an article in its style. Remember, an essay is a discursive essay. Discuss, but in writing, positives and negatives. Articles are designed to catch your attention. So if you use this technique, please be aware that if you are going to use an article and you're going to copy that style, be aware of this, the rhetorical question. A rhetorical question is a question that is not intended to be answered, but only to catch your attention. And they often come at the beginning of articles in the first paragraph. So I've only given you as an example because I couldn't copy the model answer from IELTSLiz.com. I don't want you to use a rhetorical question in your writing, not in your listening, not in your letter, not in your part 1. Never use rhetorical questions in essays or reports. Okay, but everything else, like for example, if you wanted to use paragraph 2 or 3, that style of writing in your essay would be completely acceptable. Just be very careful of using rhetorical questions in your essay writing. Okay, so I think that's one way of improving your writing. As I said, it's not that creative, but at least it's something you can work on. I hope that's useful, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to the next section, the last of the sections dedicated to different themes, and this one is the arts and art appreciation. When I say the arts, there are two types. There's the creative arts, that's painting and sculpture, photography, and then the performing arts, and those are ballet, music, concerts, and I can't think of another one. Performing arts, yeah, those are the basic ones related to the arts. And art appreciation, being appreciative of art, showing appreciation for art. Okay, so what are the words, what are the images that come to your mind when I talk about the theme of the arts and art appreciation? Okay, so here I've typed in creative arts because if I type create the arts in general, I get all sorts of strange things. So we'll have to do two parts to this. So the creative arts, as I said, these are more related to painting, for example, painting over here, some drawing, sculpture, for example. And you can see this woman is completely covered in paint, and she's got her paint brushes there. Somebody painting over here. There's a nice painting itself of what looks like a sky reflected on some water. Painting, kids painting, an interesting digital drawing of different things happening there. This woman is, I'm not sure what's happening there, but it's a sort of a dance, something's happening there with dancing. Okay, so we've got a lot of painting related stuff, painting over here as well. Okay, and let's have a look at the performing arts. Performing arts, there we go. Oops, they had it right the first time. Okay, in the performing arts, so piano, of course, performing arts. The film industry is a classic example of performing arts. Ballet, music, theatre productions, the opera, for example, some more ballet. Actually, that's probably ballet as well, male ballet dancer, with the audience watching it with interest. That looks like it could be in a theatre, so watching a film, and recording everything, practicing beforehand, setting up the stage, getting everything ready. Let's have a look at the creative arts. Let's keep it at performing arts, but let's just have a look at some of the videos that come up related to performing arts. Okay, and you can see here's a camera woman. She's shooting everything and making sure she's got it all captured. Okay, that's some dancing on the stage, which has also got a midget, which is quite nice to have a midget in there, and a orchestra performing for a crowd. Lighting is very important in modern theatre productions and concerts, and we've got some people in a band, a small band. Okay, and I think that's enough really to get your mind ready to write down the words and phrases that come to it in relation to the arts and art appreciation. Okay, so spend 45 seconds, write down all of the words and phrases that come to your mind in English or in your own language. Okay, so you should have done that by now, and now we're going to look at the vocabulary list related to this theme, the arts and art appreciation. Did you write down any of these words or these phrases on your list? You see there's a lot of nouns here, quite a few adjectives, and not so many verbs, but a significant number. So if you manage to get any of these words or phrases, that is fantastic. If not, no problem. And as I said, at any time you think that a word or a phrase should be included in one of the themes, make it known in Q&A down here, or on the Reddit IELTS step-by-step discussion board, and we will do our best to include that word and get it into this course. Okay, remember you can click on any of these words to see the dictionary definition before you start doing the vocabulary practice if you want. Okay, and 2 more things you need to do. Remember, show your progress, very important, and also the learner training videos. This one is how can knowing the origins of a word help me to remember it. So we're going to be looking at something called etymology in the next video, and that will help you to really understand where the word comes from. And often you'll find, oh, that's why this word is not the same in my language directly translated, but I understand now why it is, and it will help you to remember that word. So etymology is the theme of the next learner training video, and I'll see you in that one. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video, and this one deals with word origins, where the word originates from. Now, some of you may ask, what's the point of that? Why would I want to know where the word comes from? I'm already putting a lot of effort into my lexicon, and now you're asking me to do some historical research about each word? No, that would be crazy. Every single word does not need to be analyzed. But I'm going to tell you a short story about what happened to me, and then it might be relevant for you. So some of you know I'm learning Arabic at the moment, and there was one word that I just simply couldn't remember. It just didn't stay in my mind, and it was the word nation in Arabic, which is al-umma. And I could not remember this Arabic word al-umma. I knew it sort of looked a bit like mother in English, but it just wouldn't stay in my mind because I couldn't see the connection between mother and nation. And then I looked up on Longman, I looked up the word nation, and I went to the bottom, right at the bottom, and it said origin, nation. The word itself started in the 12th to 13th century, and it comes from French, Latin natio, from natis, which is the past participle of nasci, to be born. And that was a bit of a light bulb moment for me. So the word nation, or the first part of it, NAT, something related to the word born. Now it started making sense to me that, okay, so the motherland in Arabic, so there is in fact a connection between the Arabic word mother and the word for nation in Arabic. And so it started making sense. Okay, so as the Germans used to call their land in the Second World War the motherland, now I see where they got that idea from, because German and English is connected, they must have in German a word for nation that means motherland. But it hadn't really occurred to me until I looked at the etymology, the study of the origin of the word, that I realized there's a connection between the nation and mother, or the nation and birth. Now, Longman has almost all of the words have an origin at the bottom, but if you wanted to go into a bit more detail, you could go to Etym online, ETYM online, and it gives you a lot more detail about where the word comes from and the steps that it took to get to the word nation in modern English. But as you can see, this is quite dense. This is designed for academics who are English linguists, so I don't expect you to want to read all of that. But I want you to look out for these when they come up. PIE root, or just PIE. PIE stands for Proto-Indo-European. That means if you speak Hindi or Urdu or any of the northern Indian languages, if you speak Farsi or Persian or any of the languages related to that, Pashto, if you speak any of the European languages, even as far east as Eastern Russia, so Russian, any of the Latin-based languages, all come from PIE, Proto-Indo-European, from a group of people who used to live in northern Iran, I think it was, and some of them spread east towards India, and some of them spread west into as far west as Portugal, and then eventually to America and beyond. So look out for this, because sometimes you will find that knowing the PIE root of the English word might connect to the word in your language if you are of one of these language groups. Turkish has some of them, but I think it's Turkic languages, not PIE, I'm afraid. And then of course if you're Chinese, I can't help you, or Japanese. Okay, but it's still useful to know the root of that word, even if it doesn't help you in your own language. Why? Because if I know the word's origin, then I can be a bit more creative with it in my mind. So imagine if I was trying to learn the word nation as a language learner, I might, if I didn't know where the word comes from, I might not be able to create that image in my mind. But as soon as I know that nat, so prenatal, before birth, nascent, something that's giving birth, a nascent industry in the UK is blockchain technology, for example. So any of these words starting NAT or NAS or NASC, something related to birth. And when you know that, when you realize that, it's going to help you to be creative about how you think about that word, and it'll be a better way. It'll help you to create that anchor in your brain that you will not be able to forget that word after a while. And certainly that has been the case with me and Arabic. I don't forget the word al-umma, similar to the mother, from now on, because I know that they are very much connected. Notice one more thing, gene. It went from gene, genetics, to gnaski, there's the G there, and then it went backwards into naski, so the G was silent. And so you can even say that genetics, genes, DNA is connected with the word nation. And when you make all those connections, what happens in the brain? It's exactly the same that's what's happening in your brain. With all those connections happening inside, you're basically reproducing them by realizing that all these words are connected in some way. Okay, so I hope that's a little bit of use for you. Obviously, not every single word needs to be looked at. It's only the words that you're battling to remember. Sometimes knowing the etymology of that word can really help. Okay, I'll see you in the next section. All right, welcome to the last 3 sections of this course. These 3 sections are a little bit different to the other ones we've been doing. They're not topic based, they're more based on what is required in the writing sections of the IELTS exam. And some of the writing obviously is only for academic students and some of them only for the general training students. But I would like you to look at the learner training videos in all 3 of these last 3 topics, simply because the learner training videos apply to everybody, general training and academic students. So have a look at those learner training videos, even if you don't do the vocabulary practice for that section. Okay, so this section we're looking at is called data, graphs, tables, diagrams and processes. This time I'm not going to ask you to write down any words or phrases related to this. We're going to go straight into it. However, you still need to activate your schemata. So we're going to look at some words and phrases related to, we're going to look at some images related to these things here. So let's go to iStock and let's go to take away processes and let's just go to data, graphs, tables and diagrams. Okay, so activating your schemata, allow your brain to just absorb the images that you see here. In the real IELTS exam, when you do have a graph, most of you know that the graph is the most common type of task that comes up in part 1, but it will be in black and white. This is very nice to see all this color here and beautifully designed, but unfortunately you're going to have a boring old graph or 2 or even 3 sometimes in boring black and white. Anyway, you get the general idea of the types of things you might be expected to report on in part 1 of the course. And there's nothing here about processes, so let's just have a look if we can see anything related to processes here. And there's something about industry that's a bit complicated, unlikely to have something so difficult. Here is a customer's journey. Oh, there's the process. So you may well get something a lot more basic than this, but something related to the journey of a customer, and you will have to report on that for part 1. Okay, so now I'm gonna ask you to just have a look at some of the words and phrases that are related to these things. So have a look at this vocabulary list and you'll notice for the first time we've got prepositions as well. Those have never come up before in other word lists. Prepositions are the shorter words like in, by, between, from and to, and they are important to get right in the writing for part 1 of the academic IELTS. And you'll also see some nouns, a lot of adjectives, and these are used specifically to describe the way a graph looks. So those adjectives would be very useful for you to know. So remember, you can click on any of these if you want to see them in better context before you go into the vocabulary practice. Now, don't forget, you've got your show your progress tasks still to do. I still find these to be very important for you to maintain your motivation, but also to give yourself a chance to get some feedback from other students and to give those students some motivation and to give them some examples of what you have done. So collaboration is very important. Okay, so ready to go either onto your show your progress task now, or you can go onto the learner training video, but don't forget to do the show your progress task before you start the vocabulary practice, and remember to do the show your progress task at the end of this section as well. Okay, I'll see you in the next learner training video. Okay, welcome to this next learner training video. This one deals with free resources about IELTS that you can get online. I'm just going to go relatively quickly through the websites. I have no doubt that you may have seen some of these websites before, so I don't want to spend too much time on them, but I just want to briefly talk about the positives and negatives of some of them. Okay, so obviously this is the IELTS.org website. This is where you would learn about the test and how it is scored. For example, you can book a test here if you wanted to, and then over here you've got a few resources if you pretend to be a teacher. But by and large, I wouldn't use the IELTS.org website so much for resources. Then we'll have a look at this British Council website where it says Take IELTS, and it says here free IELTS practice activities and resources, free IELTS practice tests, and free IELTS online course. All of those are very useful for you if you want to extend the knowledge that you have gained from the mastering IELTS step-by-step mastering suites of courses. Okay, next one now is this IELTS-exam.net. Not the most beautiful website ever made, but there are a large number of material. There is a large number of test practice and practice tasks on this website, so useful to use, and it's divided up into listening, speaking, grammar and vocabulary for IELTS. Okay, next one is the IELTS for free. Now this one is nice because you can see it's being updated on a daily basis. This was the 1st of March, which was yesterday, and then the day before, the 28th of February, and each day has got a new lesson for you. So this is great for those of you who like to have the freshest material. Then we've got English Vid or Engvid, which is free English video lessons, but they do have a category, IELTS 71 lessons, specific to IELTS students, and these get updated regularly as well, although not the IELTS specifically. You might see in 1 week's time you might see 72 lessons, so it's on average about 1 or 2 a week related to IELTS, or even less sometimes. And then we've got IELTS Buddy. I use this quite a lot. This one here has got sample answers, all of your model answers that I was talking about in some of the other videos. I get them from here. IELTS vocabulary, the academic word list that was used to form the basis of my course, the Mastering Vocabulary course, and then topic vocabulary, idioms, collocations and phrasal verbs. So all of that very good if you wanted to expand on what I've already done. And I wanted to talk about the other resources. Yes, so you can look at some of their ebooks. Some of them are free, some of them are not. Okay, and over here we've got IELTS Simon. Now you'll notice that even though he's got a rather dry or dull website, it's updated on a daily basis. Friday the 1st of March, and he's answered these questions. He thinks that they are band 9. I'm sure he's right, but every day he updates the website so that you've got something new. And then IELTS Liz. This used to be the go-to website for any IELTS teacher, but I think she's sort of fallen off the radar in the last 4 years. Certainly her last YouTube videos were only updated about 4 years ago. However, because this was such a useful resource for teachers for a long time, there's a lot of materials on this website, as long as you can just find your way through it. And then don't forget about podcasts, IELTS podcasts, to practice your listening and also to pick up tips and tricks. I've used player.fm because I know that that's one of the best places to find podcasts. You may well know of other IELTS podcasts, but these two are the ones that came up here. IELTS podcast that was produced 2 days ago, and IELTS Made Easier, which was only 20 hours ago. I've listened to her. She's good. She's got a slight German accent, but she's got some very good advice, and her speaking is perfect. Then of course there's the BBC Learning English page that's been around for a long time, as you can see, at least since the internet was born. But this is not specific to IELTS, so this is quite general, so general English, but it's still useful to have as some resources that you may want to use, and it's also updated on a daily basis. And then finally, my website. Now this is a brand new website. As you can see, there's hardly anything. I'm just speaking about my courses here. The reason why there's nothing on here is because I'm spending all my time creating the IELTS step-by-step master suite of courses. So it's still gonna have the mastering reading, listening, speaking and writing, and then finally grammar coming up. So there's a lot of work that I have to do, but I hope eventually that I'm going to be doing something like IELTS Simon, where I'll be able to put up a video or put up an example of a piece of writing on a daily basis for free, so anybody who wants can read or watch the video. I also have a YouTube channel, but as some of you have noticed, I haven't used it for the last 6 months because I've been so busy putting these Udemy courses together. This here, I know it doesn't look like it, but this is Instagram. I'm just using my computer to show it, and this is with my account. I've got an account, IELTS step by step. You are welcome to subscribe to it. At the moment I'm only just putting out useful IELTS vocabulary on a daily basis, one a day, but you should start following some of these people, because you get to see a nice little chunk of language in an image form on a daily basis. And there you've got adverbs of manner list, so accidentally, reluctantly. All of this is great for improving your vocabulary. And then finally you've got Twitter. At the moment I've got my Twitter handle IELTS step by step. There's no dot for Twitter, but I've only done 5 tweets. As I said, I'm very busy at the moment. But also make sure that you follow things, anything related to IELTS. Type in IELTS here, and you've got IELTS blog, for example. She is very active, this lady from Canada. Anything with IELTS here, you can follow them and you can get some useful tips, tricks and some images and videos related to IELTS. And then finally, of course, YouTube, which is where many of you discovered me in the first place. So don't forget that YouTube, I'm sure you already know, is a great resource for expanding on your IELTS knowledge and your knowledge of the English language. So I hope that's useful for you, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to this section now. This is one of the last 3 sections, the special sections that are dedicated to understanding the IELTS writing parts. This one specifically for the IELTS academic students. However, the learner training video for this one is also useful for people who are doing the general training as well as for you people who are doing the academic. The next section's general English section has a learner training video that is useful for you, very useful for you. So don't forget to look at the learner training video in that section, even if you don't do the vocabulary practice in that section. Okay, now what I'd like you to do here is to have a look at some of the images that come up in your mind when I talk about essays and writing and formal writing. I'm not going to ask you to write down any words or phrases related to this, but it's still useful to get your brain activated, your general knowledge of this activated, to activate your schemata. So let's have a look at some of these images here. I've typed in essay and writing, and you just get a general idea here of people spending time writing. None of these are in an exam situation except for this one here, but he seems to be very happy about his exam, and it looks quite relaxed. These people are even talking to each other or perhaps looking at each other, which is unfortunately not what you will be able to do in the real exam. There is a strict policy of no talking and certainly no turning around. Okay, so this should be good enough for you to get a general, your mind or your subconscious to start thinking about things related to essay writing. Now let's have a look at the new vocabulary related to linking words, opinion words, and register. And these are the things that we are going to be looking at in this part. So you'll notice that there's a new category here called conjunctions, which you haven't seen in the other themes. Conjunctions are words that join clauses or ideas or sentences together. The most basic conjunction is the word and there's two ideas, and we add them together into one sentence using a conjunction and. You'll see a lot of adverbs this time. Usually we've only had 1 or 2 or 3 in each theme, and now we've got a huge number of adverbs, and these adverbs basically talk about entire sentences. So if I want you to be surprised, if I want the reader to be surprised, I would use the word surprisingly, ly, at the end of that word, and then a comma, and then I would say my sentence, and I expect you to feel as surprised as I am as the writer in that sentence. So we're going to be looking at as I said, we're going to be looking at these linking words and opinion words. And something else that I haven't mentioned before is register. And register is how formal something is or informal it is. And one of the problems that I've noticed as an IELTS examiner in writing is that students sometimes use overly informal words in the academic essay. Or the part 2 essay, academic and general English. The part 2 should be a formal essay, and using words like gonna instead of going to, in fact that's never acceptable unless you're speaking, would severely bring down your mark. Using the words kids instead of the word children will bring down your mark, because that's an informal word for children. Okay, so these are the words we're going to be looking at. Now for this one here, the learner training video, the learner training task for this one is where to find IELTS style texts online. So a lot of the examiners refer to certain sources for their texts, and they take them and they edit them slightly, and then they make them available for the IELTS exam. The readings and the listenings, but especially the readings. And what I'd like you to do is be able to find those original sources yourself, and be able to read those in the original format, and get used to that style of writing, so that when you come to the exam, not only have you looked at all the writings from the next course that I'll be launching, which is the IELTS step-by-step reading course, but also texts from the real world, native speakers who are learning about, for example, biology would be reading this text, and you can read it yourself and get used to that style of writing, so that when it comes to the real exam, you are relaxed and you're used to seeing all these types of words and these phrases and the way that the writer has written that academic piece of English. Okay, so that's the learner training video for you. Don't forget, there is still a show your progress task for this section. I would like you to do that, please, and don't forget to repeat it at the end of this section again for other students to review and give you feedback. Okay, I'll see you in the next learner training video. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video. This one deals with resources, free resources, where I can practice IELTS style reading and listening. Now, you may have noticed that I have spoken about 1 or 2 of these resources before. One of them, which I'm going to be showing you first, is the magazine or online magazine called New Scientist. Now, don't let the word scientist fool you. It's of course very science oriented, but there is other stuff as well, talking about historical things, as well as the arts, as well as important people. Okay, so let's just have a look at an example. So this is what you'll see for today. It's the 1st of March, and you can see that quite a few of the topics that come up in my in the IELTS mastering vocabulary topics are mirrored on this website. So if I, for example, want to look at something related to health, then I can read this: a 30-minute walk may reduce blood pressure as much as medication. And you've got pictures and you've got a short text, then usually not very long, and you can read through and you can take out some useful vocabulary from that and just give yourself some IELTS reading practice. You can set up some questions for yourself as well, and you can even make some exercises or games from this using the techniques that I've showed you. Okay, and so New Scientist, nice, and also the writing is not too academic. It's about the same level that you can expect to see in an IELTS reading. Okay, they also have a video section. So if you click on video, there are some short videos. They're not too long, short videos on certain things that may be of interest to you related to those topics I've spoken about. Now, the other website that I recommend is The Economist. Again, don't let the word economist fool you. It's not just about the economy. So if we go to the front page, let's go to the front page of The Economist. At the beginning, when you first arrive, it looks like mostly like a news source, like BBC, for example. But I want you to ignore that unless you're interested in following the latest news. It's very Amerocentric, so it'll be focusing on news from the United States. So, for example, Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un leave Vietnam without a deal. Okay, if you're interested in that, great, because it's any sort of reading practice at this higher level academic reading is good. But what I want to draw your attention to is this little section here, the topics. Now you've got all of these here, and what we're going to be looking at mostly is science and technology, books and the arts, and something called graphic detail. So if we click on science and technology, it's not just science and technology, you'll be happy to know, but you'll see, for example, there's things about food security, there's things about species, how they disperse. A lot of these things are related to what you would expect to find in the IELTS readings. Okay, and there's something about nature, for example. So that's the science and technology, which, as you can see, is not only science and technology. The next one is books and the arts. And you can look at things. There's a little thing about history, music, violence in Chicago, all the sort of things you might expect to find in an IELTS reading. Maybe not violence in Chicago, but the other ones that I showed you. Okay, and literature as well. And then the last one, which is very interesting, especially for the academic students, is this one called graphic detail. And okay, how global warming is disrupting business. And if we click on that, you'll see that they are all related to graphs and trends, which is exactly what you'll be looking at in part 1 of the academic writing. And so the graphs go with the text, and that's a sort of report, very similar to what you will be doing in part 1 of the writing. Now, what you will notice, however, is that for many of the articles in The Economist, they end early. What a pity. So register to read the article in full. Okay, if you register, you have a chance to read 5 articles per month. Not very much, is it? So what you will notice then is if you copy the URL, so let's copy that, and you open it in a special browser which is available throughout the world called Brave, and it's over here, it's the little lion. If you open the browser called Brave, and then you say File, New Private Tab with Tor, T-O-R, and you wait for it to connect, because it takes some time to connect to the Tor network. Okay, it's connected, and then you paste Control V, or I'm using my two finger click, press enter, and you will notice that because it's on the Tor network, which means it can be from any IP address anywhere in the world, then your wonderful article comes up and you can read as well. Okay, it ended here, so it was quite a short article, but you notice that it doesn't stop you from reading the entire article. Okay, so that is one way of bypassing the Economist's limit on how many articles you can read. And the last one, and this one deals with the spoken, so it gives you some practice in speaking, in the listening part of the IELTS exam. And this is called TED, TED.com, and they're just lectures basically by interesting people around the world talking about different things, from animals to what the future is going to look like, to the way we live, society, history. And so this is what comes up when you first go onto the TED website, and you have an option to get talks that go directly into your inbox, into your email. So you get a link every morning sometimes, or sometimes once or twice a week for something that interests you. But let's not do that. Let's go straight to something that it's just one of the videos that came up. Okay, and this woman, I just happened to type in, she's talking about how languages shape the way we think. Okay, so just listen for a little bit. Tell me how you feel about her level of English.
So I'll be speaking to you using language because I can. This is one of these magical abilities that we humans have. We can transmit really complicated thoughts to one another. So what I'm doing right now is I'm making sounds with my mouth as I'm exhaling. I'm making tones and hisses and puffs, and those are creating air vibrations in the... Okay, so she's American, so she's got a slight American accent, not too strong, so you can still follow quite easily. However, if you want, you can turn on the captions over here. Obviously, you want to stick to English, so here, subtitles or captions, and then you can watch some more and follow along with the spelling of the words. Those air vibrations are traveling to you, they're hitting your eardrums, and then your brain takes those vibrations from your eardrums and transforms them into thoughts. I hope. Okay? I hope that's happening. Okay, so you get the general idea. So TED is a great resource for you to find some good, high-quality IELTS level listening texts. Now, of course, those are the three of my favorite, and I use them when I used to teach full-time. These are the three go-to sources that I would use for my students. But of course, there are hundreds more, and you may find one that you particularly like. But please be aware that it should be at IELTS level of difficulty. So not too easy, not too difficult, something in the middle. If you've got something that you think would benefit other students, please share the link to that website on the discussion space for this learner training video, and we can all benefit from what you've learned. Okay, so those are my three favorites, and let me know if you've got any others, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to this last section of the entire course, this one dedicated to general training IELTS students. However, the learner training video in this section is still beneficial for everybody, general training as well as academic students. So even if you don't do the vocabulary practice in this section, please at least watch the video for the learner training. Okay.
Now, this one is dedicated, as I said, to general training. That's writing part 1 and writing part 2 of the IELTS exam. Writing part 1, as you know, is a letter, and in that letter you will be required to be relatively formal, not totally formal all the time. You may be writing to a friend, but it still requires you to be relatively formal in this letter. And in part 2 is an essay, similar to the academic essay that academic students will be doing. Now, in this case, I will not be asking you to write any words or phrases that come to your mind. However, I think it's still important to activate your schemata in relation to this. So what we're going to look at here is just some images related to writing letters, just to get you into the correct frame of mind. So let's just flick through here quickly, and you can see this one. This person here is using an old fountain pen. Over here, sort of a modern adaptation of a fountain pen, but there's an old one, and the ink sits inside the pen here. So old style letters in a bow. You will be writing things related usually to jobs, job applications, or work related letters. As I said, occasionally you will be asked to write a letter to a friend, but usually it's job or work related letters. In the real world, those would be translated into emails. So the same style of writing you would use, but it would be in an email format most likely, or a message on, for example, what's the Facebook for business? I've forgotten it. LinkedIn. Okay. So you get the general idea, and let's just have a look at essay writing, because this is also what comes up in this section. And there you've got some images related to essay writing, and you don't really have an exam situation, except for perhaps here he seems to be very relaxed about it, but the rest are all putting their minds to the task over there. In the exam situation, yes, you will have to be quiet, and obviously no turning around at all. You'll be in trouble if you turned around like this, for example. So you're not allowed to ask students in the exam next to you or behind you, "Excuse me, can I borrow your eraser?" You'll be in trouble. Okay, you get the general idea of what you will expect to see in this part of the section, in this part of the course. Let's have a look at the vocabulary list. Now, what you'll see is quite a large list in this case, because it's combining both the letter writing as well as the essay writing in it. So in the letter writing, you will have things like the nouns and the adjectives related to what you would say in a letter. So certainly in the question form, you would have something like applicant and interview, invitation, and then adjectives to explain whether you're happy, sad, upset, frustrated, or what else would this be here? Grateful. So thankful. Another way to say thankful for something that's happened either at work or in a study-related task. And then we've got these ones again. If you've seen this video as an academic student, the adverbs in this section are repeated because they are important. They give opinions. They provide opinions in an essay, and it's very important to provide opinions to guide your thinking for the writer. As the writer. Okay. So these are the words you'll look at, and the last thing I wanted to just point out is that we've got conjunctions in this case, which was never the case before. None of the other themes had conjunctions in them, and a conjunction is words that join ideas, sentences, or phrases together. The most basic conjunction is the word and, which is not here, but you should know how to use and. Okay. Don't forget, there is still a show your progress task to do in this section, so make sure you do that, please, before you attempt to do any vocabulary practice. And then that show your progress, remember, is repeated at the end of the section again. So make sure you do that as well, and then share your work with the other students on Reddit and get them to give you some feedback. Please also do some feedback for others as well, because it's collaboration. So if you ask people to give feedback on your work, could you at least do the same for 2 or 3 other people as well? That would be great. Okay, so that should be enough, and I will see you in the next learner training video. Okay, welcome to the final learner training video. And this one deals with ways and means of meeting up with other students in your town, your city, or your region who are also doing the IELTS exam. Or what's the point of that, you may ask? Well, I've been trying to make sure that collaboration forms an important part of this course. It's much easier to collaborate with people next to you, face to face. And that is why, as I've said before, millions of pounds are spent every year by students coming to places like London to attend IELTS preparation classes. However, it's not always financially feasible for you to do that. So we need to collaborate. Now, I've already set up, as you know, the Discord app's collaboration tool where you can talk live via voice to people from all over the world who are also doing this IELTS mastering vocabulary course. But you might want to meet up with people who are in your region or your city, who are going through the same problems as you, have overcome the same barriers as you, and have a discussion, have a talk. So I'm going to introduce 3 websites that are available for this, and I'm going to go from the most, let's say, the more tricky way of doing things to the easier way of doing things. And we'll start with this website called Eventbrite, B-R-I-T-E. And this is really set up for businesses or schools to promote their products, to promote a service. And it might be, for example, a school is about to start a new course in IELTS, and they'll have a little event where you can come, you pay a little bit of money, and you can meet up with other students who are interested, and you might do a practice test of an IELTS exam beforehand, something like that. But this is not only limited to schools. Individuals can also set up events. And the entrepreneurial types that may be listening, there is a way of making a little bit of money off this if you wanted to. So I'm going to give you an example of a Eventbrite event in Istanbul. You'll see it's been hosted by IDP Education IELTS, and the event itself is taking place on Saturday, so that's tomorrow, the 2nd of March, and from 1:30 p.m. and it's going to be in the hotel, so I assume that they've rented out or hired a hotel room, and the idea is that you will then try to do one of the IELTS tests with other people, and you pay 100 Turkish liras to do so. So that's one way of meeting other people in your city who are also going through the same pain and suffering that you are, trying to pass the IELTS test. But it doesn't have to be as formal as this. It doesn't have to be an IELTS test. It can be anything, a chance to meet up with people who are also doing the IELTS exam. Okay. The only issue, one of the issues with this is that you need to set up quite a lot. You can't just decide, okay, I'm going to do an event. There's a little bit of administration work that is required, and including information about you as the organizer. So then we've got the second option, which is the citysocializer.com. And this is a chance to meet new people, share great times. However, this one is a lot more open. It's not simply an event where you've organized the time and the place and you have to pay. This one, in fact, I don't think you can ask anybody for money. It should be completely free. And you can see from the pictures here that they're promoting that it's a lot more social. And for some students, that's or some participants in this course, it might be what you're looking for, a chance to meet up with other people who are also going through IELTS, but it's not to sit down and do a specific exercise or task, but just a chance to speak to other people also doing the IELTS exam. Now, this at the moment is limited to certain cities, so you can't just set up an event in a city that's not on this platform already. And you'll see that it's got New York and then a lot of UK cities, but also a lot of European cities and other American cities, Canadian cities. So if you're in a European city and you're trying to do the IELTS, then have a look, log in and see if your city is available there. However, I think the best of the three is this Meetup app. Now this one allows you to organize an event wherever you are. Now maybe nobody will come, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter where you are. You might be in the middle of the Namib Desert. You can organize a meetup, and it's very easy to set one up. Now this is an example from Mexico City. I know that Meetup works because I've used it. I was trying to learn how to code websites and JavaScript, and I went to one or two of these meetup events and met other people who were going through the same problems, and they helped me to understand how to do something. And in fact, over here, I've typed in Mexico City, this is happening today at 9 a.m. in Mexico City time, and they are going to look at how to program JavaScript. So it's basically the same. Now, what's the problem with Meetup? It's that at the moment it's a relatively new idea. At the moment, not many people know about it. You've also got a problem with, cultural norms. So if you're from a town or a city where your parents are not going to even think about letting you meet strangers from an app you've just met or you've just downloaded, and they claim to be IELTS students, I can understand. It might be a security issue in your city, it might be a cultural problem. If you're a girl, are you allowed to go out? At what time are you allowed to come back, etc.? So these are the sort of things that I am aware are a problem for some students. But it's still nice to know that if you wanted to set something up like a meetup with other students in your city or your town or your region, then you can do it. And I would recommend Meetup. Now, Meetup, as I said, is quite new, so that is one of the reasons why I'm promoting it on my website, on my course, because I'm hoping that as the number of students that are taking my course grows, so the number of app users will grow, and so eventually you'll have a chance to have smaller groups of IELTS students in your city. You can go to a coffee shop, for example, and you can talk about part 3 of the speaking task. You can test each other, and you don't have to pay any money for it. Now, of course, if you're the organizer, there's a little bit of administration work. So there's nothing to stop you from saying to the people, please bring the equivalent of £2 with you. To just cover my administration costs, and then any extra that you spend, tea, coffee, beer, then you have to pay for it yourself. There's no problem with that, but it's not like Eventbrite where you have to set up an account and the banking details and everything. They just bring the cash with them and they say, here's £2, and you can make a little bit of money for the efforts that you have put in for organizing a meetup. Okay, so these are the 3 ways, and I would recommend Meetup if possible, if you can get it to the app to be used more regularly in the area that you live or the city where you live. Now, I know that this is the last learner training video, so I'd like to say thank you to you for making it this far, all the way to the end of the course. You've got one more practice some practice exercises if you are a general English student. Otherwise you are finished if you're an academic student. And I'd really appreciate any feedback that you can give me, because I can improve on this course and I can improve on the next courses coming. So anything that you think was good, please tell me. Anything that you think should be improved, please tell me, because that will feed into the new courses that I'll be releasing relatively soon. And I think, I'm not sure, it depends on how much time I've got, but I think the next course will be the IELTS reading course, because I've got a lot of students who are interested in that. And then listening, speaking and writing. Or maybe a different order, but we'll see. But certainly I think the IELTS reading will be the next course to come out. Thank you again for everything. Please leave feedback and I'll see you in the next course. Congratulations, you have completed this course. This is the concluding video. You will not see my face again until you come to the next IELTS step-by-step course. Might be reading, might be listening. I don't know yet which one I'm going to release first, but I want to say thank you so much for all your hard work. I know that there's a lot of work to go into this course, but I'm more than convinced that you are prepared. You will be able to keep calm in the real test, and you'll be able to do excellently. 7, 7.5, 8, maybe even 8.5. If you get a 9, please tell me. If you get an 8, please tell me, because 8, 8.5, and 9 obviously is a fantastic result, and I really like to know if you've managed to get as high a mark. Even a 7.5, I want to know about it. Because it's going to be really motivational, not only for me as the course designer, but for other students who are pushing to get a 7.5, especially if your current mark is around a 5.5. If you can get to a 7 and a 7.5, please let me know. Also, as I said right at the beginning, in the introduction videos, please leave feedback. Please leave a review of this course on Udemy, because it will really help me to know what I need to change, how I can improve on this course. Because remember, this course is available for you for life, and all the skills and techniques that you learned from this are still going to be there. If you forget something, you can come back at any time, even if you're in the third year of medical school at University of what's a snazzy one? Let's say University of Cambridge. Imagine you're there in your 4th year and you think, oh, what was that technique that I learned from the Udemy step-by-step course? You can easily go back on, and it's there waiting for you to use it. Okay, so thank you once again, and I'll see you in the next course, hopefully.